infrastructures. You're not supposed to be targeting civilians. It's one thing to target, ammunition warehouse or a nuclear bunker where they're trying to enrich uranium or whatever it may be. Their Navy, their Air Force, which were claim, have been destroyed, but they're still taking down U.S. aircraft due to their anti-aircraft missile technology that they have, which it appears to be more successful than we were ever told. So that's the kind of the state right now is Trump is trying to get out. It's believed, and we were talking about this whole thing with the pilot rescue, and I was telling you about a potential mission that was really about recovering enriched uranium, where they're going to send in the SEALs. They were going to deploy them to go inside the underground bunkers, kill the Iranians, take the enriched uranium, get out of the bunkers, and then fly out. And Trump believed that this would end the war because Netanyahu would not be able to argue that they can make a nuclear weapon if they took the enriched uranium. Now, that operation is totally off the table now. Whether that was on the table before or not, or that was what they were getting ready to do when this pilot went down, we don't know for sure. We don't even know how many official casualties.
They did that. All of a sudden, the entire
media then states, hey, civilians, go see if you can find the pilot. We'll give you 50,000, whatever. They put a bounty on the guy's head. And so Trump's pissed because that caused the U.S.
Start the process of removing unwanted toxins from your body, and put some skin in the game of the info war today by going to thealexjonesstore.com and picking up a bottle of Zeolite.
Whatever the future may hold, InfoWars will always live forever. The fight will continue. Be sure to follow us on X at RealAlexJones and at AJN Live. And now you can download the #1 news app in the world. Go to AlexJonesApp.com and let the Democrat Deep State Party know that we will never be silenced.
Leading a frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order, it's Alex Jones.
While you were sleeping,
they came and took it all away.
Came and took it all away.
Yeah, it was an inside job, just like it always is.
The names and the medals, the places where you used to play.
It was an inside job.
It was an inside job.
Just like it always is.
The well connected, your little protest, so merrily rejected. It was an inside job, like it always is. Chalk it up to business as usual.
Yeah, comparing Trump to Jesus, I would compare him to Judas Iscariot. Just the facts. What they say in Dragnet, just the facts, ma'am. Lori in Mexico, first-time caller, thanks for holding on Trump's sudden change. Give us your take. Thanks for calling.
Well, after the horrific Havana syndrome attack on over, 1,000 people in Trump's last administration, I think anything's possible. And I'm wondering if there's a CIA or Mossad Black Op program within the Oval Office that could be brainwashing Trump, because this is a 180 on his platform. Nothing else makes sense. Something has to be brainwashing this man.
I 100% agree with you. And back during the first administration, I saw him suddenly look sick. I had some intel. They weren't going to kill him. They were going to put depressants in his Diet Coke. And I know he's obsessed with being poisoned. But we've seen a dramatic change in him and sluggishness and everything else. And just psychological warfare-wise, how they've encased him, but also they've got a lot of electromagnetic frequency. If there's any target they're hitting with it, it's him. But regardless, it's a new Trump. It's a global crisis. It is dramatic. He is literally, because he has speechwriters give him terms to say a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. That is the definition of genocide. That is the definition of war crime. So you're absolutely right.
Okay, so you do think it's a possibility? Because Havana syndrome, I mean, no accountability, over 1,000 people attacked. It makes me sick.
Sorry, my feed broke up a second. What did you say?
I'm saying with the Havana syndrome and over 1,000 people of his last, cabinet members across the world were being attacked. They ruined families, blind people, crippled them. No accountability. This seems simple to me to get into his own Oval Office and do something to his brain.
Well, I know, like Bob Fletcher, on record CIA, high level, when he started releasing documents, they hit him with a microwave gun and exploded his chest, knocked his shoulder out of socket, and almost killed him. They have got all sorts of stuff. And it's not just us. Famously, the Russians were shooting radiation at our embassy. We're all doing it. And absolutely, this stuff is going on. But they, with magnetic fields, can influence people, make them aroused, make them sick, make them excited, make them tired. But regardless, 79 not sleeping, this Trump is a deranged megalomaniac and is a clear and present danger to the entire planet. Thanks for the call, Lori. All right, Dan in Georgia, if you want to hold, we'll get you in. In fact, let's take a few calls for Victor Boot today. We'll do it at the bottom of the hour. Just put 5 on the board because I want to mainly focus on him, but I want to take a few calls. On the war, from a Russian perspective, your questions for Victor Boot. We'll also get Dan in. The toll-free number, open the phones back up, 877-789-2539, 877-789-ALEX. But, again, I take no pleasure in this. I could care less about being all over CNN, ABC News, and, Alex Jones has turned, and Stephen A. Smith talking about me. That does nothing. Just being in the news does nothing. I'm not doing this to be on the side of the Democrats. I can't stand them. They're total warmonger criminals who want full nuclear war with Russia. I am doing this because my job's easy. I tell the truth, and that's it. I don't think about Machiavellian stuff because the highest level 3D chess is doing what's right. And then later you see I was right. I don't think stuff out. What's right, I do it. That's it. So I can think about the issues instead of like, what am I going to say? I just say what is right. And Trump needs to be removed via the 25th Amendment. He's a clear and present danger to the entire country and the world, and Israel is behind it. We'll be right back. I'm holding in my hands 2 compounds that are guaranteed to change your life. T3, pure atomic iodine, nobody else has it. It's next level. And ultramethylene blue, medical grade methylene blue. These 2 products together supercharge the mitochondria of the cells, clean out the body, and are game changers. Iodine is essential, meaning you die without it. The UN admits that most people that have cognitive disabilities is because of lack of iodine. You add ultramethylene blue to this, it supercharges everything. Ladies and gentlemen, T3 is now available. DelixStore.com, the very best iodine that we know of that exists. There may be better. We'll adopt that if we can. But this is the best for sale we found, and we have the best medical grade ultramethylene blue. Get yours now, right now. If you're a FIAP member, for 50% off. Regular customers, 25% off. It funds the InfoWar, but more importantly, it is a game changer. If you don't take my advice and try this, you're insane. All you got to do is try it. You'll be blown away. Take action now. DelixStore.com to get T3 now available and methylene blue at DelixStore.com.
Crashing through the lies and disinformation, it's Alex Jones coming to you live from the front lines of the InfoWar.
All right, there's so many angles to this, but clearly Trump is in serious mental decline. President Trump is slurring his words, babbling, repeating himself in press conferences like 7, 8, 9, 10 times. And I'm not giving him a pass. I'm giving my analysis of what's happening. It started about 8 months ago. He got rid of Elon Musk. Things started going sideways. He wanted to fire Tulsi Gabbard last week because she told him, don't do this war. So folks I talked to convinced him not to. And you notice that they had a deadline of 8 o'clock tonight, and then Israel and the U.S. started hitting the bridges, the railways, and Carg Island at about 7 a.m. Eastern today. 12, 13 hours ahead of the deadline, which is why the Iranians cut off communications. And you notice Israel hit first today, just like they did 38 days ago. So Israel is truly in control of our foreign policy. Trump is a lightweight when it comes to military issues. He says, I don't care about the Strait. Let Europe and the Muslims go get it back, the Arabs. Then he's like, open the effing Strait. I'm going to annihilate your whole civilization, never to be brought back again. The definition of genocide. He's announced 23 times that we've had victory. He said again today, we have regime change, we won. This is the worst message to send to the world. This isn't unpredictability on purpose. This is someone out of their minds. And then he gives the very definition of genocide, to destroy a whole culture or people. That is the Webster definition, as I showed you last hour. The deliberate and systematic destruction of a racial, political, or cultural group. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. And then they start hitting the targets 13 hours before the deadline. And so, of course, the Iranians say, we're not talking to you anymore. And now they have their own citizens showing up at the bridges and the power plants all over the country ready to die. And our media calls them scum for their courage. Israel has had the deputy minister Netanyahu, who's even worse, say we might use nukes or neutron bombs, which I told you a month ago, neutron bombs, which we know they've got, which don't destroy the infrastructure, but kill the people. They're now bombing whole neighborhoods in Lebanon, in Iran, just like Gaza. This is genocide. And now Israel took 2+ years to absorb Gaza and still hasn't totally done it. Now that's like trying to eat a 10-ounce steak. Iran is an elephant. But if they were in the middle of nowhere, maybe we could do it, even if we were evil. Morally, it's wrong. But the Strait of Hormuz has been closed for almost a month. You can't take it back. The Navy won't go in there. They know it's a trap. Even Trump 2 days ago, oh, God, they can stop anything. We have been put in a trap. How do we get out of this? And then Trump is told by speechwriters, because he's reading off a teleprompter, the definition of war crime, the definition of genocide. And Larry Fink's so happy. The Great Reset's here. The American recovery is an example to kill nationalism worldwide. If they can, the elephant analogy, take out the lead elephant trying to be sovereign again with our incredible victory against globalists, getting them reelected. They turned that around and got victory in the jaws of defeat. And now they think they can discredit any other nationalist movement against them. This is the return of the globalists. Trump totally set up, out of his mind, a giant baby who doesn't want to hear any other countervailing ideas, but privately admits he got set up and told Mark Levin last week, you're a bad person. I shouldn't have listened to you, but you kissed my ass, so I did. It's cuckoo town. So we're going to take a few calls for Victor Bout, Russian military officer, and then paramilitary operator, kind of the Russian Eric Prince. And then businessman and a major elected leader in Russia, real Victor Bout, B-O-U-T, on X. Just launched that last week. He's a Russian businessman who was arrested by the DEA sting operation in Bangkok in 2008. Spent 10 years in the U.S. gulag. He was illegally transferred to New York City Metropolitan Correctional Facility in November 2010, went on trial, was 25 years in prison, spent 10 years in infamous CMU unit, United States Penitentiary, Marion, where you learned about me, listen to me on AM radio. In December 2022, he was exchanged for a prisoner swap with Brittany Griner. He is now a deputy of, I always pronounce this wrong, Olyavaska Region Legislature, and member of the High Council of the LDPR party, real Victor Bout on X. So, Victor, I'm going to try to shut up, so don't stop or I'll interrupt you on, because I don't know where to go with you on this. There's so much, but my God, what a nightmare. What a danger. They're talking about using nuclear weapons. I know they're talking about that. Just this is the madness of King George III. This is King Lear. Where do you want to start? Victor Bout, thanks for joining us.
Well, hi, you're absolutely right. It's a complete nightmare. And how to get out? The problem is if it would be only a nightmare which affects Trump or White House, who cares? But now the consequences are literally going to touch everybody on this planet. And the situation every day starting to be worse and worse. You know, the small lie will lead to bigger lie. And then, nobody knows where the truth, where the lie, because all this statement, especially of the Trump, especially if he's flip-flopping on these deadlines, not able to listen at least to those professionals or let even the diplomacy to take its time. It's really, as you said, White House was hijacked by the, eventually Benny Netanyahu, who runs it. He calls the shots. And, the Trump now in a position like, the old man in the house who cannot anymore say anything to nobody. He depends on everybody. Eventually, they've got something on him. He cannot admit it. He cannot come to his waters and say, hey, guys, this is situation. I was lied to, or whatever. Admit. And then at least it's opened some door how you're going to negotiate the exit out of this. But every day it's leading to the more destruction, to more deaths, not only and destruction in Iran, it's a destruction in the Persian Gulf.
All right, Victor. Victor, your Zoom broke over a minute. You said destruction, Persian Gulf. Continue.
Yeah, I said that, look, he brings destruction, not only to people to Iran, but also to the people, innocent people, kids, into the Gulf, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, including Lebanon, and also the Israel itself. So all those victims in all these countries have one thing in common. I think it's, because the Trump didn't really calculate consequences of his decisions. And this is where we are now. And situation is getting every day more and more dangerous. As you said, they run out of all basically aces in their hands. They have no cards to play anymore. And only one Trump card they've got. This is actually a nuclear bomb. And if this goes, then, I don't know. I can't really tell whether you're.
By the way, you're a soldier and military strategist. You're a soldier and military strategist and also successful business. You have all the bases covered. Explain to people the threat escalation letter. You were on last week saying next is nuclear bomb. This is escalation. People understand why that is because they're not militarily trained on threat escalation. This is the only next move. And so people need to understand why you said that and why it's now coming true. People don't understand that.
Well, it's very simple. Look, if you are a politician who taking decisions, who are giving orders to your military for operation, and they accordingly constitution, accordingly all the statutes must and obliged to follow these orders. So if you give them the orders, for instance, okay, we do this, and it doesn't go accordingly the plan or never achieve the targets you tell them, and then what you have. He cannot now admit that, look, we never achieved the initial goals. Now Hormuz Strait was closed before it was open, So who is really winning in this situation? It's definitely not the Trump with his idea, not the Israel. Yes, they're doing a lot of damages to Iran. Yes, they destroyed a lot of the production centers, energy, oil infrastructure. But can they really make such a blow to Iran that Iran, surrender? No. And more it goes, more Iranian people are united, the more they will resist. And this would be impossible to Trump by military means to achieve any victory in Iran.
And we know Israel told him it's come out to kill the mullah when anybody could tell him that would make them stronger. Now blowing up their bridges or infrastructure, they're getting totally unified. And so they're having a Pyrrhic victory here. And Trump's like, open the effing strait. I mean, this is what you're saying is the tendency is by empires when they're failing to double down, which he's now doing. The only doubling down now will be nuclear weapons.
Correct. And this exactly double down every time are bringing us to the age where the only option will be left for Pentagon generals to come to Trump with the plans. Oh, we need to nuke them. And look, Mark Levine already in Sunday show said, well, we lost so many people in, World War II during these battles. And now to prevent more Americans to die, we need to use the nuclear bomb, which they did in Japan and Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So we now exactly on the same pattern coming very close. That, believe me, with the temper and character of the Trump, he will not think twice. He will just give order, without thinking any second extra. Yes, go and bomb them. So then, eventually, we can't just see that another, nuclear bomb would be exploded over the megapolis like Tehran, or think of these consequences. The contamination, radiation, it makes entire Middle East unlivable for many, many years.
It's an unspeakable war crime, and as you predicted, wargaming the next steps. People that study this, it's logical. How do we know this? Why? As soon as nukes are talked about being used, which is being done, Israel's the deputy head was even worse than Netanyahu, was on TV 2 days ago saying, we got nukes, we got neutron bombs. They're all giddy about it. And then Zelensky wants a nuke, so the next people will be giving Zelensky a nuke. And then Russia responds and says, fine, we'll go ahead and hit you first. This is how this works. When you line up against Russia
Correct.
with a bunch of high-velocity missiles that can carry nukes, that's why Putin said last year, he said, listen, you're firing a few of these of a day, but if we see a big aeronautical attack, we happen to think it's a sneak attack to hit our missile bases, we're going to have to hit you. Don't do it. And people go, oh, God, Putin's threatening us. No, if people put a bunch of nukes on our border, we would do something more. This is insane. No one ever did this before because they'd war gamed it. This is crazy.
Correct. You're absolutely right. Any, war games telling that, look, if you start this escalation beyond that line, there is no way to get out, no way to stop it. And this is a problem now. And looks like the generals around
as you said
Trump,
last week, you said we're about to cross the line. Have we crossed it?
Look, we're very close to it. I guess we just couple, half an inch to cross it. And it all depends what decision Trump will do tonight. If he's going to give them, destroy, make sure that there is all Iranian civilization are destroyed, it's the only way you can do it with the geography of Iran, with all mountainous ranges. There's no way that the tomahawks or the bombers or whatever can destroy it in 48 hours. It's only one thing possible, is to use nukes. And believe me, that's why I'm telling we are on this age of this red line. And now,
by the way, that's what all the military war planners, even pro-war, said, oh my God, he's threatening nukes. When he says total civilizational destruction in one day, that's only nuclear weapons.
Correct. And now he started to protect the protesters in Iran. And now he's trying to destroy, including those protesters whom he's telling, I'm bringing you liberation. You will be freed by me. What kind of madness is this?
Well, I'm not in tune. I don't know what's going on in Russia, but if I was the Russians or anybody else, I would have the death con right at the next to last level. I would imagine the Russians are at maximum alert right now.
Correct, because what you can do, because you have not only one unpredictable, unstable person, but you have double of them, and you don't know who is there, putting more pressure on each other. Because if you have Bibi and you have Trump, God save us. I don't know how you can handle the both of them, because if those people don't give any F about their own nation, if Bibi decide that he can let entire Israel, infrastructure of Israel destroyed with no reason. What was the reason for Israelis to start this war with Iran? Till now, I can't really figure out. Did Iran really threaten the Israeli existence? Yes, they were not admitting that Israel, and never admit their right to exist. But look, one thing what they're claiming, another thing what really they did. And I never found something which is Iran represent really existential threat to the
Iran only responded
Israeli
to attacks.
state.
Yeah, absolutely. So Israel's its main threat, and you hit it on the head. Israel has a lot of nuclear weapons, ICBMs, medium-range submarines, cruise missiles, and now Israel's talking about using nukes. You hit it on the head. My sources, a high level I talked to today and yesterday, they said they're concerned Israel will hit with the nukes first.
Yeah, well, it depends if they see if Trump start, backing off and trying to, find any exit, at least to hold on, or at least to take point to reflect where he is. Then Israeli to push him further will strike first, and blame it like they did on United States. And then, immediately we have situation when then the British will immediately use this opportunity to let Ukrainians try to also use the nukes against Russia. But
Which
of
Zelensky's
course, in
called
Russia,
for.
we will not let that happen. We have to strike first. If we see any sign that the Britain start moving it to Ukraine, we have to strike against Britain. We have to strike against all the bases in the Europe. We have to demolish the entire logistics in Poland, in the Romania, and definitely if before, sorry, was a understanding that Russian leadership never give the order to physically eliminate Zelensky and everybody around him, I guess this would be the right time to do so.
That's right. Because in war doctrine, if anybody did this to the U.S., we have standard doctrine, we would have already hit them. And I don't want this to happen, folks, but Russia's already told the UK, we know you're behind the Northern group, and we are on the verge of total nuclear war. That is how this works. I cannot, this is not rhetoric, this is not hype, this is total danger. And Trump has no understanding of how it's all interconnected. He has no idea that Iran's even connected to Russia. He has no idea what is going on. And you have literal megalomaniac, psychotic Netanyahu that is doing this. What's the way out, Victor Boot? What should we do? What should Americans do? What should Russians do? What should Iranians do? What should Israelis do right now?
Well, first thing, look, what's going on? Some small facts. Ukrainians, for the past time, trying hard to destroy actually the oil infrastructure, which pumping the oil from consortium of the Kazakhstan to the Black Sea, which is this international consortium, partly also owned by the Shell, American company. And they already trying to hit it fourth and fifth time, trying to destroy
Yeah, let's explain that. They're cutting off Europe's oil while threatening to kill Viktor Orban, Zelensky is. So they are teaming up at the same time with BlackRock while the Strait is shut down to intensify the crisis.
Correct, to testify. But this is American interest. And Russia keeping its agreements, which allowing all this transit through. And actually, by the way, Russia never chased out American company out of the Russia. You know, many of them remain, but many of them been forced under the woke policies to leave the Russian, business. But this is a one side of it. But another side, the Zelensky basically did by his, put his hand in this jar and meddling into the Hungary election.
So why
which
is he hitting
this,
European oil connections to Russia, and why is he threatening to kill Orban?
Well, because look, Orban is only one who blocking that the UE supposed to give to Ukraine $90 billion as assistance because he is a broke. And without this $90 billion, they run out of money by end of this month. And that's why he's so desperate to do something, because he thinks physically, if Orban lose the election, a new leader would be pro-European, pro-globalist, and let them, have everything the Zelensky want. And now Zelensky, like a Bibi Netanyahu in the White House, basically now calling shots in the European Union. And this is the funny part. He's not even member of the European Union. So how to get out of this? I guess, I would be not surprised that sooner or later, the only way to stop the globalists, of course, if the Trump will admit and get back to the right side, or, of the, not for the dark side, but for the side of light, eventually join the effort.
That is the good news, is that Trump is erratic, but you can get him back. He could.
Well, it depends what kind of dirt they've got on him, because it's difficult to explain unless you really can, coerce the Trump, show some evidence, or threaten him with some exposure that he has under duress, act like that. There is no other logical explanation.
I agree. So you think that's the Epstein stuff?
Correct. And that's why eventually, because look, nobody now talks about Epstein files and this Epstein coalition now trying to destroy everything, including the physical existence of this evidence.
No, I agree. We have an Epstein-Israeli coup, and we know that Epstein was Mossad. And I think that the evidence is overwhelming. Not even Trump's involved, but his circle, Ludnick, he's doing this to protect that, change the subject. Total insanity.
Well, you're absolutely right. But, the only solution is either he calls the Putin and said, hey, how I can get out of this situation. But he needs to be honest, admit, and stop playing with the destinies of so many people on this planet, with so many, children who be dying because result of his action.
We're going to break in 2 minutes. We'll come back and get more into larger issues that connect to this. But just on the genocide issue alone, Trump says, I will genocide your entire country, which is an open war crime. Even say you'll do it when you have the weapons. This is terrorism. This is do what I want or I'll destroy your whole country. I cannot believe it, like he's obviously being advised to say this. These people are setting him up.
That's absolutely right, because look, there is not any more logic left. It's looks so absurd. It's a creep show, basically, because every time they're saying something, it makes no sense with what they said like just 5 minutes before. And all these, circus which going on, I don't know. I know that Trump was a big fan of the wrestling or whatever, but right now it's beyond all the pale lines. It's went into the stratosphere. It's went to the space with this, it's on steroids. I don't know which kind of the new generation steroids you need to use to get to this level. It's really insanity in the best form.
Well, the good news is I talk to people on the ground and I see it. 90% of prominent Trump supporters are done. And he's trying to say we're idiots. Tucker's an idiot, low IQ. No, Trump, you literally didn't stick your own dick in a hornet's nest. You stuck ours in it, and you are out of your mind. And to defend J.D. Vance behind the scenes, that's some people in the cabinet, he's been telling Trump no. That's why he's being sidelined. He's over there, with Victor Orban right now. We'll talk about that when we come back. Stay with us. Everything I sell to you works. Obviously, that's the goal. So that you get it, and you like it, and you want to get it again. Everything I sell to you, we put deep research into, and I personally use. Now, I've been promoting zeolites for decades with great sponsors because they really work. I want to tell you what they are. Well, Bigley, our sponsor, has a really high-quality, private label, top-selling brand that we were able to private label we're bringing to you right now. With unprecedented toxins in the environment, with the chemtrailing, all the garbage in the food, it is more important than ever to take zeolites on a regular basis. But not all zeolites are created equal. This is really a high-quality zeolite. Please do your own research and then go to the AlexJonesStore.com and secure our high-quality zeolite formula. Now let's go over just some of the incredible facts. We're swimming in toxins every single day. Metals from the air, chemicals in the food and water. Your body needs help binding and eliminating this garbage before it builds up and destroys your cells. Enter Zeolite Detox Defense, advanced binding agent. This isn't some gimmick. Zeolite is a naturally occurring volcanic mineral with a unique cage-like crystalline structure that acts like a molecular trap. Through ion exchange and absorption, it selectively grabs positively charged toxins, heavy metals, ammonia, and other unwanted compounds while letting beneficial minerals stay put. Then it escorts them straight out of your system through your gut. Paired with folic acid, it also supports healthy mineral transport and cleaner internal environment. Users report feeling lighter, more balanced, and clear-headed with consistent daily use. Just one dose a day gives you 60 full servings of detox support. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't steer you wrong. You know that. If you love our methylene blue, if you love our bovine colostrum, if you love the other incredible products like our T3 iodine, you are going to love this zeolite detox formula. Secure yours now at thealexjonesstore.com. And if you haven't checked out the other supplements like our methylene red, that's proprietary to us, our ultramethylene blue that is on record the strongest and the best, then check it out today. And while you're there, check out the widest selection of Patriot apparel, baseball caps, t-shirts, hoodies, you name it, to spread the word of freedom in America and worldwide. Bottom line, thanks for keeping us on the air over the years. We're facing some of the biggest challenges ever to stay on the air. But thanks to you standing with us as our partners, the InfoWar, we are stronger than ever. So thank you so much for your support. Now, please visit thealexjonesstore.com today. And if you want to get massive discounts for all the supplements, sign up as a subscriber. Lock in your orders in the future. You can cancel anytime. So all you're really locking in is the massive discounts. Same thing with VIPs. Cancel anytime. $30 a month. Get $40 to spend in the store. Special deals, special offers, special sales on everything. So if you're buying anything, thealexjonesstore.com, you should be a VIP. Thank you so much for your support. Now secure your Zeolite formula now at thealexjonesstore.com. way better shape than I am. Don't kick my ass. I've seen you working out with the Liver King. You say you've taken methylene blue before. I want you to take our medical grade to take starting meds kick in. So good for your body. I'd like you to drink this, Jay. You said earlier it would. I appreciate it. I want to get your true review. If it doesn't work, tell me. Here it is, brother. Looks just like the stuff from Doom, the water of life. He's drinking the juice of a strangled, drowned sandworm right now. Baron Harkonnen is not happy. We're going to see what happens.
20 minutes later.
I feel like my brain is clearer and working faster. It feels like my brain and my energy have had the accelerator hit on them. I felt it in my brain and my energy.
Well,
I like it. I'm going to get me some before I leave.
We're going to give you a couple bottles of it, bro. We love it. It's amazing. Get yours now, thealexjonesstore.com.
Leading a frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order, it's Alex Jones.
The last beacon of truth in a world of deception, it's Alex Jones.
Man, Victor Boot's a really amazing guest, really smart guy, very interesting. Real Victor Boot on X just launched that last week. Be sure and follow that if we get a different perspective. Real Victor Boot, B-O-U-T. We'll take a few calls coming up before this hour ends, but I've been asked a lot of questions. I want to try to shut up and give you the floor to talk about any other angles you want. But I also want to ask you in general, because you're a military expert, obviously, in business and so much more. 38 days into this is going the way we predicted, the way his advisors told him, and he ignored them. Those his political advisors instead. About where it goes if Trump continues on and off-ramps, ways to get to Trump. But first, what else is on your radar, Victor Boot?
Well, most important, as you said, only way out is to get somebody to help Trump, to find at least the communication channels, which would be trusted by the both sides, which can be, leading to certain negotiations. And it must be assurances that it will be not sabotage, neither by the Israeli side, neither by the, those who inside the Trump administration are rooting for the war and rooting for the, complete destruction of Iran. And this is, for my perspective, there is no way out. And the problem is, if it will be just a war where, America spending the treasure and the lives of its soldiers, Iran are suffering heavy blows and destruction of its infrastructure, and the casualties and the people are dying, and also true for other countries. But the problem is, look at the economical consequences with this conflict for what now it's a, how many days? It's not 28, now we are on
38 days, yeah.
So 37 days. It's literally already we passed no return points on the economical consequences for entire global economy. I'm not only talking about shortages, physical shortages of the oil in many countries in Asia, many countries in Europe, not only double or triple prices for the gas, but now we see in many countries there is a physical, absence of the gas and, and diesel in the gas station. So people are queuing a huge line, many issuing the rationing. So this is a energy lockdown basically. But now we learn that this conflict also caused a severe interruption in the fertilizer. Just today, I read the information that even American farmers are not being able to stock up with the fertilizer, for the season, which is coming very soon. So would be a problem. Think of this: if the crops in this year in Northern Hemisphere would be, reduced by 30%, it will be a ripple effect for at least, next 1.5 years, because definitely shortage of the grains will cause shortage of the cattle feeds, will cause shortage of everything derives from that, including the pasta and everything you can imagine, and then will cause literally to starvation on many population. And this on the fertilizer we're talking about.
And that's
Now
not
think of
hype
this
because
at
half the world lives hand to mouth. You do a 30% increase
Correct.
or cut in food, it causes mass starvation. That always causes civil unrest.
Okay, look, only in India alone, they already calculated that the shortage of the and interruption of the supply of fertilizer from the Iran and the Persian Gulf will cause them at least 36 million tons less of the wheat harvest this year, and at least 80 million tons of the rice, which is definitely will cause the severe problem how to manage that. We're not even talking about consequences for the African continent, who heavily depends on the food imports, grain imports from anywhere else. We're not talking about interruption in the all chemical precursors and the raw material needed for the industry, automotive industry, electronics industry. I mean, name it, because we're living in the interconnected and interdependent world where economy can only thrive where they depend on each other and sharing the companies produced in one country shipped to another, then assembled.
And so many nations again aren't even one crop economies. It's just in time delivery. So now disruptions are way worse than they were in, say, the Great Depression if this happens, which is already happening.
Correct. And look, even today, it's confirmed that, okay, the benchmark of the oil is what now, $112?
$150 real price. And all the economists say it's
that's what I want to tell you. If you want really to...
Sorry, go ahead.
Correct. If you want to buy it and get the tanker, fill your tanker, you have to pay $150 a barrel. And it's only beginning. Because right now, the steel ending the reserve, which been shipped 1 month ago, 40 days ago, because usually countries has to have in hand at least 1 month's stock of the crude in their refineries, plus there is a stock on the retail, operators. So there is still, we not yet see the real crisis hit. And then what Trump going to say with the gas prices rising in the United States? Will this affect the economy? Of course. Will it demolish whatever he was, telling to people to make America great again? Yeah, that will destroy any plans to restore normal economy. It's destroy all the plans on the, development and solving problem inside the United States. We're not even talking about how United States cut it already, the all assistance program to other countries. So this is, I would say, the long-term consequences, which we cannot even grasp right now because it will have so severe effect on everybody. So here in Russia, we are thinking, okay, how it's affect the Ukraine war? Well, apparently, really nothing changed. American side still supplying them with all intelligence information. Apparently, Elon Musk removed any limits. So now Ukrainian, drones who goes deep inside the Russia using the Starlink on them. So what we have to do, destroy the Starlink satellites, which is overflying Russian space. What we have to do to start damaging this one.
I was about to say, we've been seeing fireballs over the world, and I had experts on. It's clearly satellites being shot down. And I had to guess it's Starlink that's being used for military purposes.
Correct. And they intentionally trying to damage, some significant, object inside the capital, Moscow, or in St. Petersburg. Zelensky gave to his people order, destroy anything.
Well, is that your speculation? Because that's mine. Clearly, it's not meteors. It's satellites going back into orbit, literally off the charts every night. You see them burning up. Did you get intel that Russia's already shooting them down? We know you have satellite killers or...
No. Listen, in this place, the Russian attitude was very, restrained one, because we tried to contain this conflict in Ukraine going beyond, the conflict, despite it's already been clear it was a proxy war and United States deeply involved. Britain is, practically running.
Sure, but have you heard Russia's indeed shooting down satellites? Because it looks like a bunch of satellites are being shot down.
Well, it's not intentional.
His Zoom just broke up. Sorry. When you come back, we'll go to you, Victor Booth.
We know automatically this would be beginning of the open conflict with the United States.
Sure, so your Zoom broke up. Start over. I asked, do you know if, because clearly these are satellites being shot down. I can tell how they burn up and blow up. It's metal. It's not stone or even nickel. So I've looked at those my whole life as an amateur astronomer. I've seen the classic satellite burn-up pattern. We see it all over the world now. You're just speculating that Russia's shooting down satellites.
Well, because look, first of all, the attitude, Russia was always telling we shouldn't militarize the space. And Russia stopped since long time ago, even all progress, which was, even thinking about militarize or bring weapons in the space. United States still keeping the secret space program,
Star Wars.
Don't disclose what's really going on. So this is number one. Second one, of course, we have enough, system which can knock out the satellite from the Earth, not in the space. There is enough jamming system which can definitely disturb the signal. There is enough laser, which is, nuclear small power station, which is powering them, which also can literally, knock
you can
out,
also hack
especially
them,
low
hack
orbit.
them and make them retrograde.
Yeah, correct. Or make especially low orbit satellites like Starlink, or their, interconnection satellites to knocked out. But this is already, another step of escalation. And if you see, Russian position was cut clear. We don't want to escalate with the United States. That's why we kept this dialogue after Anchorage meeting in Alaska. And we so many times,
they'll say, Jones on the air with a Russian against America. I'm against America targeting Russia inside, escalating this. What do you think Russia's going to do when these satellites are targeting Moscow? What will we do? I mean, come on, people.
Correct. So this is also limit. Thanks God there is a still hotline existing between Washington and Moscow where, they can at least exchange information and they still warning each other side about all, missiles launched into the space. At least we have, International Space Station where right now American and the Russian crew is there, and this is give a little bit, a line of hope that, at least in this conflict, we will not escalate the same which going on Iran conflict.
But notice the Iran conflict has taken peace in Ukraine off the table. We're not hearing about that anymore.
Yeah, you don't hearing anymore. And that's why the Zelensky is desperate how he can bring himself, insert him back into the world attention. That's why he not double down or triple down maybe on his attempts to attack on Russia. He just launching massive attacks on the civilian houses with no purposes inside the Russian cities. He trying to and supporting and sending the terrorists inside Russia. It's very easy to recruit because we're speaking the same language. They running an entire call centers who calling elderly people, who calling another one, and forcing them into some scheme, and then taking their money out, telling, oh, your account being compromised, you need to transfer, presenting themselves as a bank, and then people are sending money, then they're learning they lost everything they've got, and they said, okay, for you to return this money, you need to go and blow up, for instance, post office. Or you go and set a fire gas station, or you go and set fire railway, transformer. And this happening, especially with the teenagers. And for Russia, it's a huge problem.
But other countries are going to strike back. We just had the big American Bridge of the Americas blow up today in Panama. Did you see that?
Yeah. Yeah.
That doesn't look like an accident to me, so this is going to get serious. Victor, incredible. I want to take a few phone calls. Before we do that, any other key points you'd like to add? How about your advice to President Trump? Because his people see this. Sometimes he sees it. What would you say? Victor, you're a respected guy, a very smart guy, the military, business, everything. What is your advice to President Trump? And what is your message to the neocons?
Well, look, I think this position to give advice to Mr. Trump, it's useless because whether he going to listen, my advice or anybody else's advice, a matter of fact. But the message is actually to the globalists. Look, this is very simple. This is a awakening moment, and everybody who has gotten his heart will understand what to do, what is the right thing to do. So despite you trying hard and you're thinking you are winning, that your dreams can be reality very soon, you're absolutely wrong. In the last moment, because this is how the universe works. This is how world created by the God works. You will be punished. You will be punished by all your actions. And then, we people has to finish this war, arrange and sort it out. I don't know how, but with the God helps, we definitely have the ways and means to do it. And doesn't matter whether we are Christian, whether we're Muslim, whether we're Jewish, among all religion, among all nationalities of the people, majority are decent and very good people. There is only few who are really Satanists, who do not belong to any race, any religion, who are so-called globalists and willing to destroy all of us. For them, we are just, the obstacle for their global dominance. That's why they're going hard against us, because they perfectly know their time is over. There is no future for them. They perfectly realizing it's a last chance. So we need to be steadfast to finish this war, never surrender inside of us, never have been in despair, and never lose the hope. Because if we are trusting to God, if we're believing to ourselves, if we do not lying to ourselves, we definitely will win. What we need to do is just, admit openly what is the situation. And those who are next to the presidents, next to the, the other decision making, or those generals who giving the orders, they have absolute, authority by the constitution, by the law giving to them, never perform the illegal orders. They are protected against committing the war crime by the regulations of any army in this planet.
That's right. And now's the time for more people like Joe Kent to go public. We need a lot more of that, because
correct.
Here's the thing. They have polls. 80+% of Americans are against this war. Conservatives, liberals, doesn't matter. This is illegal. This is insane. Trump is throwing a tantrum because he was set up by Israel, and he needs to understand the deeper he gets into this, that's a real photo, by the way, the deeper he gets into this, the worst. And that's why what we're doing here is tough love, folks. It's absolutely essential. People can follow Victor on X. He's got there last week. Real Victor Boot, B-O-U-T. Victor, you want to take a few phone calls?
Yeah, sure. Let's go ahead.
All right, this caller was on before you. The rest are for you. Dan in Georgia was talking about megalomania and prophecy. Go ahead. You're on the air with Victor Boot.
Yes, sir. It's been an honor to listen to y'all gentlemen today. I do want to keep a 30,000-foot view here, starting off with the megalomania of all of our world leaders that we have today. I believe Donald Trump is drunk with a type of
Yo. Okay, I guess we're up now. Yeah, so Avian would like to confront you with a clip. In which you said that Iranians were trying to destroy Whitey.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Well,
What the fuck, bro?
yeah, but first, I mean, I don't have to share the clip. I mean, if you acknowledge it, but why do you think Iranians are trying to kill Whitey? I don't get it. Yeah, I can give the clip if you deny it. I want to know why you think that.
It also says they're having issues with YouTube, so I don't know. I mean, I've already created my live, but yeah, I don't know. It says posted 18 minutes ago, YouTube API issues. YouTube is currently experiencing some issues with their APIs that may prevent some users from going live on their destination. Our team is monitoring the platform for further updates. Oh, goody, goody, goody. Well, that's the entire function that's, granted that's the entire function that StreamYard performs for me. I mean, if it's having a problem with that one function, it's pretty much useless for me. Yeah, I don't think Neuro Jack is here, honestly.
Yo, sorry, I just I was in the middle of something. I just got back. So sorry about that. Yeah, I kind of heard what Avian said, but I
Yeah.
think he thinks that I think he believes that like I said something about Iran is trying to kill all whiteys or something. I mean, I don't think I've ever believed that or said that, but I mean,
This
I'm
clip
sure
may
you
be
can
out of
find a clip.
context. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it's out of context, but I mean, I'm pretty sure I said that hypothetically. If that were the case, X, Y, Z in the next. I mean, I do that a lot, so. But I
Can you
understand how
provide
that might come across as, yeah. But I mean, I don't, I won't deny that I've ever said it, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be out of context because I don't think I've ever said, I don't think I've ever believed in the back of my mind. I think the only argument could be that, like, I think that you could make an argument that, like, the people that we believe that we call the Jays or whoever's trying to control society, I mean, there might be an argument that, you know, there's like crypto Jays or like people that use the Jays as a proxy and they might be in Iran. But I mean, I don't know if that's the case or not. I do think that there's a hypothesis that you could put forward like that, but I don't have any evidence for that. But, for example, like, I'll give you an example of what I mean. Like the story that Cyrus, and if you're talking, I can't hear you, by the way, but if that Cyrus
He's
expelled the
not.
Jays and then they, you know, had this new faith that they kind of started writing down around that time period, right? Like, I could see an argument where you could argue, like, that's around the time that Greece was kind of falling down because they were become a vassal state of Persia. Then you could argue that, like, well, Rome was kind of like, I kind of have this theory that, like, Rome is kind of like crypto Jays, or they were Edom because they were against Sparta and like other Jewish enclaves or something. So I don't know. There's something weird about that. So I mean, I've definitely hypothesized about that, but I mean, as far as like today saying that like Iranians, I don't even know what an Iranian is, to be honest with you. Like,
Yeah.
I
Okay.
don't know the history of Iran. I don't know the history of Iran well enough to
First,
make a good argument
first,
that.
I want to share some basic historical knowledge that everyone should know. Iran is pronounced Iran. It's been called Iran since pre-Islamic times. The Sassanid Empire, they called themselves Iran or Iran Shah, which means country of Iranians. Sassanids were before Islam, and the reason that's important is because intelligence agencies want to distance Persia from Iran. Persia is the name the Greeks called Iran, while Iran is the Indo-Nile, what the Iranians call themselves. Second, I want to say that you're mixing up a lot of stuff. I don't see how the Greek wars or even the wars with Romans and Iranians are relevant to this day. Maybe to some extent they are. I'm not sure, but
Well, just really
long
briefly,
time
the
ago.
way that I think that they're relevant is that everything that you see throughout history is like, I don't think time is purely linear, at least when it comes to the occult. So they're certainly using recurring themes, and I think this is what Nietzsche was talking about, where they kind of
That's
like
good.
use this like prophecy and story and narrative, and they kind of remix it over and over again. And I mean, if you can't see that within the Iranian war right now, like, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's very clearly like they're using these kind of like recurring themes from, hundreds and thousands of years ago, like in the narrative they're constructing now. Like, again, that doesn't mean it's necessarily true, but they're definitely trying to manufacture a historical and mythological connection, in my opinion, with the narrative they're spinning, right? So whether it's true or not, I don't know, but I definitely do think that they're using these things as like guidelines of like how to spin the narrative, if that makes any sense. So again, I'm not saying like I'm right. I'm saying if you look at the propaganda, they're definitely trying to, you know, present a certain thing going on. So I just want to make that clear. Like, I'm not saying that like I'm correct. I'm just saying that if you look at the way that they're spinning all this stuff, like, I think they're certainly using some of these things. Like, I mean, they literally put fucking Trump on a coin with Cyrus, right? Like, I don't think that's a coincidence. You know what I mean? I'm
Yeah,
pretty
yeah,
sure that they're using that as a
yeah.
narrative.
That's
And what
good.
does that mean? That means America is now Persia or something, or what, or Iran or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I don't know enough, but I do know that like the symbolism is not for nothing. That's all I'm trying to say.
Uh, Yeah, well, Cyrus or Kurosh, he freed the Jews from Babylonian captivity, and
So
yeah,
I think this provides a little bit of context. I think he was not talking about Iranians. He was talking about the Jews or something, or somehow them controlling the war and so on and so forth to make it seem like white people are bad, so on and so forth.
I think it's just it was more like tongue in
Well,
cheek humor or something.
well, and really quick, and again, I'm not saying I didn't say it. I may have definitely said it. I'm just saying, like, I don't think I've ever believed that per se. I would say that, like, I think there's a lot of people who call themselves Iranian or Iranian or whatever, or even Persian, and they're probably Jewish. And
Yeah,
again,
that's
if the
true.
things that I've seen
Yeah,
are
there might
true,
be some
like,
yeah, there might be some like Iranian like liberal chicks that are like totally brainwashed. Like there's some of them in America. There's
Yeah,
also
yeah.
Jews from Iran
That's
that are
true.
very
Yeah.
supportive of of whatever America's doing or whatever they could be. I know
yeah,
not
I
all
think
of
like
them may be
30.
sympathetic, but yeah.
Yeah, I saw like a statistic that said like something like either 30% of the
Yeah.
Iranians in LA
Yeah.
or in America
Y-
are like Jewish,
yeah.
right? So
Yeah, because they had this show, it was a very famous, reality TV show called The Shahs of Sunset, where they had these Iranians that lived in California. They had like a reality TV show with these Iranians, right? And some of them were Jewish. Half of the cast was Jewish, and the other half was Muslim. It was pretty interesting.
like I think that's kind of like what's going on with the Kardashians. Like I think they're crypto Jews, and so they call themselves Iranian or something. Like, see what I'm saying? Like there's something like that going on too. Where so again, like honestly, I'm not saying all Jews are bad either. I'm just saying like
Yeah.
there seems to be this like play with like these different terms, and they're trying to confuse people with like what's the underlying
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I have
regardless, I think it's best that Israel just go. Like it needs to go. Period. Like that's
right.
it. Yeah.
It's an illegitimate state from the very
Yeah,
beginning,
yeah.
pretty much. Yeah.
These past decades, the no one state, no two state solution, Israel should just fucking go at this point. Like really, there's no fixing
Yeah,
it.
they've committed atrocities. Yep.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
actually time.
Look, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna like denounce what you're saying, but what I'm saying is like, I mean, America is very clearly like, I would say some combination of the Vatican, Saudi Arabia, Russia, America, and Britain. Some combination of these 5 countries are very clearly like cryptically backing Israel and or controlled by the people that control Israel. So like I see Israel as primarily a satellite of these 5 entities. Now, again, I'm not saying that means that like, whoever's controlling Israel doesn't have a lot of power and that they don't want a greater Israel. I think that's probably a good thing, but I do think that like personally, I think they want Ukraine more than they want Israel.
Yeah,
That's
well,
my personal opinion.
yeah, I see your perspective, and it's a difficult question whether Israel is a satellite or just a parasitical force that is infiltrating America and putting Mossad plants and stuff like that. It's hard to tell if Israel is a satellite or if it's more of a, parasite that is like infiltrating those to make them more subservient to Israeli
Yeah.
interests. Regardless,
Yeah.
Israel has to go though. I just don't see it as sustainable or as a destabilizing force. It's
Yeah, I agree. I
yeah.
mean, but in a sense, I agree. But I'm also just saying, like, I don't think it's so simple because, like, again, I think that their real move is in Ukraine, and ultimately, I think that they want Iran as either I mean, I don't know. There's something. All I know is there's something very weird. Like, and I'll give you an example. Right? It's like Dugin is promoting Eurasianism. What does that mean? In my opinion, they want to connect Israel all the way to Ukraine. And what's in between those two things? Well, Iran. So, in my opinion, Greater
Yeah, that's
Israel
a
is either,
right. Yeah.
yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah,
No,
that
go
makes a
ahead.
lot of sense. And I'm just gonna say that makes a lot of sense. And actually, there's a lot of ideas where it seems like the Russians are obviously doing business with the Israelis, right? And the Ukrainians and all these people, because the whole Alex Jones show that you were showing is interesting, right? Because obviously there's some play where for two elections, right? Like Alex Jones supported Trump and now he doesn't. And now he has this analyst from Russia that's saying that basically, Israel is going to sell Russia out in Ukraine, right? And that's his whole like talking point, right? So it's just pretty interesting, right?
Right. It's very, very weird. And what did he call this guy, Victor Bout, who's a arms and drugs dealer? They got caught in Thailand and spent 10 years in federal prison. By the way, one of the guys that I followed from the alt-right literally shared a cell next to Victor Bout and talked to him extensively over the course of like 3 years. So I think that's very interesting as well. And what I think what's happening, he called Victor Bout the Eric Prince of Russia. So you're literally talking to like, a crypto Zionist perhaps, or I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Like, what does the Eric Prince of Russia entail, right? Like, I don't know, but that's like a private military contractor essentially. I don't know. I mean, so I think they're very clearly, like you said. I mean, he very, no one supported Donald Trump more than Alex Jones that I'm aware of in the last 10 years. So,
Right.
for him to just say all this seems very.
And it
I
was,
think that it's a
yeah,
totally
and at that time,
disingenuous thing he's saying.
at that time he was pro-Israeli and pro-Russian. So now he's pro-Russian and anti-Israeli. So something has changed, right?
Yeah, and he literally is basically saying, like, he's basically Fed posting about Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu. So again,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I would not trust anything that's. I don't think Alex Jones is being honest whatsoever in what he's saying.
Yeah,
Now
well, I want
again,
to say some stuff though. Yeah, is
yeah.
that
So go ahead.
sometimes you have to forge alliances that are not 100% in one's interest or aligned with one's view. Because let me be honest, I think based on what I've read, Iran just dislikes Israel. Iran doesn't care if America just throw Israel under the bus and then America want to become allies with Iran. In the late 90s, Iran and America could have been allies. There was this president, his name was Hatami. He was close to becoming allies with America during Clinton's presidency. But guess who got in the way? Israel. Israeli lobby got in the way. And there's a documentary on this and stuff. Iran is very serious that it just wants Israel gone. Because Israel is illegitimate. And just look at the kind of crap they're doing. I'm going to be honest. This is a bit anti-Semitic. I don't want to be, but there is no such thing as a loyal Jew. Jews are never going to be loyal to you. They're going to sell you out. You know what they did to Israel? They sold military secrets from America to China. You really think Israel is reliable? Since ancient history, this is the way they've been. They say one thing and then they sell you out the next moment. Iranians would have been a better ally for America.
But
it's not going to happen with
yeah,
Israel.
I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, we're living in a globalized economy where commodities are the ultimate leverage, right? And they've commodified virtually everything on earth to where, they can pull a string on one side of the world and it'll unravel an economy on the other side of the world and basically, do a coup overnight anywhere they want. So I'm just saying, like, whatever's going on, it's a very fragile situation, right? And whoever's making the moves, they very clearly have some sort of leverage that has spooked the shit out of everybody. So even if what you're saying is correct, I think everybody may be scared to make a move to do anything about it because, I mean, let's say America decides to do something tomorrow, whatever, right? And screw over Israel or something, right? It seems to me that there's a very easy couple levers they could pull and basically put America in like the dark ages in about.
Here's a thought. What if Israel performed a false flag attack inside of the United States? They probably have the resources and ability to do that because they have enough people inside the government and make it look like Iran did it.
Well, and think about the Mormons. I mean, the Mormons, basically run the intelligence agencies. And again, like I don't know who's got what alliances, but what I know is, Alex Jones the past week has been saying, what if Iran does to, or Iran does to America what we're doing to them? How would America like it if Iran destroyed the Golden Gate bridge or something, right? So I'm trying to be careful what I'm saying. I don't want the algorithms to think I'm like Fed posting, but you get the idea, right? Like I'm saying, like, why are they signaling that over and over again? Now, whether it's going to happen or not, who knows? But certainly, I think there's nothing stopping something like that. I mean, think about it like this: these people seem to believe and think like everything's an investment, right? So, for example, whoever did 9/11, whoever was behind that is the greatest ROI in history. Basically, you get a bunch of hopeless people to go and allegedly unalive themselves with an airplane, and you get 20 years of war and make trillions of dollars. I mean, that's a pretty good ROI, I would
Yeah,
say,
actually, I
right?
know who
So
did 9/11. I'll tell you. The World Trade Center was done by Mossad, and Laurent Goyanat, I can't pronounce his last name, he's French. He actually gave good analysis where the World Trade Centers was done by Mossad because they wanted America to topple Iraq, okay? Because Iraq was becoming more stable, and Israel didn't want competitors, in their way. And but the Pentagon attack was done by this guy, I can't pronounce his name. He's like a freaking Eastern European. He was a neocon. It was done by the Pentagon was done by neocons, and because they wanted to get more into Afghanistan, because they wanted to liberalize and secularize Afghanistan. And that guy though, the second one I have to look up his name is Eastern European. He came to America. He actually did not like Israel, believe it or not. He was getting tired of Israel. So the neocons in the past, though, believe it or not, they were actually divided on Israel. I can give you that guy's name and I can give you some quotes from him. I'm going to be honest with you, I'm really fed up with the Jews, like very, very much so. If I know someone's Jewish, I don't want to talk to them at all, even if they're on my side. I'm just getting very fed up with them, personally speaking. Just very tiresome, how much they are like embedded everywhere and how much problems they're causing. Let me tell you this. For example, DJ, I forgot his name, but it was like the donkey or not DJ. What was his name again? I used to see him. DK, yeah, DK. He's right when he says that they were flooding Europe with refugees, and the Vanguard and BlackRock were doing that too, and a lot of Jays, they were promoting the flooding of Europe too. So this is what they do, they go and they destabilize the nation, then they flood it with Europe, okay, and then they spread like, I don't know, a bunch of both liberal and both dehumanizing racist stuff against people of Middle Eastern descent. So they're like playing both sides, the Jays. And I'm very tired of it, of them and stuff. I'm gonna be honest. If this world was really, ruled by white people or whatever, or by Westerners, why is it that I always see a J everywhere and stuff? Is this deliberate or something? I don't know. Or is it just Jays infiltrating and subverting their host nations? I'm really getting tired of Israel and these Jays and stuff. They're
Well,
disloyal,
again,
just
like
like
I
people.
understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, here's the thing: is like if this has been happening for 2,000, 3,000 years or whatever, why is it that people haven't wised up to this? Like, if there's so few of them and a lot of us, why couldn't we just take their language and their methodologies and use it for our own ends rather than have to use them, right? So that's again where I get a little bit confused of like what's really going on. And the other thing I'll say is like, are you saying that there's no traitors within Iran? Are you saying Iran has no traitors from within, or what would you say
No,
about
they
that?
do have traitors, actually. Some of the higher military officials, they were working for Mossad. They could have been crypto Jews. That is true. Yeah, that is true. Mossad infiltrate everything. I mean, they're probably everywhere. They're probably on the panels. They're probably in the top governmental positions. They're in Iran too. But the thing about Iran is it's a republic style government. I don't think every high official is working for Mossad, but some of them most certainly are and stuff. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I wish Iran, even though I hate Israel, I really hate them. I don't think Iran should have ever picked a fight with them because they have fucking advanced military weapons. They have like advanced surveillance technologies. It's like you cannot always destroy evil. I mean, especially in an age with advanced military weapons. So I don't know. So that kind of conspiracy may have some truth to it. Maybe this was like manipulated to reach this point because of their dumb prophecies or crap like that. I can't sympathize with that because Israel is like, oh, also I'm gonna be honest. I think the reason why the Westerners or European are hesitant to go against Israel is because Samson option is true. The Samson option is true. That's the kind of people they are. Look at the kind of
Yeah, but
stuff
I mean,
Israeli rabbis are saying.
let me ask you a couple questions. And again, like I know this is going to seem like a personal attack, and it's really not. But like, if you're a Buddhist and we get all destroyed by a bunch of fire and burn ourselves back into nirvana, I mean, who cares, right? I mean, like,
No, man, listen. You cannot talk about stuff you haven't read that deeply about, or not even deeply, but just do some basic study. Extinction in Buddhism, or at least the way Buddha talks about in Pali Canon, is not the same as killing yourself, you see, or killing other people. It's about nirvana. It's about no longer grasping, and then you awaken to the unconditioned. Actually, in Buddhism, even if you die physically, you're gonna be
yeah,
reborn and stuff.
but
That's not the end
right,
to
but
suffering.
what I'm saying is that if they do the Samson option and the whole world can see how crazy they are, assuming they can still do something about it or whatever, I mean, wouldn't that be better than just waiting around for them to get their eternal summer where they make us golems, robotic people to serve them or something? I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know.
the thing is that Buddhism has what is called the middle way between extreme asceticism and extreme indulgence. You're not supposed to like I don't know starve yourself to death. You cannot do that, or you know or just be overly indulgent and stuff. You have to be in the middle way, and promoting nuclear annihilation is not a part of the middle way. I mean, it's not. Yeah.
Well, I'm not in the direction they're.
Sorry, you broke out. I don't know if it's on my end or on your end. I have to go double check to make sure.
Okay, no, it's me. It's me. So, can you hear me now? Okay. Better audio.
Yeah, it's better. Yeah, it's better.
Okay. All right. So, no, I'm not promoting it. What I'm saying is that if they play that hand, like, see, here's the thing: is like, in my opinion, there's a cost to everything, right? Like, if you force Israel's hand and they pull the Samson option, and the entire world can see that they're going to play that hand, like, I don't think that's going to go too well for them unless there's something that I'm not aware of, right? So I'm just saying, like, like, honestly, like, nuclear war doesn't really scare me because I think that if people go that far, like, all bets are off anyways. And secondly, it's going to expose everything. Now, honestly, also, like, people are just cowards anyway. So maybe people would just be numb to that and say, well, I still got to go and like find food and go to my job tomorrow, even in the midst of World War III. And again, because the technological and economic system has made everybody so dependent on their next meal from this global economic system that everybody, I think people will fight and die to keep things status quo. I mean, I just don't think, I think nuclear war is probably not the thing to be scared of, other than the fact that it'll disrupt the global economy. I mean, I think I think economic warfare is, I mean, about as scary as you can get. I mean, look at the color revolutions, all this. I mean, they don't need bombs to like destroy things. They just need like people who are hungry or desperate for money. I mean, I look where I live at, and everybody's trying to like scrounge up money to pay $5,000 for a 2-bedroom apartment that's not totally ghetto. I mean, I mean, that's slavery in my opinion. Like, every measure of the word, that's slavery in my opinion, right? It costs you $5,000 to have a 2-bedroom apartment that's not, your door getting kicked in by, crazy people
or people pooping outside your door, and even then you're still going to have that threat. So I'm just saying, like, I just don't think that like nuclear war is like really that big of a threat, other than, and even if it is, it's not really worth like being scared of. I think, like, you know
I
if it's
mean,
going to happen, it's going to happen. I mean, I can't really do much about that. So
yeah, I see your point, but I think both are bad. Oh, we're not living in an ideal world. That's for certain. We're not living in really good circumstances. I agree that that there's growing wealth income disparity, and especially with housing prices going up, and younger people not having much opportunities to make money anymore or whatever.
well, the idea of a job in
But
general is
yeah,
I'm sorry to be frank. I'll be frank. I'll be very like honest. I think that the idea of having to have a job to survive is like raping of the mind, essentially, right? Like, people didn't have a job; they just did what they had to do to, like, live, right? And I truly believe, like, yeah, it's hard work to go work in a field and all this stuff, but like, at least you have some sort of connection to what you're doing, right? Like, it's basically illegal to just go farm on a piece of land, because you're going to have to pay taxes and property taxes and deal with EPA and pesticides and everything else. I mean, it's not so simple to just go and start a homestead or something. I mean, you know what I mean? And even if it were, you need a shitload of kids to be able to do that, because you need a lot of basically free labor. So this whole idea that we're gonna like import people for this labor and do that and that, it's just really just anti-family all the way through, all the way through. So I'm just saying, like, I'm just trying to go more fundamental. I mean, just the idea of like opportunity and jobs and stuff like this, like, it's all retarded, right? Like I'm not a communist at all, but like, I mean, I think that you need a price mechanism. I don't think that that means necessarily like I'm a capitalist, or and also on the same thing, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with socialism in the sense of like, subsidizing people to have an existence without labor attached to it. And I don't think that makes me a communist either. I think that's just like,
Yeah.
uh, but
Yeah,
at
I
the
mean, I
same time,
think,
like, we want to have our cake and eat it too. So
yeah, I mean, I think like capitalism's gone, and I think Alul was right. It's basically just done, right? It was a thing that was
yeah,
basically tried
I
out
pretty
for
much
like,
agree. Yeah.
yeah, like 100 years before, the Industrial Revolution. Like there were some capitalists, right? Like like they bought some land and shit. I mean, right? They opened up some banks, but those are basically taken over.
yeah, I agree with you that modernity was a mistake, and that industrialization was a net negative, and people don't have as much self-reliance. That they depend on volatile supply chains that were basically like hamsters in a cage that depend on an invisible hand that is trying to domesticate
Yeah.
us and stuff. I mean, I agree with that, but
Yeah.
yeah,
And
that's
again, I'm just saying, like, it's a lot more subtle. I just think it's a lot more subtle what's going on. I mean, like, I understand your perspective, and again, I don't like what's happening either. I'm just saying, like, I think it's very, very, very subtle what's happening, and I think that the fact that people haven't taken the time, and I'm not saying this to you per se. I'm just saying, like, I think the fact that people haven't taken the time to sit and smell the roses and like kind of reflect back on like where we're really sitting at. Like, here's the thing is, like, we're on this ride, like it or not. Like, and again, like, this is where I differ with Machine and you, perhaps, where I'm like, I'm not saying I'm definitely not pro technology, but what I'm saying is, like, you cannot dismantle this stuff overnight, right? And even if you could, you're gonna kill 95% of people on Earth, because if you just take away gasoline, like, the Earth is gonna depopulate very quickly. And so again, and maybe that's for the best. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, you got to be honest about that, right? So, whatever's going on, it's a very subtle thing. And I'm just saying, you know, look, if they're going to do global communism, which they already are, like you said, okay, capitalism's dead. Yes. Like, really what's happening is they're using public
public capitalist markets to fund private socialism, right? And me and Pillard are talking about this a lot lately, where it's like, you know, like for example, like they pretty much force you to put your money in a 401k or whatever for your retirement. It's like, so they're basically force injecting money into a stock market where if you don't if you take it out anytime before 65 or whatever the age is now, I don't know, but you get penalized like 40% or 50%, right? And I just think you can't underestimate how much that impacts people's decisions. Okay, like it just basically, like you said, it basically forces you into a cage on a treadmill or like a little hamster wheel. And again, people can reject that and just go try to like live in an RV or live in the van down by the river or, become homeless and a drug addict or what, there's ways around it to some degree. But for the most part, I mean, if you want to like have kids and a wife, they pretty much got, and really this is all anti-male. So like a lot, it's like anti-male to get to like make women upset, and then you use the women who are upset to like amplify anti-masculine, anti-male half of the society, essentially, right? Like everything is designed to make males expendable, useless. Um, you know, and again, I know that like feminism is a total psyop in my opinion. Like it's feminism is basically about making men um, unable to compete in a pseudo capitalist thing that's really just like, publicly it's supposed to be capitalism, but privately it's actually just a bunch of private communist socialism for like people who know. Like if you know the right person, you're never going to run out of money and resources. If you don't know the right person, you're fucked. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of, I wish I knew a better way to put it, but and it really hinges on basically just giving men no control over their environment, right? So like I heard this phrase the other day. It was like responsibility without authority is slavery, right? I'm sure that's some famous person who said that, but I saw other people quoting it recently. And I just think that it pretty much sums up everything. Like men have all the responsibility and zero authority. And I think that's the entire economy is based on that, right? And I don't think women are capable of authority in the general way that people look at authority, meaning like I don't think women have political authority or economic authority, right? Like I just don't think that that's really something that they understand. And again, I'm not saying that like women can't have a position or a job in certain fields. I'm just saying like in general, these are concepts that are foreign to a female mind, and we're all forced into the system. And then they put women in this position and they give them a bunch of tasks to do, as like little levers and cogs in the machine. But ultimately, I don't think that means that they're like, coherent of what's going on. And most men aren't coherent in what's going on in these things. So,
Yeah, so basically,
yeah.
the way I see it is that there are a lot of social problems emerging, lots of environmental issues, and people are losing more control. As I talk about on TML's channel. And the thing is, all of these problems are interconnected, and we have issues like Pax Silica, which wants to like concentrate all of the cloud computing technologies or all of the data monopolization. And it's like Israel is kind of like the center of the new world order, and so probably Jerusalem. And so even
Well, and
Trump,
Russia and Eastern Europe too. I mean, they're all it's all part of the same thing, I would say. But yeah, I agree with you generally speaking. I mean, if you look at
yeah, but the
Silicon
thing
Valley, it's
is
basically
that
like it's like Indians mixed with Jews mixed with Russians. I mean, that's basically it. There's very few Anglo-Saxon people involved in like Silicon Valley or stuff like that. And I think that's why they don't care. Like, but, like if you look at Congress or whatever, it's getting more and more diversified. But again, like they use these like stupid Christian Protestant people and even Orthodox and Catholics too. And they just say, oh, look, it's a Christian nation. But again, like who's writing the policy at the end of the day? It's like really the technology and the economics are writing the policy, right? Like,
the thing is that Putin is surrounded by billionaire Chabad Lukavitch Jews too. So it's hard to tell if Russia is truly acting in its own self-interest or they were infiltrated and subverted by the Jays also. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, as a political entity, whatever the truth is about it, I don't know. But yeah, as a political entity, I think Russia is totally deeply involved in the tech. And um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just kind of funny. I mean, this is kind of the thing is like, look, I mean, reading European history, I think there's a good argument to say that like Europeans have been a slave class for a long time, right? This is why I push back on the whole like we was slaves and shit stuff so much. Not because necessarily like it's wrong, but it's like, what's your definition of slavery, right? I mean, again, responsibility without authority is slavery, right? And I think that a lot of European history has been doing that to other Europeans for a long period of time, right? So, uh, like I just think people need to get more fundamental with their like examination of the problem, you know. Now again, like that also, it's also not like I'm not like a complete anarcho-capitalist or anarchist or something. Like, obviously I think, but because I think men have to be subservient to God, but that's very different than like, and also I need to be subservient to like some random government that, you know, is basically controlled by the means of production and the means of technology, right? So I don't know. That's a very complicated thought, but that's kind of what I'm trying to get across, I guess.
It's very hard to motivate oneself to work when your taxes and all of that go to illegitimate states like Israel and bolstering the surveillance state and stuff. It doesn't seem like it's very hard to motivate oneself to work in the
Well, yeah, exactly. And
slavery.
that's the thing is like, well, and I think that's very much on purpose. And again, like, I'm not blaming Indians or anything like this, but like there's like these documentaries and stuff, which is all propaganda, but it's exposing like this whole industry of like Indians, scamming the system on like student visas and H-1Bs and F-1s and getting fake jobs and getting welfare or whatever. And I don't really blame the people for doing what they got to do. I mean, I think Americans, it would behoove them to start scamming the system too. To be honest with you, I mean, if we, if we don't really have opportunity, you might as well scam the system. To be honest with you,
Yeah, I agree.
you know what I mean. So
Yeah, I
I
know.
wish more white people took the page out of their book and just did it themselves rather than because then something would actually happen about it, and then they say, oh, we can't have this, and then something might actually happen at least. That because like I think corruption's bad, but I'm just saying like
Well,
if you're in a corrupt
one
system,
thing they're
morality goes out
not,
the door, right? So
yeah, one thing they're not accounting for is like 10 people living in one apartment, or 8 people driving in one
oh yeah, for
Toyota
sure. Yep.
Corolla.
Oh
Sitting
yeah,
on each
no,
other's lap. Where
oh
they're just
yeah,
transporting people in massive
100%.
amounts, and and you can't really like no white people are gonna sit on each other's lap to go to work. Right, so yeah, it's just not gonna
Well,
happen.
yeah.
Right, that's a
Well, I used
problem
to.
too.
I mean, I grew up with a big family. It's like we used to pile like 4 kids and 3 adults into like a station wagon or something, and like you know, half the people wearing seatbelts and the other half were not in this like death machine. So to some degree we'll do it, but to some degree we'll do it. But yeah, for certainly we had like a 4-bedroom house too, so like people had some sort of space, right? But I've lived in, immigrant communities. I've literally lived in a neighborhood with all like Hispanic people. I live currently in a neighborhood with like virtually no one born in America, I would say. Um, and yeah, they cram themselves into like a tiny space. I mean,
Right.
my neighbors are like from Nepal. They have like 4 or 5 guys living in a 2-bedroom apartment or
That's
whatever,
right. Yeah.
and they
Yeah,
have
they'll
like
pull it off. Yeah. The people
they
will
have
sleep on
like
the floor. Right. So
yep, yep, and they drink and they fight and they do whatever, and then they just like wake up and go share one scooter and one car between 4 men with no
yep.
wife and no kids. And again, like I do respect the hustle, you know what I mean? I really do. But at the same time, it's like I think I feel bad for them because like they think America is a land of opportunity, and all I see happening to them is they're becoming degenerate, you know, cunts, in my opinion. Now, again, I'm not judging their soul or anything on that. I'm just saying like they go work all day driving Uber Eats to like go buy a bunch of beer, get fucked up, fight each other, and then wake up and do the same thing again the next day, right? Like,
Right.
like that's not really a life, in my opinion, right? So, again, they seem like okay people, but they're also kind of like trashy. They just throw their trash everywhere. And again, I'm just using them as an example. Like, I know plenty of white people much worse than
Yeah, they're
that.
gonna
So again,
live
I'm
that
not
way
judging them
for
for their
like,
opinions. Yeah.
8 years, so they could pay for their college, and then then they'll work basically some type of tech job, and then
Right.
they could basically ship a wife to marry and whatnot, and get
Yeah,
her
and
naturalized and whatnot. And
and
so
white people should be doing the same thing. I mean, honestly, I like everybody makes fun of like mail order brides and like passport bros and all this. I mean, look, I mean, I've been talking to more and more younger people, and like the dating market in America, among American women, regardless of their race, is like insane. Like these women, you cannot marry them, cannot have kids with them. I think it's not the worst idea in the world to like, like go get someone from somewhere else. But now again, that's like, they come here, they're going to degenerate too. But I'm just saying, like, everybody's got to make choices that are tough in life. So I don't know what the answer is. I'm just saying, like, it's just
What do
funny.
you think
Again, I think
about
everything just comes down to like demonizing men trying to like get around the like the hamster obstacle course that we've all been put into essentially. But sorry, guys.
what do you think about Pinoy's solution of balkanization? What do you think about that?
I don't think it's going to work, but think it's like, I think it's a smart idea. It's probably going to happen in some form for sure, but I think it's too important as like a superpower empire right now. But again, like I don't see this as an American empire. Like that's what annoys me about Alex Jones. He's like, "Oh, empires always double down." It's like, what fucking empire? I mean, America's an empire, but not for Americans, right? Like an empire to me is something where the general citizenry of that empire benefits somehow. You know what I mean? Like that's an empire in my opinion. Right now, I don't know what you would call it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know what this is supposed to be. I mean, to me, it's like just a scam artist, and maybe an empire of scam artistry, maybe or something.
Yeah, I don't think the what was it
I don't
called
know, but
again?
it's just my definition of empire is something where
yeah, it's like
there's some sort of benefit for the people within the empire. I don't know, but
yeah, it's like it's like how Rome had Judea inside of it, right? And it basically ran Judea, but now it's like Judea is outside of Rome and it runs Rome from the outside. Man. It's like fucking crazy. Man.
Also,
well,
the
I'll be
Romans,
honest with you. Go ahead.
the Romans though they had a very, I think, simple. I haven't read much about Rome. I probably should, but they had a very simple caste system of patricians versus plebs, the plebeians, and the plebeians. I think they're practically slaves too. I'm not entirely certain, but yeah, that's kind of what it seems like America's
Yeah,
becoming. Like, yeah.
yeah, for sure. I mean, I think there's truth to that. I mean, I think, and again, this is why, like, I'll never glorify Rome. I think Rome was like a bad example, in a lot of ways. I think maybe Greece could have been better in some ways, or Troy, or the Hittites, or something like that, or but there's some sort of weird stuff going on. But Babylonians might even be better. I don't know, or maybe the Persians are better. I don't know, but whatever Rome was about, I think maybe in the beginning it might have been one thing, but definitely by the time, like I've been really trying to figure out what the Aeneids are about, right? For example, right? That's what I've been looking into the past 2 weeks. Like, what the fuck is the Aeneids trying to tell us, right? And I'd be very curious what you guys think about it. But very briefly, I would say this: like, I think that, I mean, my conspiracy theory is like I think that the Jews had taken over Rome by the time Jesus had come around to some degree. Now, I'm not saying like they totally controlled it, but I think there's a good argument that you know Rome might have been crypto Jew, might have been crypto Jews or something. I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think about that?
I mean, they had some dynasties that were not dynasties, but they had some houses that were intermixing with the Jews. I think the Flavians, maybe one of them, and some other ones, they were intermixing with powerful Jews. And you see it to this day where there are like powerful Jews and they're mixing with the aristocracies of Europe and elsewhere and stuff. So I think that has been going on for like a couple thousand years. So I think you're onto something there. Yeah, Christopher John Bjorknes and I don't know some other people. Not just him. They also argue that the aristocratic Western families were mixing with Jews and stuff. So yeah, that's probably true. Actually, I think that stuff probably was happening in Iran or Persia also. They probably Jews intermixing with royals.
Yeah.
And so it's not a very good
And
thing.
just to be clear, like Jew, like, I think paganism is essentially like a form of Judaism in my personal opinion. Like I think paganism is essentially
No, that doesn't make sense.
not that
No,
different than Judaism.
I don't agree with that though. That I do not
Well,
agree with.
I think the Phoenicians had their own I think the Phoenicians had their own pantheon, did they not? I think the Canaanites had their own pantheon, did they not? I mean, I don't
Yeah,
think
they
it's really
were
that
pagans.
different.
Yeah, the Jews were pagans. That's for sure. When did they become, part of, the religion, right? Well, it definitely wasn't at the time of Abraham, right? And basically in the Bible it says that Abraham gave birth to two, sort of Semitic races, right? And then I think like the word Semitic may come from Shem, might be like Shemites or something, right? From the descendants of Noah or something like that. So they're distinguished from white people because white people are part of a different group, right? Or something like that. And
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's what I think the whole Edom and Rome, like I think Edom, Rome, all these terms are basically pejoratives against, you know, Indo-European people. But I think that there was rebels amongst the like pagan Jews, and that would be the monotheists, right? And then the monotheists were getting persecuted by these people, and I mean, that's what the story of Jesus is kind of about, to be honest with you, that he was monotheist and he had these like pagan weirdos, who kind of took over Judea, and he's
well,
telling
they
them
kind of
like,
know,
dude, you
like,
guys got to stop doing it. And they're like, no.
yeah, because it says in the Bible that after Moses, like they basically reverted to the Canaanite religion. So I don't know. So maybe there was a sect of them that did that, right?
Right. That's definitely like kind of where I fall in the thing. Now again, I'm not saying I'm 100% correct, but I think that they're like, if you read into like a lot of the occult, that's kind of where I'm leaning towards at the moment, based on like everything that I've seen. Like it seems that there's this kind of conflation of like, I mean, I think there's a lot of Jews right now who are not monotheists. Or, because I think the Kabbalah kind of explicitly says that in a sense, like where they're like, I don't know the right term to say it, but it's like the Kabbalah kind of says like, well, the God that we know is like kind of like an avatar of the real actual God that you can't understand, and it's divine and feminine, and they just basically complexifying it into this term where you're basically coming back around to Hinduism or something. So
Yeah, I don't agree because I'm reading the Pentateuch, which is basically the Torah, and the Jews, whenever they feel threatened, they call the people Amalek, their Amalek or whatever, and then they pray to their God or give offerings to their God, votive offerings, stuff like that, or whatever. And there are a lot of monotheistic Jews that are pro-Israel, and they do feel like they have a divine right to that land or whatever, and they feel like God is on their side when they go against the Muslims or even the Christians, stuff like that. So
well,
I can see
maybe,
why.
but I think that like you can't ignore the Zohar and the Talmud
Yeah, that
and the
too. Yeah.
Kabbalah. Like, as like any Jew who accepts the Talmud, the Kabbalah, and the Zohar, I mean, are they really a monotheist? I don't know. I mean, in my opinion, I
That's the
don't think
thing
that's
is like
possible. But you know,
they actually, yeah, there's a lot of different opinions about it.
Yeah,
yeah,
again, this is
and I don't have a solid opinion on it. I'm just trying to that's what I'm trying to formulate. I'm trying to formulate my own opinion on it. Like from what I see, like calling Christianity and Judaism like the same thing is like doesn't make any sense to me. Like it doesn't. Like I don't think you can believe in the Zohar and the Kabbalah and the Talmud and then say that you're a monotheist. Like I just don't think that that's possible. I mean, if
well,
somebody could explain to me how that's the case, like I'm open to it. I just don't know how that's possible. You know.
as much causal or much determinative power here, because let's say a Jew only accept the Torah, okay, and the Pentateuch. They could still support Israel. They could still feel like they have a right to it, and that they can be aggressive and a destabilizing force or whatever. I don't think. You see what I'm trying to say? It's a causal question. I don't think that this is causally reducible to whether a Jew, because believe it or not, I have come across Kabbalists. They are anti-Israel. They want to live more in peace, but
Right.
still suspicious of them. But overall, there's a lot of complexity here. So I don't really think
Yeah,
this is.
that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
So there's so that would be the minority of Jews. Like a minority of Jews would be either Torah observant or so they would think that Israel does not follow the Jewish laws, so eventually it will be destroyed because it's not technically just not a Jewish state. Then there would be Kabbalists who believe that there's going to be some sort of movement where Jews and Christians and Muslims are going to come together. There's even Kabbalists that argue that Christianity, and Islam were spread to the benefit of spreading Judaism. Like for example, spreading the Noahide laws. So they'll say that there's a certain ecumenicism between Christians and Muslims and Jews, and they fulfill a specific promise on earth. Then there's Jews who say that the Torah and the Talmud and the Kabbalah and all that stuff has to be taken together, and they disagree with all of those other ones I just mentioned, right? And they say that actually we should preserve a complex understanding of the laws and hand it over to the religious authorities, but also collaborate with the Zionists, right? The Zionists were basically a secular movement starting out, right, in Europe, right, under Herzl, but the ideas go back much, much further, right? Like, to Isaac LaPerriere and the support of Shabbatai Zevi. Now, it's really interesting that the followers of Shabbatai Zevi formulated a understanding where they said that the Torah is not important and the Zohar is more important than the Torah. So they said you should burn the Torah and follow the Zohar. Right. So they came up with all of these crazy ideas. Right. So depending on which Jew you're talking to, the Torah and the oral tradition of the Talmud is either one and one, or one is more important than the other, or the Kabbalah is the ultimate understanding, or so on and so forth. So they'll have different takes on which texts are, relevant. But there are many of those within all of those groups that will lend support to Zionism and think there's some sort of spiritual idea behind the state of Israel. For example, there's been Jewish rabbis who have argued that dwelling in the land is more important than all the observances of the Torah law. So if you just complete the the Aliyah, which is the ascension to the Holy Land of Israel, where you migrate to the Holy Land, you're fulfilling over 90% of your religious duties, right? So there's all sorts of different.
What I'm trying to say is that I'm not sure if I'm 100% right about this, but like the ones that are only observant of the Torah, is there like a correlation with them being more I don't know critical of Israel or Zionism, or is the or do some of them still support Zionism if they're like only?
Yeah, some of them do still support it, but there is a correlation between them being more critical because, for example, Israel started as a secular state. It does not observe the Torah. It does not observe the Torah laws. You can in no way argue that Israel perform some sort of religious function that's mentioned in the Torah, right? Like, for example, completing the temple sacrifices. Now, it could be that after they rebuild the third temple and start offering the temple sacrifices and formulate the high priest and get rid of the the dome, the giant thing there, right? Right. Then they'll basically be like, then certain Jews will be moved by that to say that Israel has fulfilled those religious, rights. So there could be a large movement towards that. So there could be pressure to build the third temple for that reason, right?
Yeah. Don't you see that ultimately just the way I see it is all of these Jews are causing problems, really. I don't really see the point of being like, oh, this one is okay, this one is bad. It's just Israel should be gone, period. It should be gone. And yeah. Yeah, and just give it back to the Palestinians. That's it. I mean, really, none of this condones genocide or destabilizing states or creating a global drama show. So this is why I am anti-Semitic, ultimately, because I see these people as wretched, any way you look at it.
Yeah. But it could be said that maybe if the Arab world was not so divided, they had something to unify them, that all of those Arab countries, millions and millions of people, could somehow get together and pool their resources. Because they have been constantly provoked by Israel, right? Israel has attacked Egypt, it's attacked Lebanon, it's attacked Syria. It's caused sort of all sorts of political upheavals in Jordan, right? The whole area, right, of the Temple Mount and all that type of stuff. It used to be basically called Transjordan, right? And it was a joint, relationship between Jordan and Israel, and then it's taken over, right, and all that type of stuff. So there's all sorts of history that people don't know about, where Israel's constantly provoked the Arabs, right, not just the Palestinians, right. They've sent spies into Egypt, right, overthrow the government there, right. They've done regime change in a number of countries. Obviously, the entire war on terror, as we have previously discussed, has Israel written all over it, right? The Mossad was cheering it on the entire time, right? Actually, Benjamin Netanyahu wrote a book called War on Terror, How the West Can Win, or something like that, where he said that we need a Pearl Harbor size event to get the U.S. into the war against Islam. And he basically said that, you need a huge event. And a lot of people point to his, idea in that book as a premonition for the September 11 attacks, because they eventually were forced to go into the war with several, Arab and Muslim countries. But
Yeah,
the whole
about
entire
the
impetus.
Yannon plan, right? Yannon plan.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oded Yannan. Yeah,
Yeah.
Oded Yannan. Yeah, it's kind of like the Greater Israel, but it's more expansive, right? So it's a plan for Eretz Israel, right? Because they say that those two lines, right, the blue lines on the Israeli, flag, right, they actually represent the Nile and the Euphrates, right? Because between the Nile and the Euphrates, which is between Egypt and Iraq, that's where they had the ancient land of Eretz Israel, right? So that's actually shown on a Likud flag, right? The original Likud party, right? That was under Menachem Begin, right? It had a flag, right, which depicted Eretz Israel, right, which is exactly the region that I'm referring to. It's a huge, expansive region, right, claiming that Israel has a right to all of the land, meaning that they have a right to all of the places where they were captured as slaves. Like, for example, they were captured as slaves in Egypt, they were captured as slaves in Babylonia, and they have a right to Egypt and Babylonia as a result. And everything
I'm
in
gonna
between.
be honest with you. If Iran had nukes, which I would prefer, I would promote nuking Israel. Yeah. at this point. I'm getting really tired and fed up with Israel, and I'm fed up with the people who are muddying the waters. Oh, Iran is working with Israel, or Jews are Persians. Look at the Ixtalarks. No, motherfuckers, we're fucking against Israel. Iranians are dying. I really hate them. And I hope one day the Iranians no longer distinguish good from bad Jew, and they decorate Cyrus's tomb. That's what I hope. I hope his tomb is decorated, and I leave that to your imagination to imagine what I mean when I say his tomb is decorated. Because I'm really tired of the Jews.
Decorated. What do you
Really
mean
tired of
Cyrus
it.
decorated?
Yeah, you can use your imagination to figure out what I mean, and so his tomb should be decorated, and so because I'm really tired of the Jews.
You mean desecrated?
No,
Desecrated, you mean?
no, I mean decorated. I mean decorated. And I'm gonna be honest. This is why I personally, I can respect Christians and Muslims, but I don't want anything to do with the Jews spiritually. Like even if in ancient times, I don't want anything to do with them. This is why I went more to Buddhism, Vedanta, stuff like that. I don't know. I'm just very, very suspicious of the Jews. Like very, like I don't know, like.
Well, the thing is, like, what is a Jew? Because I noticed this is like a big thing too. Like, what is the definition of a Jew? Because, like,
Well, even more
really,
so, what is a
there's not even a
spiritual
real
Jew?
definition of
Right.
right.
Based
What
on
is
Exactly.
a Jew
reading the
spiritually?
Pentateuch, I define it as a rabble-rousing minority that wants to vilify the ethnic gods of any host nation they reside in, and then just conquer them with their Kako demon. Because when I get down to it, I agree with Christopher John Bjorknes that Jehovah, it does seem like a Kako demon to me.
Yeah.
That's just the way I see it when I'm reading the
Yeah,
Pentateuch.
I think if you read things like Dionysius the Areopagite, or if you read things like Saint Augustine, or if you read a bunch of different ideas, right? Even the ideas of Maimonides and some of these other guys, right? They have a complex philosophical tradition, and it is different from the Greeks, right? So if you look at the monotheistic tradition, right, you look at Al-Ghazali, right, you look at all of these thinkers, right, they have provided a huge challenge to Greek philosophy, right? So I think there is a huge value in just looking at the philosophical traditions, what they've produced, right? Even the incredible amount of art, even just what the Jews have produced, right, throughout history, right? I mean, it is actually a marvel, right? I mean, you can't undo history, right? They have done a lot, right? So, so there is
Yeah,
that
but
aspect of things.
the thing is that the Iranians during the Safavid Empire, they took a deep interest in, the Hinduism. One of the earliest translation of the Yoga Vashita actually came from Iranians, and I think even Schopenhauer read a translation of the Upanishads that was originally in Persian, then it was translated into. Yeah, I just personally prefer these two. Because let me be honest with you.
But for example, right, like Akbar the Great, right? He was a Muslim ruler of India, right? But he wanted to combine Islam with Hinduism. Now, this is a true story. Did you know about this?
Yeah, I know about the Mughals and
yeah.
Akbar.
So even as late as that era, right? Islam has been in India for this long, and there's still crazy MFers like Akbar, right? So I mean, I think it's pretty interesting how little Islam went to the heart of things, right? Like, I mean, it's pretty obvious that in India and Persia, they continued doing Persian things, continued doing Indian things for centuries after Islam, right? So there's no problem, right? In another sense, Islam enhanced the political organization, right? It allowed them to conquer lands and all of that type of stuff. It changed the administration and so on and so forth. It kind of cleaned up the corruption and so on and so forth.
Yeah, but wouldn't you say that if there's a Parmenidean being, what is and what is not is just becoming, seeming, what is not cannot be the being, awakening to the being is like the highest form of spiritual transcendence, the being that is atemporal. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
So then wouldn't a tradition that gets to the heart of the matter as incisively as possible without as
well,
much
we know enough about Parmenides to know what tradition he followed, right? He followed the Greek traditions, right? And so did Heraclitus, right? They're trying to exemplify their traditions, right? Their own traditions, right? From the people that lived in their time. right? Like for example, right today, a majority of Pakistanis and northern that area, even Afghanistan and so on and so forth, right? They'd be Muslim. Same thing in Iran, right? So
Yeah, I know, but I would prefer, you know, if it weren't for these attacks, I would prefer for Iran to de-Islamify personally, though, but not in the way that make it vulnerable to Israeli
well, I think it
expansion.
would inevitably make it vulnerable because
Yeah,
any project, like
that's
any
true. Yeah.
project for de-Islamification, would lead to a majority of like you'd open the floodgates for the liberals and the secularists, and they'd basically take over, right?
Well,
Because
and
you're
that's kind
basically
of what
saying,
yeah, and sorry to interrupt you, but that's kind of what I'm been trying to get at with a lot of this stuff is like, look, like you can hate Christianity or Islam all day long, but it's like, um, you know,
well, the case in
do
point.
you think? Yeah, go ahead.
Just really quick, the case in point is the Mossad is trying to de-Islamify through liberal propaganda. They are trying to do that, right? So that is a fact, right? Like such as the Moontan post. Right?
Yeah, I know. That's why I don't agree with Moontan. She doesn't get the nuance. I
Right.
mean, yeah. I hope she got it now, though, but I doubt it. She's very kind of yeah. I don't want to say anything, but now I'm.
Let's just be nice.
Yeah, let's be nice. I'm not Muslim. Just
Yeah, it's
because
cool.
I was against Iran being invaded and what's happening right now, I was never a Muslim. I want people to understand that. Just because
Yeah.
I'm defending the IR,
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you're entitled to your beliefs, but mainly because we live in this country, right? See, this is the problem, right?
Right, exactly. Well, and here's the other thing is like, look, I mean, like let's take the Iranian libertinism that happened throughout some period of time that Giorgiani always promotes, right? Like, even if
It's
some
not trustworthy, man. He's
no, I
a
know. I'm just
flag.
saying, but listen, but would you say that like Iranians or Iranians have had like a libertine bent to them throughout history off and on, or yes or no?
It's relative compared to
Like orgies and
compared
No, I
to
feel like they've been culturally like pretty much highly advanced for a number of like centuries.
Oh,
Like I
thank
would
you.
think like until like basically like the 1800s, like the Iran was probably like the most advanced culture on earth, most likely.
Yeah, Qajars ruined it. Qajars. So.
Yeah.
Actually, I would say it.
Yeah,
was
but like you have like
Mongols.
Rumi, like Rumi's like literally like in the 1500s. So it's
Well,
like
he's
crazy. Like it's
technically Afghan. You see the Tajiks and Iranians,
Yeah.
they speak the same language. They are a bit different, but they are united by a common, if no cultural angle. The reason why there were more Iranian scientists than Arabs is because there were more Iranians. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's about
but
proportions.
I don't think you can say that for all of the Naqshbandis. Right? I think some of the Naqshbandis were Iranians. Right? Like I don't know, like Mansour Halaj, was he Tajik as well?
Yeah, but those guys are Iranian too. Though. Iranian refers to different groups. Kurdish people, the Tajiks, Persians or Gilaki people. All of those people
Yeah.
are Iranian. They're all Iranian.
Yeah,
it's
it says here
like European.
yeah, it says here on the life early years of of Mansour Halaj. Right? It says that he was actually his grandfather was a Zoroastrian magus. That's pretty interesting, right?
Yeah, I'm just, yeah, let me see what I was going to say. Kind of lost my train of thought. But yeah, it's a mess now, basically.
My point is that my point is this really quick. So look, I mean, if do you think that the average Iranian person today could handle de-Islamification and maintain a culture of like having kids and stable families and all that, like in the current situation of a
No.
global economy and all that? Right, exactly. So
No.
look, and here's the thing is like, this is why I always say is like, look, look at what's happened to Christianity and look at what they're doing to Islam currently. Or like they're like Machine is saying, they're trying to techno liberalize everything in the world. Like every belief system has to be techno liberal. And what does that entail? That means women have to be quote unquote educated for 25 fucking years, and then maybe they'll get around to having a kid when they're 30 if they're lucky, right? I mean, you cannot have a society that
Yeah,
runs that way. It's just
it's
impossible, right?
Yeah, I
basically
agree
Like
with
it,
you on
suicidal.
that. Yeah, I
but yeah,
agree.
it's by definition, it's going to destroy any people. Like you just can't do that. And again, does that mean the women shouldn't be educated in some sense? No, of course not. But what I'm saying is that the way that they're trying to impose that on everyone, it's literally a death sentence for any culture and any people. Like there's no way that that can be sustained unless the goal is to go to like 10% of the population of today. Like that's the only way that can work. That's the only way that like if unless the goal is to depopulate 90% of the people over the next 100 years, that's and look, I'm not saying that like that's a totally bad idea, but the way it's being imposed um is wrong, right? Like if people choose that organically or something, like that would be one thing, but it's not, people are not choosing that, right? Like it's being imposed upon them, right? And so what I'm saying is like, you know, again, this is why Christianity and Islam, in my opinion, like you can't just try to get rid of them, because if you do that, people are just gonna like, I mean, look at what people in America are turning into. They're turning into like NPC robot.
Yeah, no. Let me tell you
Well,
this.
well,
Actually, I agree with you halfway.
I think
Halfway.
the Jews, the atheists, and the Catholics, they have a huge alliance, right? Just like they promote the same world like view. You know, they promote the scientific worldview and they promote techno-liberalism. They've basically succumbed to that.
Yeah, I agree. And again, this is why I'm like going back to my roots as a Protestant in a sense, where it's like growing up in the South, like we just had never trusted Catholics. Okay. And like, and again, I'm not saying all Catholics are bad. You know, I like a lot of Catholics. I like a lot of like culture around Catholicism, but like as an institution, it's devastating to the world. I mean, it's it's one of the worst institutions ever to exist, in my opinion. So
Yeah, but let me say this though. I agree with you halfway in the sense that I agree that it's not you cannot expect a culture to organically like change its like tradition overnight. That makes it vulnerable. And also we're dealing with new kinds of issue like techno liberalism and with the weird, I don't know, just ways of living like I don't know, like yeah, let me finish though.
and
Let me
look,
finish though. I'm
you
not
go
done
ahead, go.
though. Yeah. The thing is we gotta separate, you know, theological questions or metaphysical questions from the social ones. At least that's what I do because when things get down, let's say I'm on my deathbed, I'm looking back on my life and other stuff, I'm gonna be questioning my mortality. What happens to my mind after I die? What happens to my attachments? Those kind of things, you know, and that's a different level of questions. It's a different domain. At least the way I see it. I'm not saying to compartmentalize everything, but I'm saying that there are different dialectics or ways of approaching one's relationship to the world. And when I did that, it just led me more towards Buddhism and Vedanta. It just led me to those kind of traditions. Personally, I'm not saying you have to do that. It's just what I was naturally led towards when I went through my
Sure,
yeah.
but kind of what I'm saying is like if you're not going to get women under control, um, there is no future. So I mean, yeah, and like again, like I agree that we should be contemplating these things. I do it all the time. I'm just saying like the material world still does matter, right? And you know, the average person has to be governed and um and probably governed very severely, to be honest with you. So
Yeah, no,
I just
totally.
think that you have to be honest about that if you want to quote unquote, you know, push things in a positive direction. I mean, again, as a Christian, you know, what we do in this life is for the next life to some degree, but at the same time, like I still think the material conditions and our role, like for example, right, like if I went and like I'm trying to learn how to do advertising for years now, right, and I've been watching some of these guys and they're doing advertising for like casinos and gambling, like I fucking hate gambling. I think gambling is a fucking curse on humanity, right? Now, does that mean that like you going to a poker or Vegas and gambling a little bit here and there is like evil? No. But the average person is not capable of governing themselves when it comes to gambling, right? I've been able to gamble and basically always break about even, right? So it was an experience and you know, I don't think of it much more than that, right? Other people they go and gamble and they can't stop and then they get into drugs, and then they degenerate and all this. Maybe eventually that makes them grow as a person, but as a society, it destroys your society, right? So I would never want to participate in something that promotes gambling, because it is literally trying to take advantage of people's weakness for your own benefit. And I think that's just evil, in my opinion, right?
Yeah,
So
I agree. The gambling is not
so
good.
so I'm just using that
Yeah.
as an example to now extrapolate that out into like everything else, right? Like, look, if it's kind of like an Islam thing. Like with Islam, like, look, if one man has 4 wives, it's way better than that's way better than like, hey, let's have a bunch of OnlyFans and girls who are selling their body on the internet or something, right? Like and again, I've said, me and Machine have talked about this before. I think OnlyFans is worse than prostitution. I truly do. I think prostitution is better than OnlyFans. I think OnlyFans is one of the
I agree
worst
with that. I agree with
possible
that.
things that have ever happened to humanity,
Yeah, same with
because it
Tinder
just
and all that crap.
it just
Yeah.
disconnects people from any sort of human experience. I think that you know what I mean? Like, it's devastating, on so many levels I can't even describe. And so, again, it's like if I have to choose between like Sharia law and like OnlyFans, like, again, like, honestly, I'm not saying that people like myself or you couldn't benefit from the way things are. I think there's a lot of opportunities to benefit from the way things are. I think the value of like being a good man has gone up exponentially because of OnlyFans. However, as a society, it's fucking horrible. Okay. So even if I personally benefit, still, I think OnlyFans should be destroyed. Okay. So again, it's like,
Yeah, I agree. I
that's
agree.
there's different ways to examine the problem, right? So like,
Actually, I would say all industry porn should be banned, but when it comes to like amateur stuff, which I think is still bad, but it's just harder to regulate it or whatever. But I'm not saying for more regulation. I'm just saying to just don't allow industries to form over stuff like Instagram. I mean, stuff like
well,
OnlyFans or porn industry.
yeah,
Just ban
and
all.
look here, and look, there's benefits to OnlyFans in some senses, where it's like, okay, and again, I'm just trying to, I'm being, this is just me making an argument. I'm not saying like I truly believe this, but for example, like, it seems that to some degree, some of these people are being less sex trafficked and less forced into it, and less drugs involved, right? That's a positive side of it, at least seemingly. I don't know if that's the full case or not, but maybe you can make an argument like that. But again, on a societal level, when you have a high percentage of women thinking that this is a career that has no consequences on your soul or society, I think that's just not true,
Yeah, well, that kind of stuff is against, Buddhism too. The precepts say no sexual immodesty. That's an example of sexual immodesty. I mean, that's you know, I agree with what you're saying here. There's not much I can do about it though, because this is like billion industries, and these people. If you were to get more powerful and stuff, maybe one would risk assassinations unless you make some, I don't know, under the table deals with other people who have
Well,
different stuff.
I mean, one thing you could do about it is get men to like stop buying OnlyFans or something. I mean, you'd have to like impose that on, you have to have men imposing that on other men, like not allowing them to like encourage this behavior, right? But again, there's just too many people who do it, right? So
Well, ultimately, your impositions mean nothing unless you have power. I mean, we don't really have power. I'm not sure if maybe you do have power, but I have no real power. I mean, absolutely none. Like so I
right.
can't.
Well, what I'm saying is like you have more chance of imposing that than you do of like imposing something on Israel, right? So
Well, you know, you trying to say it's my responsibility to stop the porn industry or something like? No, I
well,
mean,
I'm saying that you could probably get people you could probably get men to agree on certain things and make moves in a certain direction.
yeah, I see. I
Thing that
see what you
actually
mean.
directly, rather than like saying, well, let's have 2 minutes of hate against Israel today or something, right? So I'm just saying, like, there's
there's different things you can do to generally move in a positive direction.
Well, then, you know, that's true because we're talking about international politics and stuff. But why discuss international politics then? Because what you're saying does have a lot of truth to it. Because we cannot really change international politics at all. It's really difficult. I'm not sure how we can do it from a local sense. You
Right,
know,
but you're gonna see what you're gonna see is like I think you're gonna see a real situation where women are very desperate for positive male attention. And I think you could push men to position themselves to quote unquote take advantage of that in a positive direction, meaning like, you know, wife up some women who are going the wrong direction rather than let them continue doing the bad things that they're doing. I think that there's going to be real opportunity for that. And I think doing stuff like that will ultimately lead to men having more power in society because then they'll have more control over their women. I mean, again, I don't like Andrew Tate, but I think that his LARP is generally LARPing in a good direction as far as like get control over women. I think that would be better. Now, again, I'm not saying like abuse women or something,
you
but I'm
gotta
saying is
use
like get women out of politics, get women out of the workforce.
you
I
gotta
think
use a
those two
better
things would be
example.
very. I think
Andrew
that would
Tate
be
is
amazing for society.
you could have
You know.
maybe find a better example for next time because Andrew Tate is probably one of the worst examples you could have made. Uh,
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like I don't see any other men in society saying let's get women out of the fucking workforce and let's get women out of the political situation. Like I think, you know, if you know like there's no mainstream people saying that other than him as far as I'm aware. So I'm just saying like I'm not saying I endorse everything the guy's saying. I'm just saying that like, you know, getting people moving in that direction is probably not the worst idea, you know.
yeah, yeah, I guess so. But I'm married. I got my wife. I don't think about women that much anymore. You're right that most women are used up whores now. Unfortunately, I would personally never marry a non-virgin. I think one way to fix it is to just shame non-virgins. Going after men because when you're a used up whore,
I disagree. I disagree with that. I mean,
Oh no!
I don't
Oh
think
no!
that's going to work. But I get what you're saying. I just don't think that's going to work. But
yeah, you see, the thing is
you know.
that
Yeah, take away their
I don't
driving
think
license.
about women much. Actually, I don't even like talking to women. I
Well, they
don't
don't
even
have
like
shame.
talking to them.
Well, women. Well, look, women don't have shame though. This is the thing is like people don't understand. Women don't have shame. They don't feel shame. Okay, like in my opinion, like I don't think that you can impose shame on people in the current society. Like it's just
Well,
not
I guess
gonna
maybe
work. I
most
mean,
women are like retarded children. That's what they're like. But I don't think about women much. I actually think it's bad for
I
men
think
to
women
talk
are
with
extremely
women and
intelligent. I
become
think women are
friends.
extremely. I think they're extremely intelligent.
Don't
I
say
don't
that
think that
around
they're.
Twilight.
Yeah,
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 I don't think women are dumb though. I think that's a misnomer. I mean, like I understand what you're saying. I think they have a different kind of intelligence. I think that most of them are smarter than men, just in a different way. Like I think they have a very different type of mentality. You know.
yeah, yeah. I barely think about women. Like to me, like yeah, I barely think about them except you know. Yeah, I don't really think about them much. Yeah, but I'm married to my wife, and that's it. But the thing is
Yeah,
that
but what I'm saying is like if you want to change society, you have to think about people other than yourself, right? It's like that's kind of what I'm saying. Like
yeah,
you
I
may be
guess
fine,
that's
but I'm
your
just saying
area of
other people.
focus.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah, I can respect what you do. I have a limited time and energy, and I
Well, I'm
have
just
my
saying,
own
like, rather than talk
circumstances.
about politics, you need to think about social engineering. Is really what I'm saying, right? Like,
Yeah, but this
yeah.
conversation started about politics. What's wrong about that? Instead, we're talking about politics. Should it never be talked
Well,
about?
politics is downwind from theology and social engineering, I would say, right? So,
Yeah. Uh, I don't know. It's fine to talk about politics, but I agree that one shouldn't only talk
like
about
if you
that.
want to change the direction of like the end of a river, you probably need to like if you want to change the direction of a river, like you probably have to go to like closer to the source of the river, right? So that's kind of what I'm
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
trying to get at. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll just say this though. I don't think in the past it was normal for men and women to become friends unless they want to get into each other's pants. That's more of a recent thing. Like if you look at older traditional cultures, they were sex segregated. Like a lot of times, like in the Sankos were sex segregated. Like you see, liberals, they want to end all sex segregation. Like in my Sanka, my Zen center, which was liberalized, you know, men and women meditated in the same room, but that wasn't done in ancient Japan, like
Right.
320 years ago. You know, I don't like that. I think men who befriend women, I don't know, I don't know, it's just weird, you know, like, you know, I think it only makes sense for men to become friends, you know, like woman, you know, it's like really like, you know, you're just like claiming property, you're like going, you're like, it's just about getting into each other's pants, you know what I mean? It's not like about like deep
I
comradeship.
mean, to some degree, I would say yes, but here's the other side of it is like, I think that because the way things have been, I think a lot of women have realized that really kind of what you're saying is true. And so women are desperate for real connection. And a lot of women are simply incapable of it. And I think similarly, a lot of men are incapable of it. And so it's pushed us into a weird weird situation where in general, yes, I agree, but also like in the desperation, like because the the value of human connection has gone up so high, like people have adapted to some degree to like have male and female relation friendships. Now again, that sexual tension is probably always going to be there, unless they're both 80, unless one of them's 80 years old or something. But yeah, in general, I think you're right. But I think that I wouldn't underestimate that like people have adapted somewhat to the situation that they're in.
Yeah, well, that adaptation, which is brought by secular liberalism, that's really the root of the issue. I don't think it's good for men to become friends with women. That's my personal take. You know, like I think friendship between men meant something more honorable, something different. Like 200 years ago, I don't know. I feel like the way everything is directing or evolving, it makes everything disposable. Unfortunately, like in modern times, friendships are disposable or repurposable, or it just like extends to everything. You see that because of consumerism and because of materialism. Because of crap like that. You know, that, that's a deep rooted issue. Yeah, it just seems like it's getting worse. You are right about OnlyFans and other stuff. But I would say it goes even deeper than that. So it goes pretty deep. Like if you read older, I don't know, literature or something like from a long time ago, like
Yeah,
the
but
yeah.
but what I'm saying is like, we didn't just wake up in this liberal techno liberalism or whatever, right? Like it took 300 or 400 years of romanticism and all these other like ideals to really set in. And now with the technology, it's kind of like accelerated. So it's like it's gotten a lot more whatever, you know what I mean? It's gotten a lot more quick. The culture creation and the culture destruction has gotten a lot, I guess.
You like fiery woman or you like a docile, submissive woman? I'm just curious. About your taste, everyone here. I'm just curious about people that fiery,
I
or
mean,
fiery, independent, or you like them to be docile, submissive.
I mean, I don't know. I think that has different connotations for different people. I mean,
Yeah, I
you'd
mean,
have to give
like,
me a
like
specific
let me
example to
make it
really
more
give you an
clear. Do you
answer.
find a woman that is like all fiery and independent and strong and stuff like that as being more
No.
attractive or
No.
less attractive than the more petite and innocent and like woman or something? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like I'm talking about archetypes here. Like, which archetype do you prefer?
I like women with big hips and big titties, but I do like them to be docile and whatnot. And
Yeah, that's based. Yeah, that's based. Yeah,
yeah, I
that's
don't
good.
like petite women, but I do like women who are basically they understand the role of a woman and they understand the role of a man, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree in general with that. I think, I mean, docile is one of these weird words. Like, I don't know. I think
Yeah, maybe not
in
docile,
theory,
maybe
like,
more fun, but fun in private, so on and so forth.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think, yeah, exactly. I think one of these things where people are like, I'm trying to think how to put it. Someone who has discretion, meaning like they know when to be fiery or whatever, and they know when to like chill, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, and I think that we all make mistakes in that thing. Like, for example, like I think a lot of the women who are the loudest about some of this stuff are actually not as committed to those beliefs as it seems in a lot of ways, right? Like a lot of them complain and do all this stuff because they're so unhappy with the situation, right? So I don't know. I think
You have
it's
to
hard
you have to
to
train a
say,
woman.
you know.
You see, a woman, you have to train your woman. You know, like, you know, it's preferable for the woman to like not be working for like the first 2 years or whatever, and then you like select some books and you you teach them proper manners. You teach them, you know, how to be, you know, uh, a good wife material, stuff like that to their husband. You can't view the woman as as being free and intelligent or whatever. You know, women are, most of them are just dumb. You know what I mean? You just gotta be careful with them. You know, that's what it is like.
It's like I wouldn't even say that they're dumb. I think a lot of it is like you just put a fish out of water and then you expect it to walk. I mean, it's like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I think
You're giving women too much credit. You know, it's just, you know, I don't even know why we're talking about it. I actually don't like talking about women. I don't even like talking to women. Period. You know, just I just do it because you know, it's just awkward to be like, oh, I'm just gonna ignore a woman.
I mean, I've learned a
It's good
lot
to
from
be a bit of
women
a
personally.
judge.
I
You know,
mean,
it's good to be. Have you?
I've learned a lot from women. I mean, I think they're a lot. I think they're very honest. I think they're very honest in a lot of ways. You know,
No,
I mean,
I
they're
have.
definitely capable of being dishonest, but when they want to be, they can be very perceptive and honest. You know.
No, I've never really felt that way. You know, I just yeah, I just, you know, just about no, I've never really felt that way. No. No. I think most
Yeah.
women just are dumb, you know, like I just, that's just honest, but you can train them to stop being dumb. But the thing is, after you train them, they don't
Well,
seem
I
to be
mean,
aware of what you
you could
like.
certainly argue that there's a lot that most men are dumb as well. I mean, there's no way
Not
you couldn't
really.
argue that. I mean,
No, not really. You know, even Buddha would agree with me. Like if you read the Pali Canon, you can find some misogynist stuff. You know, I agree with him there. You know what I mean? That's just been my experience. You never see a woman become existential or become you know,
you
reflective
don't
or
think there's a lot of
contemplative.
dumb. You don't think there's a lot of dumb men
There are, yeah,
in
but I'm just saying.
Atlanta, Georgia. I mean, I don't
And
know.
no, I agree with you. I'm just saying, relatively speaking, that percentage-wise, you know what I mean? I'm just saying that, you know, there are some, you know, like Emily Dickinson was a very thoughtful
Well,
woman.
I don't think there's a lot of variation in the intelligence of women. I think women are generally in a certain range. You know, probably
Yeah.
around somewhere between 95 and 105. But I think men have more variance. You know, for sure.
I think men are more expected to confront the dark aspects of life, and they have to be strong in doing so, courageous and valorous when they confront the dark aspects of life. While women tend to be more sheltered from the dark aspects. That's why you have stuff like women taking trips to Morocco and then getting cut up, which is very disturbing, you know what I mean? But at the same time, you know, I asked myself, like, just how dumb did you have to be to think you can go to Morocco and hitchhike alone and be safe? You know what I mean? Especially when you can just read about it and be like, "Oh, this is dangerous." You know, you know that I don't know. There's not much I can do about it. You know, most women are sheltered and too naive and stuff, but at the same time, they can be kind of manipulative and stuff. That's the way I see we're talking about. Boy. Is he talking? I cannot hear it.
No.
Okay, I got you.
Oh, sorry, I had myself muted. No, I said I don't know that I can do much about women women hitchhiking in Morocco. I mean,
people who focus on feminism so much, I don't really enjoy talking to them overall. Like, it's just, I don't know. Like, this is not one of my
is
area of
Twilight
focuses.
talking, by the way? Sorry,
No,
I
I
just
don't think
realized
so.
that.
I don't
Okay, if
think
you Twilight, try to let us know. Let us know if you can't be heard if you're talking or something.
Yeah, I can't hear you. I think you should go and come back. Yeah, I cannot hear you. I mean, it's my side. I don't know. I cannot hear you.
I couldn't hear him either if he was talking.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But Machine, what do you think? I mean, I don't know that I have a lot to add to this. I mean, I'm just saying, like, generally speaking, like, if you can't get control of women, like, don't expect society to move in a positive direction. Again, I'm not saying that, like, that means that, like, all men should have direct control over women. I'm saying, like, generally speaking, good men have to have some sort of control over, like, family situations, like, like, yeah. I just think without that, you're not going to get any. All these other things are just not going to be possible, I would say.
Yo.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I didn't realize Twilight was here. Yo, what's up?
Yeah, what's good, man?
Well, it's too late. There's nothing that can be done. So, for the past 6 weeks, we're talking about the latest, the developments, the updates, and so forth. But honestly, I'm like, guys, we just got to go into the mountains. It's time. It's time to go into the nuclear bunker. It's time to go to New Zealand. It's just time to get a clue. It's getting a little too real, and maybe it's just time to face the music. Maybe it's time to face reality. Okay, this is it.
What have I been reporting the last year and a half that's come out in the news? All these elites have been moving to Patagonia down in South America. They've been moving to New Zealand.
Blue beam.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted you guys to see that clip from Nick Fuentes. I noticed that he was playing that, so I watched that this morning from Twitter, and basically saying, "I told you guys Trump was going to be the Antichrist," and blah blah blah. And so, anyways, go ahead.
Did you see the blue beam shit? Or what
No.
I'm assuming is going to be the blue beam shit. They're all talking about the alien files coming. The alien files
Yeah,
coming.
they've been hinting at that a lot lately, for sure.
Yeah, well, yeah, but it's like matter of fact now. It's like part of some big reveal. It's in the works. It can't be stopped. Yeah.
It's Jewish.
Yeah. Yeah. So. Here, prepare yourself.
Well, so what do you think about women being what you call it? I mean, we were talking about how women and stuff were incapable of whatever, you know what I mean? Governing themselves.
Incapable of what?
Yeah, Avian here had some interesting opinions about women. He said that they need to be educated, dominated, so on and so forth.
We're on this shit again.
Oh, he brought it up. I wasn't the one who brought up the topic. I was just, I mean, if you want to talk about it, I don't really care about the topic. Once I got married is enough. I don't want to think about women as much. But I do think most women, in most traditional cultures were sex segregated. Like, it doesn't make sense for Buddhist monks to meditate in the same hall as women, because in the past they were sex segregated. And, also, I think friendship with women should have been rare. That's my opinion, because, it's not normal in traditional cultures for men to befriend women as much, I mean, that's
But here's the thing is, like, when I go to Thailand, I've been around a lot of Buddhist temples, and there's a an inordinate amount of gay men who abuse people in those temples and stuff like that. So again, I'm not saying that you're right, you're wrong totally, but I'm saying like people are going to gravitate towards
You know, Israel is the
Yeah,
homosexual
that's news
capital
to me.
of the
I never heard of that.
That's a
Israel is the homosexual capital of the world. You know that, right? And they have like a really dour opinion of women. Just putting that out there.
Yeah,
You know.
but let me tell you this.
Um.
That's more of a recent thing, because in the past, men can befriend each other. They go to military and other stuff, and they don't become homosexual. I think that's probably due to pornography or NGOs. NGOs are spread everywhere, and they're like trying to I don't know, make people more tolerant to homosexuals and
well, are
also
you saying that
Well, I
feminism.
mean, I'm
are you
not
saying that
against
Hindu and
anybody.
Buddhist cultures didn't
You know,
have homosexuality
doing.
though? Wait, I
Yeah,
just
no,
want to make sure I
actually,
understand.
I'm saying that the Buddhists were not more homosexual than Christians or even Muslims. You're making a claim that Buddhism had more homosexuals than your culture. So I'm saying not exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's. I don't think that's
How did
necessarily.
we get to this? Like, what the
I don't.
fuck?
I
Yeah.
don't think that's necessarily fair, but I think this is very entertaining, though. Let's continue.
Yeah.
Right. Wait, no, this is an absurd line of questioning.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Mohammed.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
uh,
not as extreme as Evola. Evola was super extreme. Julius Evola actually supported the Indian practice of sati, burning widows at the
Yeah, that's
fire.
pretty hardcore. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
I
I know.
wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far. Like,
That's why there are things about Evola that I like and things I don't like, and that's
but
one of the main ones.
yeah, but I agree. Listen, anti-feminism. I'm not a feminist. I am not
Well,
a feminist.
but wouldn't you say that
I'm not a
there's like
feminist
this?
either. I think
Well,
feminism is terrible. It's toxic as fuck. I believe in true equality.
but wait, but
That's
wait,
the
No,
thing.
Twilight. Wouldn't you say that
no.
like there are these like dark archontic witches and winches that are ruling society to some degree?
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Yes, I tell you that the very top is a female. Yes, I'm the one who says it. I'm the one who fucking. I'm the only one who says it. Who tells you that the very tip top of the fucking Illuminati is female? Everyone thinks I'm crazy, but it's true.
And
Yeah.
that's why they turn their men into eunuchs, and that's kind of why
Yes,
there's
that's what
eunuchs
it is.
running
It's
the
a
society,
ritual.
right?
Yes, it's that's exactly what it is, dude. That's what the transgender shit is all about,
Well,
man.
isn't that what feminism and all this like liberal techno liberalism is really
Yes,
trying to do? Is like trying to
but
create
it's
like a whole
targeting
class
women.
of. Well, I
It's
said earlier that
targeting.
it's really about targeting men, trying to disempower men so they become eunuchs. But yeah,
No, it's it. Like, okay, well, it's both. It's both, but it takes women away from their natural fucking like role. Because I do believe women have roles. Okay, so I'm not a fucking feminist. Okay, I don't believe they should
Yeah,
have like all the role like to just do whatever they want in that sense. In some ways, yes, but in some ways, no. Okay, we have certain strengths and weaknesses, and I think we should fucking go with that. Nature gave us certain propensities, and we should follow that. Equality does not mean the same. People make that mistake. Well, women can do the same thing. No, get the fuck out of here. Women shouldn't go to war. Okay, like their nervous system can't handle it.
well,
It's
that's
just a
why they
fact,
changed the word
right?
equality
Okay.
to equity to confuse people.
Yeah,
But yeah,
yeah. Well, that's bullshit. All right, like no, the majority of women can't fucking do what men do. All right, like that's just how it is, man. Like, so no, I don't believe in all that bullshit. I just think that there's nothing wrong with women having fucking the ability to make up their own mind as long as it's not like you know uh
well,
without some
same
kind
with
of
same with
structure.
men,
I
right?
believe I
Like
believe I believe that women are chaotic, okay, and so like they need to have some kind of structure. But like
but isn't
I
that what
think
they
that if
think
they
about
have that,
Edom?
huh?
So sorry to interrupt you, but isn't that kind of what they think about Edom? And they said that like Lilith is like represents Edom women, like Goyim women, and so like that's why she's evil or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, she wanted equality. That's the thing. Lilith didn't want to be above anybody. Lilith didn't want to dominate anybody. Lilith wanted equality. That's it. That's it.
So does that imply equality of the sexes?
Yes.
No, you know,
True equality, though. Not like I say it's equality, but really it's superiority.
Because the Shekinah, what's the difference between Shekinah and sorry to interrupt you, Avian. Go ahead, but I just want to I'm going to forget
yeah,
between
but
Shekinah
I
and
feel like
Lilith. Yeah.
you're changing the definition of equality, or it's an issue of semantics. Because I do agree with you that all sentient beings have Buddha nature and they're all equal in that regard. But you know, when it comes to political organization, you know, like most ancient cultures, I think it's better to have men in charge of the top political organization. You know, because you know they are better at
Oh no,
organizing.
I think men should lead politics.
Yeah, oh, yeah, okay. Then we're in agreement. We're not in as much disagreement. That's really the main issue at stake here.
No, yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with that, and
Also, do
most
you agree
women
with?
would actually agree with that too until feminism.
Yeah.
Feminism is what fucked everything up.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Yeah. Also, you know, I actually agree, but I want to say one more thing. I feel like sex segregation for like stuff like meditative halls and stuff like that is also important. You know, like I think,
Sure.
yeah,
Well, that comes down
yeah,
more to like concentration and
yeah.
like not being
Because
tempted
you
or
know
whatever.
people do
Fuck.
have pheromones. You know, pheromones and stuff that
Yes.
could go out. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, we're more in agreement then, I guess. You know, I mean, you know, like, I mean, it depends. You know, I mean, the way you're saying is more from the perspective of woman, but it does ultimately reach the same end. I think so. Like, I think so. It converges with what I'm saying. I mean, I would agree
Yeah.
with you. Yeah. I mean,
Well,
that's
see,
the same bigger problems. Yeah.
ancient pagan societies held women in high regard. You know, like that's just a fact. It was always seen that way
I think it
because
depends on the
they were seen
society.
as embodiments of the goddess. Okay, so before everything got fucked up, the problem is that women don't know who the fuck they are anymore. That's the issue. Okay, they've all been hypnotized by the mainstream and shit. Okay, by all the propaganda, and they don't want to actually do what it is they're on the earth to do. That's the issue. Okay, so but I mean, men too. That's the thing, and that's why I'm fair with them because we're fucked up too. We've lost our way too. Um, and so that's really what it comes down to.
Yeah, but I would say that depends on the society because you know the Kalash people who are very ancient Indo-Aryan, they still have retained a very ancient Aryan belief where when women are on their periods, they are kind of sequestered or uh, you know, put in an area apart from men and stuff because they thought the evil spirit was infecting them during the time of menstrual cycle or periods or whatever and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's interesting. It depends on the society, the pagan society. Actually, Northwest Europeans, the pagan ones, they did hold women in high regard, though. That's true. But
that's
the Minoans, though, the Minoans, they actually were matriarchal. But the Northwest Europeans, they were patriarchal, but they still held, they treated women well. But the Minoans, though, in the south of Europe, they were more matriarchal, and they actually had a more like the goddess was more central to them. I think,
yes.
at least from what I read. I
The
mean, there's a lot
Druids,
of
the
specific things.
Egyptians, the Minoans, all of them held the goddess and the woman in high regard.
I don't know about the Persians. The Persians had a more male-oriented society, though, from my experience, from what I've read and stuff. But they
I'm
weren't
talking about
like
further back in time.
like how much back in time, like how back?
Well, I mean, we argue about this, but you talk about the Scythians going back, 3, 4, 500 BC. I say they're going 3, 4,000 BC. You know, um, so that's what I'm talking about. Like
A step
before,
zero.
before, yeah,
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 those guys were male dominated. Those guys were patriarchal as hell, though. Those guys were constantly on their chariots and they were, you know, like constantly fighting with each other. They, you know, stuff like Indra comes from them. Indra from the
yeah,
Vedas. They weren't called Scythians at that time, but Scythians did descend from them. Like I said multiple times, you had like Santashta, you had Sirobenia or something, you had corded ware culture, stuff like that. Those were the Aryans. Initially they were close to Northwest Europeans in
Mytini,
phenotype and stuff like that.
Mytini. Yeah, but I think that
Mytini
it's been
descend
kind
from
of like we've been kind of given a one-sided story too, though. Like I think they weren't as warlike as we're told. I'm not saying they didn't have war, of course, but I don't think it was so much like that they're invading everybody and all this shit. Like I don't buy this. Like it, like the whole idea of like the India story. You know, like it's kind of flat, really. Like if you look into it, it looks more like a migration than an invasion. Like it. So we could talk about that another time. But you have like the Mytini and all that as well. Like there's a lot. Um, they traveled all over the damn place.
Yeah, it's true. That is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But some cultures they influence more than others, because that's why Indians and Iranians speak an Indo-European language, Afghans too. Whereas the
Yeah.
Levantines they speak a Semitic language, that's what it gets down to. Is it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Punjabi is Indo-Aryan too, Indo-European. Punjabi, Indo-European. Stuff like Hebrew is not Indo-European. It's just
No.
what. Yeah. Yeah, but those people initially, before their migrations, they were closer to Northwest Europeans. Like I did say that, that's what the genetic evidence shows. So like stick close to
Right.
that. Yeah. And admixture, they don't really follow an Aryan tradition though, because stuff like when we get down to it, Vedic traditions and Buddhism, those are more Aryan than
Right.
Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. So they are more
Yes.
Aryan. Yeah. So that's weird though. Like like those with the most, because Northwest Europeans have like 50 to 70% Aryan admixture. They actually have more Aryan admixture than Iranians or Tajiks. Tajiks have a lot of Aryan admixture. Tajiks have like 40% Aryan admixture. Iranians have like 15. So Iranians don't have much Aryan admixture. Iranians descend more from Kassites and Manians and probably Elamites too, stuff like that. But they do have like 15% Aryan admixture, not much. The Aryan haplogroups were R1A and R1B and stuff. You can get your population genetics and then compare it to ancient samples and stuff. I was kind of disappointed when I saw I didn't have much Aryan ancestry and Aryan haplogroup and stuff like that, but it's okay. I don't really care that much. I think the Manians were interesting too, stuff like that. I mean, but it would have been nicer. It's probably, I think the steppe admixture, probably the ancient Achaemenids probably had like 30% Aryan ancestry, but probably more steppe shifted. I don't think they were 100% steppe though. No, like not even Northwest Europeans are 100% steppe. They probably were like, I don't know, 30% steppe. That was my argument. So like they were more steppe shifted, like Yaghnobi people. Tajiks and Yaghnobi people, it is true they do tend to be more steppe shifted. I think calling them steppe people makes more sense than Scythian, because Scythians were only one group of steppe people. There were other ones too. There were the Sarmatians were one of them. And then there were the Santashta, I say, which are older than them. Then there's the corded ware and Surubinia, stuff like that.
Right. No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, the ancient Armenians, they had a culture that was highly influential, but no one ever talks about them anymore.
That's
They're
very
called
true.
Eurasians. Have you heard of the Eurasians?
Yes.
Yeah, those are
Yes,
guys.
that's what I was just mentioning is the Mytini.
Mytini are not Eurasian, but they were connected to them. But Eurasians have more people, like, I don't know, like Horo Eurasian people. Those guys were neither Indo-European nor Semitic. They were neither. They were neither Indo-European nor Semitic. They're more connected to the Caucasus. There's something else. Those guys were something else. They were warlike. I think they're probably very warlike people. Like Haldi. Have you heard of the god Haldi?
Yes.
Haldi is a war god. He's a word Haldi. He's one of the chief gods of Eurasia. Here, I put it here.
So I have a question for you guys really quick. I tried to do a article slash research AI paper thing,
Yeah.
and I tried to have it argue that Aryan Christianity. I wanted to argue from that perspective and prove that perspective to study what the arguments actually were, and it completely refused to make the argument. It said,
Of
well,
course
in
not.
order to do that, I'd have to be anti-Semitic because and I tried to say, well, go back into past and history and see if there's any evidence of the claims, redacting the anti-Semitic part of it, and it literally refused to look
Right.
for any evidence of that. And I just want to ask you guys your opinion on that general thing. So when I say Aryan Christianity, I don't mean necessarily what Blavatsky's saying, but I do, because I think that what she's
Right.
alluding to is alluded to in history
God forbid you
from a
believe
certain
anything.
perspective. So I was saying, without Blavatsky, how
Yeah.
would you argue that point, and what would be the counterpoints be from Machine and Avian? Because I know what Trollate's coming from, so
Yeah,
but I wanted to see what you guys would say about that.
Aryan Christianity is kind of like Nestorianism, but not exactly. But they thought that Jesus was like a created being. He was not like they didn't accept
I believe he's
hypostatic
talking about
union.
like white, like you spelled it Aryan, like Aryan and not Arian, right, Neuro?
Correct. Yes, correct.
Yeah, so he's talking about Aryan, like white
Like
people.
Aryan.
But like basically what I'm saying is this: like
not
there were
Nestorians.
there were Canaanite, Phoenician, whatever, quote unquote Jews, aka pagans, in my opinion. And then on the other side, you
They
had
were
this like
Canaanites. Yeah, they were Canaanites,
right,
and they
and then on
split
the other
into
side, you had like
Hyksos, and they split
right,
into Hyksos, they split into Phoenicians, they split into Edomites, they split into. They're all Canaanites, but they split into these different groups. This is biblical. This is in the Bible.
right.
Okay.
So my argument is that there was another group of people.
Israel wasn't just Aryan. Israel was global. Israel had 12 tribes. So the idea is that Jews are considered to be the chosen people of God when really they're one tribe, Judah. Okay? And the other fucking 11 are just like rejected completely. All right? And so what I'm saying and what the Bible
And
is
the tribe of
actually
Judah,
saying,
wait,
if you read it,
but you would say that the tribe of Judah is like basically pantheistic, or I mean, they have like, pagan, or they'd have more than one god. They're polytheistic, essentially, is what I'm trying to say, right?
well, what I'm saying, no, there are some still there are still some true Jews, but it's very rare because like for instance, you go to Israel, dude, and like there's like less people that believe in God than almost any other fucking country. Okay? So this is the thing, all right? Um and yeah, at one point they were polytheistic. So again, this whole idea, and this has to do with like revelation and like prophecy and all that. They rigged it all, man, because what they did is you had Francisco Ribera and all these Jesuits and shit, and they turned the entire Bible prophecy and like the Antichrist and all this type of shit, and they focused it on the Jews when it was always about the church. Okay, they made it like some future like Jewish king or whatever the fuck Jewish priest is going to go in and into the temple and declare itself God or whatever, and Israel's going to build its third temple and all that. This is out of Judaism. It has nothing to do with Christianity at all. Okay, like it has nothing to do with Christianity whatsoever. All right, and so this is the thing. And so they become the super chosen people when the fact of the matter is they're one tribe out of fucking 12, really 13 if you count Dan. Okay, and so what I'm saying and what the Bible actually says, okay, and I could show you a ton of verses, all right, is that Israel was actually global. All right, so Israel is not the same thing as Jew. All right. And so Israel was spread out across the world. All right. And that's basically it, man. Like it's that simple. And a lot of these a lot of the Judites and Dan, which is the 13th tribe, okay, uh became these other tribes I'm talking about, the Hyksos, the Edomites, the so on and so forth. And they're the seed of Cain, which was cursed because they no longer basically their promise was conditional. Okay, it was given to them conditionally, and they didn't you know abide by it. They chose not to it was based in you know actually following God, and they chose not to do that, and so they lost that. But they got everybody mind fucked, okay, into believing that they're the chosen ones, when biblically speaking, no, they're not. Now, as I said, that doesn't mean that there aren't some, okay, but the idea that they're all just by default is nonsense, okay. And this idea of the third temple and all that, that's out of Judaism. It's nothing to do with Christianity whatsoever. All right. So that's what I'm saying. It's a switcheroo to take the fucking eyes off of the church, which has always been antichrist, which has always been the focus. Because the real and then also to make it look like it's gonna be like some kind of like new religion. No. It's gonna be an apostate Christianity. That's the fucking mystery religion. That's the Antichrist system. It is an imposter Christianity that unites everything. That's what it is. Like, yeah. And like I said, it's all biblical, man. I could give you verse after verse after verse after verse after verse after verse. It's all there.
Why trust their account though? 'Cause that's written from their perspective, you know, and everyone's perspective is limited, you know.
It's not though. See, this is the thing. It's not. That's exactly it. They're not the ones who wrote it. They're one tribe. Okay? Just like Jesus wasn't a Jew. Jesus was an Israelite. He was born in Galilee. He was a Galilean. It's not the same thing. This is what they've done. They've mind fucked everybody. Okay? So I'm just saying, for someone who's a Christian, it's worth looking into, because like, because I'm not a Christian in that sense. I do believe there's
Well,
truth in it though.
so
And
so
and
what I'm
I
saying is
I
like so just to make sure, because I know that this is going to end up in a debate to some degree, but so like, what would you say to Orthodox or Catholic or Protestant
come out of there
Christians
my
who
come out of her my people.
no, but what would you say to them to argue that theosophy is not only true, but it's actually speaking to like a deeper history, and like a what would be your evidence, and b, how would you ignore the connections of theosophy to like Kabbalah or stuff like
I
this,
wouldn't use
or
theosophy. I'd use the
Zohar or
Bible.
something?
It's in the Bible. I wouldn't use theosophy if I'm talking to
But
I
you
don't need to.
think
It's in the
but you would say
Bible.
that theosophy is correct, though, to at least to a large degree, right?
I would say that Blavatsky was insightful. I mean, I wouldn't use Blavatsky if I was talking to someone who was religious like that. If
No,
I
but
was
what I'm saying
actually
is like,
trying
do
to
you
get
think
through to
do you,
them,
but do you think there's any evidence independent of the Bible to verify
yeah, I do.
that?
But
Okay,
I wouldn't. But
can you
I
give me an
wouldn't use
example?
it though. I wouldn't use it though.
Yeah, but like, I mean, like, just looking at like the Aeneads or Greek or Roman history
Yeah,
or Near Eastern, like, stuff,
right.
whatever, the Hittites, stuff like that. Like, where would you start to like make the argument that that Jesus was part of the sect that was not Canaanite, essentially?
But he was Galilean, man. It's in the Bible. Like I said, he's from Galilee. Galilee is not part of Judah. Like it's that simple. You know, like, I mean, if you want to get into like the whole, like, they were diversified. I mean, you can go to Israel and you can find that there were people with blonde hair and blue fucking eyes 6,500 years ago. Explain that shit to me, please. Like, dude, you know, uh, we've been fooled. It's that simple.
So do you think the
One thing
Persians
I
and
don't
the
get though
Greeks
is
were blonde hair, blue eyed, or
Huh?
do you think the Persians and the Egyptians and the Greeks were also blonde hair, blue eyed, or
No, I think that we've had a lot of melting fucking pots, and people just don't want to accept it. But that's my own personal view, and I don't push it on anybody else. I think that you go into Ireland, you go into Egypt, and you find fucking people that are definitely, you know, out of place. And this isn't an opinion, this is a fact. All right, like I said, look up the first fucking pharaoh of Ireland.
but
You'll find out
I
they're
guess what I'm
buried in County Meath, fucking Ireland. Explain that
I
shit
guess
to me,
what I'm trying to get
please.
at what I'm
yeah.
trying to
No,
get at
actually,
is
I
like
wanna.
what is the blood libel of the what we call the Jews against Edom? And I guess so that's
Yeah.
what I'm trying. Sorry, go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
Edom
want to
hates
respond
the
to that.
fucking Jews. This is what you got to understand. It's not the Jews. This is what I really want you to understand, dude. The Jews, the real Jews, are fucking are hated by Edom. Okay, this is part of the trick. They fucking despise them. They've always despised them. All right. There are very few actual Jews. They exist, but they're eclipsed. Okay, like I said, Israel is 30% religious. The other 70% are atheists or Sabbateans. Okay, it's
Yeah, let
hard to
me respond.
determine who the hell a
So
Jew
well,
even is
I'm
anymore.
talking about back in like 400 BC to like 0 BC. But okay,
Yes, they've
so
always hated them. That's the point, dude. Look into the Hasmonean dynasty. Okay, look at that in the Bible. Look up the Hasmoneans in the Bible and in history, and you'll see what I'm talking about. This is way before the Khazars. The Khazar shit's another just fucking distraction. They say, oh, it's the Khazars. No, dude, it goes back way further than that. Yeah, that was one, but we don't even really know how many people fucking really converted. We know that that dynasty did. Yeah, okay, sure. So what does that mean that everyone did? Like, there's no evidence of that whatsoever. You know, but the Hasmoneans, the Herodians, you know, they did for sure. Okay, like there was a whole the Maccabee revolt and all that shit. Like it's all there, dude. So this is what I'm saying. All right, they they fucking despise actual Jews, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna respond to something quickly. Yeah, I'll just say it. Let me talk. Central Asia. I don't know. Maybe science is lying or whatever, like the population geneticists or whatever.
Well, when you
This,
understand who's in the
yeah,
control of
yeah,
all that shit,
yeah,
bro,
yeah.
you
But
can
the
look
thing is
into
that.
Epstein. Look, Avian.
But I'm
You
not
can
done
look at the
talking. I'm not
you,
done talking. Like you went on for long. I'm gonna go on. For a bit. The
well, that's
thing
fine. I
is,
just want to say one
yeah,
thing. You can look
yeah,
at the e-files and
okay,
you'll see how academia is connected with all this shit.
yeah,
That's all I'm
okay.
saying.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that academia is actually promoting the white supremacist narrative. It is right now. It is. That's what I'm saying. The white supremacist narrative, the white.
No.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. Why? Let me ask you this. You know that the Vedic tradition is a big deal for the Indians, right? And so, you know, um, the genetics or the population genetics, which could be fake, it shows that there was an Aryan migration, and that does confirm the white supremacist narrative in the sense that Central Asia was a melting pot. Like I'm saying, like there were lots of
Hmm.
intermingling and genetic admixture with like the Yuzhe people or the Yuzhe are connected to Scythians and they are connected to the steppe people. Blah blah blah. I'm saying that kind of stuff. It does confirm, like I mean, if academia was as co-opted by the Jays as you claim, why are they telling us now about all these Aryan migrations and the Indo-Europeans, the Proto-Indo-European, like David Reich's research, for example, or like all those people, I mean, that does confirm the, like the National Socialists and stuff. I mean, also You know, like they are, you know, academia is confirming the National Socialists. That's correct about the Aryan migrations now. You know what I'm trying to say. So I don't think, you know, and another thing is that, you know, but population genetics, I don't know. I don't think the Levant had much Aryan presence. They didn't really have much Aryan presence. You know, they had some influence from the ancient Iranians, you know, with the, you know, Asmodeus and Ashma. You know, Asmodeus was based on Ashma. And you know, the
Yes.
Qumran caves, they had a kind of bridge to the afterlife, you know, and some of the stuff in Qumran bridge does kind of
Mm-hmm.
resemble some Zoroastrian stuff. But yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is that one cannot just pick and choose what to believe that confirms the biases. That's called confirmation bias. You know, if we're gonna stick to the science or whatever, then we should like be more cautious of the claims we make, because it's easy to overextend one's claims. You know what I mean? Because you know, at the end of the day, you know, the ancient world was very diverse. It was very vastly diverse. There's a lot of different.
Right. Well, I agree with that. I don't believe in any supremacy. I believe that the world is more of a fucking melting pot than anyone wants to believe. So I don't believe in any supremacy. I don't believe in any like unified bloodline or whatever the fuck. I don't believe any of that shit.
It wasn't that much of a melting pot, you see, because that's globalist. You know, because if it was
From what
that much
I've
of a
seen, it
melting
really
pot,
is.
if it was that much of a melting pot, what's wrong with all the I don't know, refugees flooding Europe then? Because that's more of a melting pot. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying?
Because
Like,
they're not really refugees, man. If they were actually refugees, it'd be one thing, but they're not. It's a fucking it's a scam. It's a scam.
yeah, I
These
think some
people
parts
are
of the
set
world
up
were.
to cause disorder and chaos. They're not really like refugees. I'm convinced of that. If they were, I wouldn't have a problem with it whatsoever.
Oh wow, that's, you know, yeah. I think some parts of the world were bigger melting pots than others. Other parts not as much,
Yes.
because there's no evidence. I don't think the Levant was as much of a melting
Greece,
pot.
Egypt, like all those
Well,
places, dude, they were major melting
that's
pots,
true.
man.
That's true.
Like,
But
yeah,
but
that's what
not
I'm
with the
saying.
Northern Europes. The Northern Europes were not really in, you know, that much in the Levant. You know, the Northwest Europeans, they were more in Central Asia at that time.
Here's a really quick argument about that, is to say that, like, well, if the Jews,
Yeah.
whoever they are, left and were in captivity in Babylon or whatever and got freed by the Persians
Yes,
or whatever, who was in that place while they were gone, I guess, right? So
yeah.
Yeah.
When they were in captivity, that's when it became Judaism, and they fell away from their original tradition, which Christianity ultimately continued. I have a book written by a rabbi that gets into this called "The Two Powers in Heaven," where it actually shows that there was this idea of a polarity of God that existed before. So this is why I say that Judaism is an AD religion. It's a restructuring after the captivity. So this idea that Judaism is ancient is bullshit.
I mean, that kind of pattern occurs everywhere, though. Like when the Indo-Europeans spread their traditions into Central Asia, Zoroastrianism evolved the reformation of the uh,
Yes,
prior step beliefs and stuff.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. I agree. And Zoroastrianism got twisted when it was like originally like a philosophy, and and then you have like the Magian order and all of that, which was really robust, I think. But yeah, because that's like the Gnostic, like pretty much Gnostic, honestly. Like once you strip away the priesthood and all that, like before it got codified into law, because you had, as I said before, Ahriman and Ahura Mazda were not like fighting each other. It was a necessary conflict that existed within nature itself, that was meant to renew, for things to renew and regenerate themselves. Like Ahriman was like the constrainer, and Ahura Mazda was, what allowed things to grow, and there was just like this tension,
I think
but
initially it was more about mentality, you know, it was about
that too.
intention. If you read the Gathas, you know,
Right.
Yasna 3.3, spent menu translates into both spirit and mentality. You know,
Right,
that's it. So,
right. And I
but they
think that
still,
influenced the Vedic eventually, ultimately. Um, you know, so there's a lot of like back and forth with that.
yeah. One thing
Some
I
people
don't
say the
get is,
Vedic is older, but I actually I'm not convinced of that. At one time I was, but I'm not convinced. I think that the tradition that existed before Zoroastrianism is much older.
one thing I don't get though is, um, you are you were initially talking about calorically planned, correct? And you know,
Yeah.
we see lots of evidence.
When they
So,
openly talk about it, they openly
but now
talk,
you
and
say
this is what
the
I'm talking about. This is exact. That's I'm glad you mentioned that
yeah,
because
yeah,
this
yeah. I'm
is
not done
exactly what I'm
talking.
talking about.
Yeah,
These
I'm not
people
done
are not.
talking.
They're not like organic migrations or refugees or whatever the fuck. This is set up.
Yeah, I agree, but yeah, I'm saying that you're saying the whole world was a global melting pot.
Not the
And
whole world, but a lot of places.
yeah, a lot of places were. That's what I was saying. Yeah,
Yeah.
lots of places were, but not the whole world. though. Yeah,
No, not the whole.
yeah,
No,
yeah, yeah,
no. Of course not.
yeah.
No, I'm not saying that.
Mm. Well, well, okay then. I guess so. But you say you were okay with melting pots, so you did
Yeah,
say
no, I am when they're organic.
no,
I've
yeah.
never had issue with anybody. Like never, never. So it would be kind of hypocritical if I did.
Well, technically, the Levant during the time of Christianity was a melting pot of like Greece and Egypt. That's
Yeah.
true, but not of the Aryan people, the steppe people, because there's no evidence of that. There weren't many steppe people in the Levant at that time. That's true, though. Like I've talked to a lot of people or read what they say, like like I don't know, like far right people, and they acknowledge that too. There's no evidence the Levant had much Aryan influence. So that's true. Like Baltic Scandinavian people, their beliefs are very close to the initial waves of the Aryans and stuff. They were just close to corded ware culture, stuff like that. I mean, Survive the Jive acknowledges that stuff too. Survive the Jive is better than Astral Logos because Survive the Jive sticks closer to the sources and stuff. You know, I mean, when it comes to terms of scholarliness, so I would agree he's better, even though he's kind of can be kind of mean. At least he sticks close to the sources. At least the thing is, when one looks at the evidence and looks at reality, you gotta separate your emotions from pure objectivity and stuff. That's what you gotta do. Yeah, another thing about giants and stuff like I was thinking about it. I think that it is spiritually significant that people were close to Northwest Europeans because when you read the early Vedas and the Upanishad, it says that Indra had blue eyes and he had golden skin and stuff in the sun.
Yes.
And stuff. Yeah, and so you know, saying that the Hinduism or Vendetta it had a tremendous influence from these white-looking people from the steppes. That a lot of Indians are against that. They claim it's a
Right.
fascination and blah blah blah, and then they become Indian nationalists. But unless there's a conspiracy from the scientific institutions, they're wrong. I mean, there were like white steppe people. Unless the scientists are lying. You see what I'm saying? So I disagree
Hmm.
with on that. I did some more thinking on it. It's it's kind of important that you know, yeah, yeah. So a lot of Indians are having identity crises too. But the difference between me is that I came from a scientific background, so I have some more trust in the scientific institutions. But at the same time, I do have some doubts occasionally. So I don't know. But
I
in
think
general,
that's I think that's healthy. I think that's fair. I'm not saying everybody is lying. It's just that you have to be careful because some people are paid to, you know, push certain narratives and exclude others. Just like they want to make the Vikings, totally different than what they really were. You know,
Yeah, there were
let's,
no
let's
black
not let's
boxes.
not forget that. Let's you know. So
Yeah, 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 yeah.
it's just, you know,
The thing is, those guys are like media companies, and they're like, I don't know, liberals or whatever. They're
it
not actual
starts there.
scientists. Yes, that's it.
It starts there, though.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they wanted to change like all of American history and like cancel it, and I mean, they have all kinds of crazy shit that they're trying to do. Like,
You really think science is fake and gay? Like they're hiding the true history of mankind and stuff like that? Like,
no, I don't think it's fake and gay. I just think that there are certain people that have certain narratives that they've spent a lot of money on, um, and you know, they would do best to keep those narratives alive. I mean, like the Big Bang, like evolution, like whatever. Like a lot of this stuff is based in is based in philosophy. It's not really science, as in the scientific method. Um, Darwin was part of the Royal Society, which is what was called the Lunar Society before that. It's literally a secret society. You know, so I just think there's some questionable there's 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 some questionable ideas. Uh, I don't think that everyone is trying to deceive you. It's just a matter of at the top, who decides what papers are published. Who decides what books are published, who owns those publishing houses. It's stuff like that. It's more subtle.
yeah, I
Uh,
see what you say. But don't
and
you think?
even more so, the biggest thing is what ideas are not allowed. You know, um, I think that's one of the biggest things. I just think it's a good idea to look into ideas that are more suppressed, and then not just be like, oh well, they're suppressed, so they must be true. But look, why are they suppressed? Look, that's what I would say. Uh,
Yeah,
because
but don't you
sometimes,
think that when all narratives are suspect, like, because you can dig through any narrative and then, be like, oh, this comes from this institution or it comes from these scriptures or blah blah blah. These people have a vested
right?
interest in these narratives being true. So then, don't you think there's an issue with confirmation bias when picking and choosing narratives? You see what I'm trying to say? That's what
It
I'm
can
trying to
be.
get at.
There can be.
Yeah,
Yeah. No, I agree. There can be.
yeah, yeah. I see what you mean.
There
Yeah, I
can be.
guess this is my issue with the occult, generally speaking, because I feel like, with Parmenidean being, because TML talks a lot about Parmenides, which is atemporal. I think only awakening to your true spirit is the highest form of knowing. Your true spirit is like
Right.
pure awareness where
Yes.
is like pure possibility. Because at the end of the day, we cannot know for certain what happened in the past. We have to like reconstruct it based on
Right.
what we're being fed, and that's always uh suspect. You can always I don't know deconstruct it in some way or form. I'm trying to say, but yeah, I
Hmm.
guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. No. No. I agree. Yeah, we're ultimately guessing with almost everything in some way or another.
For example, let me make a point. I don't know if Iran, like in a deeper level, I've looked into people's arguments. It is possible that Iran could be in on the whole thing. It's possible, but that doesn't mean that it's true, though. Like, or maybe
Iran
there's,
wouldn't be on it though. See, that's the thing.
yeah,
It's
I,
not
I don't know.
Iran that would be in on it. It would be the secret societies that fucking control all this shit. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Just like it's not America. Like it's not America. America's not doing this shit because these people because they're doing things that are catastrophic to themselves. So it's like, well, why would they do that? Well, they wouldn't on the surface. But when you understand that these people they're not loyal to any country, any religion, any, you know what I'm saying? Like that, that's what it comes down to. You're talking about Jesuits. These people are chameleons. They're not loyal to anything or anyone, and so that's really what you're talking about.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is deeper, like you see, ultimately I have to read some stuff, I get like news outlets or even non-mainstream sources. If the synarchy or the Jesuits or whatever, they have like that much power, they're gonna be working
They
to
do.
suppress the truth,
When-
to suppress the truth. So then when I read something, how can I know for myself whether it's true or false? Because I have to go off on a gut instinct, or intuition, basically, ultimately. But I feel like intuition can be unreliable a lot of times, unless it's like a philosophical intuition. Like, that's different, like a more philosophical intuition that maybe more Parmenidean or something like that. That's different. But when I look at history and what's happening in mankind, it feels truly chaotic. It's really hard to piece together
Mhm.
what's really going on. I'm trying to say, especially with mankind's past. I don't know what's true about mankind's past. Like that's what I feel like. That's why I like Buddhism more than. I'm not trying to bash anyone here, but then like Abrahamic traditions. Abrahamic traditions rely on revelation, and the revelation is recorded, and that recording relies on trusting their account of events that transpired. You know what I mean? So the events transpired, and I'm trusting them about how they transpired. You see what I mean?
Right.
And then yeah. But the thing is, when it comes to Buddhism, only thing I have to trust is
Is
my own
yourself. Right.
capacity for
No, I
liberation.
agree with you there.
Yeah, my own capacity for liberation. You know, you know, I can respect what you say about Jesus, like the way you interpret him. I can respect it at least more than some other people I've talked to. But ultimately, I cannot place my trust in him. You see what I mean? Because
Right.
he's not. I only place trust in the capacity of my own mind or spirit or awakening to like the Parmenidean being. You see what I mean? I think Parmenides' being is better than Heraclitus because being or the pure awareness, I do think that is atemporal. You see what I mean? So that's what I lean towards now.
Right.
Just keep things very, very simple. You know what I mean? That's what I like to do. Very simple. Like you either awaken to the being or you don't. And I do think if you awaken to it, you can end rebirth or something. But I do think rebirth is occurring right now. Actually, it's like just a causal continuum, an experiential continuity. And I don't think that continuity ends when we die, though. But I don't know, it's an assumption to think it ends. But I don't know. I'm getting kind of off on a tangent. But my point is that this is like postmodern, stuff we're getting into. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, you told me the mythologies record ancient events accurately. How can I know that for sure, though? Like,
I think so.
yeah, but
I
how
think
can I
so.
know? Like, how can I know? So, like I mean, like, how can I know?
There's
Like,
so much. There's so much. It's ubiquitous. It's ubiquitous. And for the simple fact that they say all this shit isn't true, and then the more time goes by, the more stuff they find in mythology that is in fact true. And it's just like, okay, well, how many things that are mythologically, fiction, or do they have to discover before it's like, okay, maybe there's something to this? I actually think that our ancestors were not fucking stupid. I think they weren't just bored and didn't have TV. And I think that they were actually navigating and documenting what the hell it is they actually experienced. That's why. Because I think that this postmodern, like atheist idea that, our ancestors were just fucking stupid and just telling stories, I think is nonsense. I think if it was important enough for them to write down, that there was a reason. Now, I also believe that the shit's written in code, and they understood the code at the time, and we've kind of lost it. All right, but like you have what's like Troy, right? That was a myth. Darren Kuyu was a myth. They found it. Okay, like Dwarka is a myth. They found it. Like there's just too much you have like vitrified glass and shit in certain places. There's evidence of like advanced weaponry that's been used throughout time. They're like you could look at like the fucking Vimanas, and you could build something that actually flies. Like there's just too much. It's like, oh well, this is all fantasy. Like, no, dude, no. You can't like. There's a difference between having an imagination and coming up with like incredibly complicated ideas that just so happen to be accurate. Like, no, that's not possible, dude. Like, you can't. It's kind of like when they say that like psychedelics are just hallucinations. Okay, well, here's the thing. You can hallucinate things. Your imagination is incredibly powerful, yes, but you can't hallucinate concepts that your brain has no fucking reference to. Okay, like, and then everyone has the same. Everyone has the same concepts. Like, it's not possible, dude. Like, there's something real there. Okay, so that's what I'm saying is like there's way too many things that have occurred in mythology, supposedly, that can be verified to have actually occurred. And the more time goes by, the more we find it. And so that's why.
The thing is that, yeah, I see your point, but I have read some mythology, but I don't really, where are the magical spirits? Where is the magic, or where are the
That's
giants, or
well, the
like
giants
why
do
don't we see?
exist.
Yeah, but why don't we see them now? Like I
They
don't know,
were
like
covered up. The giants were covered up. The Smithsonian had tons of articles about giants, and they
yeah,
had
but why
actual
aren't people
giant
filming
bones.
them? So, film the giants instead of relying on sensationalizing media. Why don't I see people like finding them or whatever and filming them and putting it
That's
on
something
YouTube?
that's deliberately been covered up. We're talking about the difference between something being, just like pushed to the side and actually being covered up. That has actually been covered up. You can look into this. It's not even really like that secret. Like they absolutely covered giants and all that shit up. We still have like elongated skulls and all that. Look into Paracas. Look into like Sardinia. There was like a fucking graveyard of giants. Like they're all over. You have like these dolmens and shit, where they had like giant graves. They were immense. No, they most definitely exist. They most definitely exist.
Yeah. I mean, like, can you like get the evidence for me so I can look into it more? Like, uh, I don't know if they exist or not. I can't tell.
I mean, yeah, there's like I said, I mean, it's not even really that hidden.
Yeah, I think it's like a megalith and
Yeah.
uh,
I mean,
but
it also makes a lot
really
more
impressive.
sense of how the fuck these megaliths were built. I mean, how do you think this shit was built? Some of this stuff, 50, 100, 1,000 tons, 1,000 tons. We're talking over 1,000,000 pounds, like aligned with advanced mathematics and archaeoastronomy and all this shit. Well, supposedly we didn't even have the fucking wheel. Like how? How? Like it doesn't make any damn sense. So this is what I'm saying. The idea that our ancestors were just fucking like cavemen and didn't know anything and were just like wanted to entertain themselves is complete nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah, but I mean, for example, I read different examples of how they could have built the pyramids. They could have used a certain extinct animal or some advanced trolley system, and maybe the ancient people they had better understanding of the stars. They used certain advanced equipment, but the giants though, and dragons too, like uh, they're covering this up, and they're spending a lot of effort, exerting a lot of effort to hide this evidence. Uh, you know, yeah, but you know, why don't we see any of them anymore? Like, where are the dragons? Where are the giants? Like, if they were this widespread and this dense, you know, to create like all these stuff, these megaliths or whatever. You know, I don't see it. Like I don't know. Like there could be alternative explanations. Is what I'm saying. I mean, what I'm saying is I have no like frame of reference anymore to figure out what's true. Like trusting unthinkably one's own interpretations of various mythologies, or I don't know, the events. I don't know, or the ancient mythology. I don't know. Like I don't know what's the proper course. Like for example, why don't I see an angel just come down and like make themselves evident during these disastrous times, so that way people can go on the right path or something? Why
Well,
why why does it seem like if monergism were true, or the like sovereign will of God, and considering how much people have gone astray, why aren't there any divine signs anymore or something? Like, you get what I'm trying to say? Like
well, when you're talking about like other beings and all of that, like dragons and whatever, these are misinterpretations of things that either occurred like within the astral plane, is my take, or they are just completely misunderstood. Some of it I believe is technology, and some of it I believe is like actual natural events. So if you get into what's called catastrophism, okay, it's the idea that there's been multiple catastrophes that have occurred on the earth, and a lot of those catastrophes shaped a lot of myths and a lot of the so-called like judgments of God and all that. Probably the idea of hell maybe even came out of this, um, where essentially the earth was like split in two. There was like a pole shift, um, and you had like volcanoes and tsunamis and as I said, like pole shifts, and like I'm not talking about minor shit. I'm talking about like a fucking civilization ending cataclysm. Okay, and you see comets. You see a comet falling from the sky. It literally has like what looks like a fucking serpent. Like the tail of a comet looks like a fucking serpent in the sky. Okay, so like a lot of this comes from natural occurrences that were misunderstood. There's like a whole series of books about this actually. Um, you know, when everything is when the earth is legitimately crumbling underneath your feet, okay, and you don't know what the fuck is going on, and you have no way of contacting your relatives, and there's fire coming from the sky, and you know, uh, large land masses being thrown thousands of miles away, and tsunamis like and this is the thing, you can find this in literally every single mythology on earth, that there's some kind of cataclysm, but we're supposed to believe like no, it's all made up. Like, no, it fucking happened, man. It happens, okay.
yeah,
And so
yeah, can I respond? Yeah. Basically, though, the thing is, though, like I saw a video where there was a special creationist, and they were looking at Grand Canyon. He thought it was due to a massive flood, but the archaeologist, or the geologist, my bad, he was a geologist, he claimed it was due to gradualism. But it is true that catastrophism is true too, like catastrophes happen like from volcanoes or floods
yes.
and earthquakes. But my point, the question I'm asking though, is that depending on one's interpretive lens or one's theoretical background, it does kind of color how they interpret things or infer things. But
Well, that's
my
very
question
important.
is like like you said, like evolution is a psyop, for example. My
Darwinian
background,
evolution.
huh?
Darwinian evolution.
Yeah,
We talked
Darwinian.
about this.
Yeah, but Darwinian is rejected by most scientists now. Actually, is kind of, you know, modern synthesis is kind of different. So I think extended synthesis is different too. That makes more sense. Third way has some good arguments. You know, maybe you can relate that to plasma physics and stuff like that. And
Right.
plasma could have a kind of mentality to it. But you see, that kind of stuff doesn't like threaten the entire edifice or the, I don't know, the structure of science. You know, like I don't know. Like I don't know. It's possible we're being lied to about a lot of things. You know, I agree with that. You know, 2019 was a big lie. You know, that's due more to
Well,
the
think how
medical
much
side.
we've been lied to. Like, just look at how much we've been lied to already that you can like confirm.
Yeah, I have science. I'm focusing on science right now, not politics. So I'm not focusing on politics. You know, right now. Yeah, I'm thinking about science. I
It's
think
not just
that
politics. What do you call trust the science in 2020? What's that?
yeah, the thing is that
Okay,
yeah, no,
I
no,
think
I
we're
know what
lied
I'm
to
talking
about
about.
everything, man.
No, no. Let me explain. Let me explain though, because you know my background is in science, and I can explain. See, the thing about science is that metaphysics is unfalsifiable, and you know, depending on your metaphysical assumptions, one interprets the science differently. Like, let's say you believe
Sure.
mind is the basis of reality. That does not contradict
Yes.
anything in science. You know, like Schrodinger, he was an idealist. He was into Advaita, and you know, I
Yes.
think even you know David Bohm, stuff like that. Those guys are still closer to the scientific method than, let's say, I don't know, someone like Rocky or someone who believes in, like, I don't know, the Genesis story and believes in the special creation. You see what I'm saying? Special creation
Mhm.
does not fit into scientific worldview. You see what I'm trying to say?
Right.
And yeah, but you know, maybe you know, it's it's difficult what I'm trying to say, but the point I'm making is that I think the medical establishment should be considered separate from science too. That's applied science. You know, applied science. You know, big pharma is real. Big pharma is a real problem. I shouldn't talk about it much. You know, big pharma
Right.
is real, and they're very corrupt, and they're like trying to make people more reliant and dependent on them,
Yes.
like that. Yeah. Yeah, but when it comes to stuff like giants or like I don't know, like ancient civilizations, you know, I don't know, like you know, like I just if you can get the evidence for me, I'll read it like or something like I don't know like
Well, look at Troy. Look at Dwarka. Look at these places that supposedly didn't exist. Look at Gobekli Tepe. Look at they're finding new places all the time. And the fact of the matter is, I don't think they're finding anything. I think they've always known about this. At least the people at the top. Maybe not the main, whatever. But like, how many places do they need to find before everyone's like, hey, maybe there's more to this here? Like they've had the same. Like here's the thing, they've had the same idea, okay, since the 19th century. They haven't moved from them. This is one thing I don't think people understand. Okay, they've had these same baked ideas from the fucking 19th and early 20th century to now. They haven't updated it.
yeah, but you gotta realize the ancient Aryans, you know, and even I think some of them, you know, some groups they thought the Earth was flat. You know, they didn't think it
Yeah,
was round.
well,
Yeah, you know, like see what I'm trying to say? If these people were as advanced as you're claiming, why didn't they know the Earth was round? You know, like only a few ancient Greeks knew that. You see what I'm trying to say? I don't think they were. I think they were stupid then, and they're stupid. I think mankind, on average, across the whole world, has always been kind of stupid.
on average,
Unfortunately,
maybe. But the
yeah, on
people that
average.
are doing archaeoastronomy and advanced mathematics and geometry clearly weren't.
Yeah, I mean that in a more spiritual sense. Like I don't know. Let's ignore that. I kind of was going on a tangent, but I mean in the sense that if these people were knew as much as you claim, then why did they not know the Earth was round? That's what I think.
What makes you think they didn't? Again, if they're mapping stars and constellations and putting in advanced mathematics and geometry into their structures, how the hell are they not?
Well, actually, they thought that a lot of the mythologies they thought the Earth was flat and there was a wood tree in the middle, stuff like that. You know,
That's
that's
symbolism. That's not
yeah.
literal.
You see, this is the problem with picking and choosing, you know, because, you know, how do we know took that as symbolism, or they took it as a literal brute fact. Maybe giants were symbolism too. I mean, you see what I'm trying to say? It's kind of
No,
difficult.
no, giants weren't symbolism.
I see it. Like, how can you tell? Like, I don't get it.
Because there's actual giant bones. I told you.
Yeah, yeah, I want to see those. Like, if you can get those and send it to me or Discord, I'll look into it more. Like, I think that would be
Okay.
freaking big. Yeah, like I don't know. Maybe, yeah, I guess that would be weird though. I mean, if it were true and they're really hiding it, that is a big deal. You know what I mean? Like, if they are hiding giants, and so like, I
Yeah.
will say that, yeah. But I am kind of, I don't know, skeptical. Like, I wouldn't say I'm completely
I don't
off
blame you.
put from it. I'm not completely off put from it, but I'm just skeptical of it. You know, like also when you say giants, like how big are we talking about here? Like how big?
Well, I've heard all kinds of claims, but I know for sure that at least 9 feet. I've heard much larger, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so I
I
can't
don't think
say.
those are really giants. So 12 feet or 9 feet. That's not really a giant. I would say more
How is
like,
that not a giant? Who the hell is 12 feet tall?
yeah. Actually, some scientists do say there were people that were like 10 feet and stuff. They do say that. Yeah, that's not a giant. A giant is like freaking 40 feet or something.
No,
Yeah.
that's like fairy tale shit. Like
Yeah,
no.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, the scientists actually they do say they were giants, but to me that's not really a giant. So that's just it's not really a giant to me personally. You know, it's like in Elden Ring, you come across people that are like freaking 40 feet, 30
Yeah, the
feet.
shorties got him.
Yes.
I
Yeah, it's like,
mean, you're not gonna find too many people that are 9 feet, bro. 7,
yeah.
sure. 8, 9
But
feet, like no, bro.
yeah, there are scientists who accept there were 9 feet to 12 feet people. I've seen them and stuff. I mean that to me that's
Okay,
not
well there you go then.
Yeah,
it's
hundreds
like
of shorties got together and got rid of
You're
them.
just like
Basically.
you're just expecting them to be like skyscrapers. Now there are claims of that, but I haven't seen it myself.
yeah, but how does that disprove evolution though? Because that's still possible via evolution, like
I
9 feet.
think Darwinian evolution is a lie. I didn't say
Okay.
evolution was a lie.
Yeah, I got you.
We agree on evolution.
Yeah. Yeah,
We talked about it.
Hyperborean does not. He's more into the involution club. The involution.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess there were giants then. If you're saying they're 9 to 12 feet, I agree
Yeah,
with that.
yeah. I'm not
Yeah.
saying they're like 50 feet tall. No. I've heard claims of that, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. So I can't say for sure. Maybe there was, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, there was a cannibalistic. I think they were probably cannibals, to be honest. They're the cannibalistic, giants they found in South America and stuff. I remember reading about them and stuff.
Yeah.
They were like 8 feet or something, or 9 feet. Yeah, they're probably very, very big people. But 9 feet is still kind of small, though. It's like, I know people who are like 6'3", and that's only like just 3 inches or 4 inches above
Yeah,
them.
but I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot, but like
Yeah.
when you actually they've done like the like the reconstruction, and when you actually see the reconstruction, like it's a lot. It's more than it sounds. Because I was like, well, that's not really that much. Because I kind of felt the same way you did. But like when you actually see, like it is. It's more than you think. I mean,
Yeah, you get
granted,
like
like
you get like 3 or 4 like of the Homo floresiensis. You
yeah,
could take
bro.
down one of those giant guys for no problem.
Yeah.
So let me see. Why do you think they're hiding this stuff? Because I do think this is more believable if they're like 9 foot to 12 foot. But it does seem like
Yeah.
they maybe hide that. Like,
Yeah,
why
that's
do you
what I'm
think they're
saying.
hiding?
I mean, they could be bigger, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Like I said, there's some that say they're up to like 30 some feet, but I haven't seen it. Uh, you know.
Yeah, it does seem like there were, now that I'm looking into it more, it does seem there were more scientists in the past saying that they found like 9 foot to 12 foot tall
Yes.
skeleton. Yeah, and they are
Right.
suppressing. I wonder why, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
because it destroys the current narrative, man. Because like, okay, like you had like Descartes and people like that essentially got rid of any supernaturalism
Yeah,
within the
you get an
world.
8 foot guy, like a few of us could take him down. But if you get a fucking fucking 12-foot guy, good lord, that's gonna be a problem. A slap
Yeah,
on that guy's gonna fucking hurt in the morning for
yeah,
sure.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it does seem this Smithsonian Institute could be hiding it. I see what you're saying now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I'm not saying they're like 50 feet, man. If I had known that from the beginning, I would have made that clear.
So maybe. So you think all these fossils they could be faked and stuff, like for dinosaurs and stuff, or you think?
I don't think the fossils are fake. I think the fact that they know what the dinosaurs look like is bullshit. I think they're like guessing. I think they have a certain agenda. I don't think they actually fucking know. I mean, some of the fossils are probably fake. I mean, they've faked like fucking different hominids. They've taken like animal bones and like mixed it with human bones and been like, we found a new hominid, and it's like literally bullshit. And they've been caught doing it. So I mean, yeah, I'm sure some of it is, but yeah, like I'm suspicious of the shit. But then at the same time, like I've also seen like what appeared to be dinosaur fucking footprints next to human footprints. So it's like, okay. And there's like sketches of like a dinosaur like on a fucking like cave wall and shit. And it's like, well, how did they know what the fuck it looked like? If supposedly only 100 years ago they discovered like what the fuck these look like. And this is like thousands of years ago. And there's a fucking sketching of a dinosaur, like of what they look like in modern times. So what's that about? So I don't know. I go back and forth on it. And then they're like constantly changing like what the dinosaurs actually look like. They're like, well, they probably had feathers. It's like, well, now it's like, okay, like what the fuck? Because like if you look at it, like they're constantly changing like what they actually look like. So I think it's more like disinformation than like completely making it up. And probably like lying about when they were. And I think that like the people that are discovering the shit are being lied to just as much as anybody else. I'm not really sure on it. I just think that what we're being told, kind of like with aliens, is bullshit. So it's not that it doesn't exist. It's just like we're not really being told the truth about it. Kind of like I think that most like UFOs and all that is like created by man. Like it's like advanced technology that's being hidden more so than like something coming from another fucking planet.
Yeah, but when we get down to it, uh, like if the science is like making up all this bullshit about fossils, like, but I've read the studies and stuff. I was convinced, but ultimately that relies on my trust. And when I lose my trust, though, I do. It is possible they are faking stuff, but what I'm saying is that we can't trust anything from science, and like almost anything. Like I don't know, like even the Aryan stuff or whatever, all of that could be fake. I mean, how do
Yeah,
we
I
know?
think you can generally trust something about empiricism, but you can't like really trust the models that they've
There you
shown.
go. That's what. Trust the raw data, Avian. Trust the raw fucking data and make your own conclusions. Like
Yeah.
that's what I say, man. Like I'm not saying that you
There is
have like
something, yeah. Yeah, there's something to be said for the empirical method. Sometimes that's the only way to get us some information about things, but
Yeah, let me say
it's
something though.
limited.
That's actually a good response. Well, when I look at like let's say the similarities between the genome of chimps and humans. Okay, like mentioned this multiple times. Like in human chromosome 2, you see a fusion scar, and that fusion scar is why we have I think
Yeah.
46 chromosomes, and why chimps have 48 chromosomes.
Yeah,
Maybe
but
I
I was
got
on
the mix.
NPC and there was a guy literally arguing that literally means that the Anunnaki created us because of the
for
fusion
sure.
scar.
For
The
sure, bro.
fusion scar. Yeah,
So
that's
just because you
possible.
have this piece of evidence, there's alternative explanations for how it got to that point.
I actually agree with that. I was gonna list the alternative explanation. One of them is that chimps or bonobos, they could be degenerated humans. That's what Evola argues. He argues that chimps and bonobos are degenerated humans. and that leads more to involution.
That's
The
what
other
the
one is
Talmud says.
yeah. And
The Talmud
the
says
other
that
possibility
that
is
monkeys are altered human beings. No shit. Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
that,
Yeah. Well, the
that's
Quran actually says that that Allah turned the Jews into pigs and monkeys.
That's based.
yeah, that's one possibility. You know, another possibility is that
I think that's
evolution
true.
is true, but you can
That's
also
true.
add stuff to evolution, like maybe like divine beings came down and they mixed with humans, or they
Uh-oh.
genetically tampered them. They
I thought
tampered
you
them.
said that there were no divine beings. Or you want to call them divine. I mean, I would call them just like fucking advanced human beings, but whatever. I
Yeah,
actually think that is probably possible. I don't think
yeah,
they're divine. I think they're just like us. I think they're advanced, technologically advanced fucking humans who had the ability to travel. Like I think so.
yeah. I mean, that's. I'm just saying. I'm just listing possibilities.
Like if you want to talk about like reptilians and this type of shit, like I don't think they're like something that came from somewhere else. I think they're genetic experiments that happened on Earth. If you really want to go like far out into speculation, I'm speculating. But I'm saying
Yeah,
like a lot
yeah,
of people have seen these things, okay? And speculating, okay, just speculating. I can't prove this shit, okay? But enough people have said that they've seen these fucking things. I think they're fucking genetic experiments that have occurred on Earth. I don't think they're from any other planet.
yeah. But what I'm gonna say is that you know, let me make this clear. There's actually something I wanted to say. Like I say about the round Earth and stuff. Maybe Earth is flat and NASA is lying to us because
For sure.
NASA. There's a lot of fishy stuff about NASA too.
Oh
But
yeah.
yeah, but I don't know. You see, what I'm trying to say is that who do you trust in this day and age? I think it just comes down to gut instinct or something. Like, what I'm trying to say, like like for example, Robert Temple. You know what I mean? All of that
I like
assumes
it.
Earth. Yeah, that assumes the Earth is round and space exists, but
Yes.
it's 99% plasma, right? That's
Yes.
still closer to the science model. You know what I mean? So like I said, this is true. You can look at the mythologies I have. Most of the ancient people, most of them, not all of them, they did not know the Earth was round. They didn't know that. I mean, it's true. They didn't know. Most people thought the Earth was flat in ancient times. That's kind of the truth. But what I'm trying to get at is that when you speculate a lot and you try to be impartial, you can see certain alternatives as I don't know, plausible, but
Yeah. Yeah. Like for example, like
there's
what caused the ice age? Like was it a
yeah.
comet that hit
Oh.
the Earth?
Yeah, see, this is where
Some shit like that. Because
that's something I've gone really deep into. How long was the ice age? That's my question. And I think it was very short compared to what we're told. I think it was 5 minutes long in geological time. That doesn't mean it was literally 5 minutes long. I mean, I think it was probably like a few centuries or something. And I think the reason why they want you to think it was millions and millions and millions of years is because they don't want you to know that there was like all kinds of activity that was happening in that time.
And one thing I think is interesting though is that like I remember once asking you, Twilight, what do you think happens after we die? And you said nothing though, because I think what happens after we die is probably the most important question. I'm not sure if you changed your views about that and stuff. Like, what do you lean towards and
Well, I
stuff?
don't believe in death. That's why I say nothing. So
Oh, I
I'm kind of
see.
being a smartass.
Yeah, I
Because,
see.
like, to have an afterlife, life has to die. Life
Yeah.
doesn't die. Life is life, okay? Death is death. So it's like, you know, I don't believe that we lose this form. Our body decays, of course, but ultimately we're awareness, we're pure awareness, as we've talked about. Um, and so I don't believe that can be destroyed.
Yeah. Do you think rebirth is true, or a day of
Yes.
judgment, or a day of judgment kind of stuff? Because the
No, I
Christians.
don't. I reject that.
Oh, you reject it. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, but you see, in Islam and Christianity, I think Day of Judgment is central to their beliefs, though.
Yes, yes. And the idea of hell was actually a 6th century invention. The original understanding was actually annihilation. And so
Yeah, but
basically,
like
like, you
they'll
die and
disagree.
God judges you, and you're just like destroyed, almost like Mortal Kombat.
There's Jews who don't believe in hell. There's a bunch of
Yeah.
other ideas like where like
But they're not even religious anymore, dude. Most of them.
yeah, where like like basically the Orthodox Christians, they say there's no such thing as evil and they claim that hell is separation from God. And so they say that
I
hell
would
isn't
agree with
actually
that.
a physical place, right? Whereas in
Yeah.
Islam and certain other places, right, they would actually say, well, it is a physical place, but some Muslims are certain people would argue that it's not like a place that is not here.
Right.
Right? Like it's basically like spiritually like hell and heaven exist on the same plane of existence.
Right.
Right?
Yeah,
So
no, I would agree with that. Yeah, no,
so
it's a perceptual thing. It's
so
like
there's
what.
many different there's many different like
Yeah,
ideas
yeah.
about
So I have like two different views on it. Okay, part of me rejects it entirely. There's another part of me that thinks that if you actually believe, like okay, like if you die with like a bunch of regret and a bunch of fucking like guilt and shit, like you might have to face that, and you could call that judgment. You know, the fact that like you've done like terrible fucking things, and now
Yeah.
you have to kind of like face that. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like I could totally fucking see that.
and there's some aspects of that in Buddhism.
For sure, yeah.
Because they have the hungry ghosts, right? So
Yeah, it's in Tantra too. It's in like every tradition essentially, really. It's even in the Egyptian, like the idea, like if you ever watch like the movie
yeah, like if you relish in like corruption, like evil,
Yeah.
like you like to like steal things, you like to like kill animals, you like to like grape
Right.
ladies and stuff, and you're like all about the carnal pleasures, like there's a special
Yes.
place for you in Buddhism, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. I
that's
think
what,
I think that very well could be true. That you have to kind of like face yourself, and I think it's more of like a purification, unless you're like really fucking debauched, and then I think you're just annihilated. And the original like understanding from what I could see, like before this 6th century invention of eternal conscious torment, which is fucking evil, is essentially that God basically judges you and finishes you right then and there. Like you're just fucking annihilated, and that's it. Like you're done because eternal life is considered like a gift, right? That's the whole point that Jesus died is to give you eternal life, right? And so like for you for you to reject that and to reject the will of God, you've made a conscious choice, okay? And so like
yeah, I also kind of
eternal,
think like heaven and earth might be part of the same network in a way.
right? No, yeah, I agree. Well, that's another thing is like this idea of heaven like being somewhere separate is also an invention, okay? Like so in monergism as an example, which I think makes a lot of fucking sense. It doesn't mean I'm a monergist per se, but I think it makes a hell of a lot more sense.
Yeah, like Lao Tzu mentions heaven. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
really weird.
for sure. No, yeah, this is universal. Like this isn't just in Christianity. And this is what I'm trying to say, and this is where I think people get lost when I talk about this, and they're like, "Well, what are you talking about? You're an occultist." It's like, well, first off, I'm always fucking evolving. Number one. Number two, I've never once said I don't believe in God. Never, not one time. I said I don't believe in religion.
Yeah, and notably, some of the Taoist writers they seem to have claimed that hell and heaven have levels and shit.
Right.
So
Yes, exactly. And so like the understanding is like from a biblical monergist perspective is essentially like the whole point of Jesus dying on the cross, which to me this makes a lot of fucking sense. And this is like completely in line with my experience. So understand this is all coming from my experience that I had in 2012 with what I would call the Christos, okay? And it just so happens to be within these doctrines as well that I didn't know was there. Okay. So when Jesus died on the cross, what really happened is he conquered death. We know this, okay? But like what that actually means is that like the whole of reality is being fucking redeemed through that sacrifice. Okay? So like when you die, everything that is keeping you from God is eliminated. if you decide to go with the divine will, then everything that is keeping you from making choices in alignment with God is wiped away. Evil is eliminated. Fear is eliminated. Pain is eliminated. Misery is eliminated. All that shit is gone. And you just live perpetually with God
Yeah, I
in a
respect
in a
all your
perfect
views,
world. In
bro.
a perfect world. So that's the understanding. Okay? So Jesus didn't just die and then you still have to like beg and plead for your fucking salvation. No, 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 no. You can't not be saved because you've been you God has drawn towards you, and that's caused a change within you. And so that's it. So like no matter when that happens in your life, no matter what you have to go through, ultimately God will bring you towards him, and that's the only way that it can happen. It has nothing to do with your own will. So it's not that you don't have free will. You absolutely have free will. But you being drawn towards God is not your will. It's predestined. So that's what I was getting into.
Yeah,
But you
yeah. I
can
mean,
take it out of a Christian perspective too. So it's not people get lost in the fucking the terms and shit. Like
Is
what,
this Nicklandian Gnostic Calvinism?
no, dude, this is monergism. This is biblical monergism. You have humanistic monergism that says that it's it's more really it's kind of a fucking oxymoron. It's synergism. It's that God is the one responsible for salvation. Period. End of story. There's no way that you, of your own volition, can pull yourself out of your own essentially your you can't pull yourself out of this predicament that you're in without God.
What's interesting about what you're saying is like I can definitely see where you're
This is
coming from,
biblical.
and
This is not
yeah,
Gnostic.
no, I get you. No, I understand what you're saying, but what
That's
you
what's
said that,
interesting.
but what you're saying is that we have free will, but we don't have a choice, or something to that effect, which is interesting. But
No, we
the
have a
re-
choice, but we don't have a choice free of influence
right, right,
without
right,
God.
right. Well, what I'm trying to get at is this really briefly is like, um, it
can
seems what
I
you're
respond
saying.
after you? Yeah, after you.
Yeah, just really quick. I think what it seems that you're saying is, well, it reminds me of like the fact that like most of what atheists accuse Christians of,
This
I would say is
eliminates all of their arguments because they no longer
yeah.
exist.
Well, yeah, I think that's a straw man. And that's
Because it
kind of what
says
I've been
that
trying to
God, it says, why
argue.
does God allow evil? God allows evil in order for good to come of it. So all evil is predestined by God. So this is the thing. Satan
Right.
is no longer being blamed for evil. This is the
Well,
thing.
but the other thing is that what I also mean is that uh, it's interesting because your arguments are. It kind of shows, I think, that most
What if you just
atheism.
said like, so does atheism? I'd be like, it's like God allows evil. It's like so does atheism.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, I
They're
mean,
fucking
let
brain.
me
They're
respond
brain
now.
dead.
Those
They're
guys
brain
went
dead,
on
dude.
for, yeah, I have some response here. I mean, I respect your views. Everyone here. Yeah, but I want to just say that. Let me just go on for a bit. You see, I have an issue with the idea of divine will. I mean, that's fine if you guys don't.
I
You know,
know.
but, yeah, in Buddhism, there's nothing like a divine will. Same in Taoism. I don't think Taoism has anything like a divine will. Based on what I've read and the translations I read, I don't find anything like a divine will. And
Well,
Taoism,
what would
yeah,
you
Taoism,
explain the? Well, wait, what would you say the Tao is if it's not divine will?
the Tao.
Uh-oh.
I wrote something like this actually, and I'm gonna read it again. Because I was talking about this. But before I do that, I
Well,
want to.
it kind of says kings follow it, so it is what it is.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
But basically, I had
It
it here.
depends on the different sects, man.
Yeah,
Like
let me.
honestly,
Yeah,
you
basically,
can't
the early Taoists like Hu Shi, Shen Dao, and Dao De Jing
you can't
can
say
be
there's
read
no
as
will.
implicitly rejecting parthood in favor of an impersonal, of an absolute Parmenidean style monism. They lack a teleology or personal purposive deity. So it like I wrote it here too. The Tao gives birth, but that generativity is not purposeful or teleological in any Aristotelian sense. It does not aim at perfection, fulfillment, or ends. calling it creator risk importing agency and intention. The text dissolves. The Tao produces without directing, orders without intending, and unfolds without purpose. So it unfolds without purpose. That's what the Tao is from the Tao Te Ching. That's how I interpreted the commentaries and stuff like. My issue with divine will is that, when you get down to it, there is a personal deity and he created the world, right? Yeah, but I cannot,
Yeah,
why
but to be fair,
why do
the
that happen?
Taoists, they never considered Parmenides or Aristotle, and a lot of them did talk about deities. So
Yeah, they're kind of more polytheistic, I guess. Like there's a heaven, hell, or
There,
something.
yeah,
There's
but
an
there
earth.
was a creator deity as well in the
there's
system,
a lot of
named Hundun.
variations.
Right there, the primordial chaos is the creative principle, right?
Right. Yes.
Right. So the primordial chaos. Yeah,
I
but
mean, what are the bodhisattvas, man?
there's no
Like, what are
architect.
they following?
The point is there's no architect. There's no
Yes,
like
the Tao is
No,
creative.
I hear you.
Right,
I
the
hear
Tao
you. But what I'm
creates without
saying is,
taking
like,
ownership.
but like, what are the bodhisattvas? What is dharma ultimately? It's not your like transitory will, is it? It's something higher,
Well,
correct?
well,
it's ultimately within you though. That's the thing.
Yes,
That
but
yeah.
okay, well, this is in you too. This is
Yeah,
the
but
thing.
it's not a will. It's not it's not like a sovereign will.
How?
You
How
have to
is it not?
renunciate it. You have to renunciate it. You have to let go of all of it. You renunciate the will. That's what you do in Buddhism. You renunciate it. That's what it means to detachment and stuff like that.
really briefly,
It's
before
not like
before
you're
we
being commanded.
You're
See,
not being
really,
commanded yet.
this is the.
really briefly, hey, wait, before
It's
before
a
we
little
continue on,
paradoxical unless you like really break it
Yeah,
down.
but I didn't say my own issue.
Oh, there goes the sound.
And I actually was,
You're
I
back.
was gonna go on longer. My issue is ultimately that you know, um, uh, there is a God and He created the universe, and I have issues with that. Yeah, personally, but for the same reasons as Hyperborean. That's it. I have issues
Well,
with it.
you got issues with the creator?
Yeah.
wait, really briefly before we continue on, because I think this is related, and it got stepped over earlier. I wanted to mention this to Twilight, but also get everybody's take on this. So I was learning about the Kabbalah recently, and it said that like Lilith, because I asked you about this earlier, but Lilith is the Goyim woman who's defiant, blah 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 blah, and then Shekinah is like the good one or
Goyim,
whatever,
she's got
right?
to be Goyim too.
Well, that's what Kabbalah says. It says that like Adam was hooked up with Lilith, and that's what the Goyim women are all about. They drag everything down, but then he basically Shekinah is like the good feminine energy or something. So I wanted to mention that because I think that's kind of what you're talking about. Because like chaos is represented by Edom, aka Lilith, aka white people, aka all this bullshit, right? So what I mean by that is like if you're saying that like well chaos is actually a creative force and that's kind of like divine will, that's kind of the connection I'm trying to understand here. So sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Oh shit, he's gone. Well, maybe he'll come back.
Find it.
Well, this is the problem with combining different disparate traditions, because you're constantly looking for ways to reconcile things that cannot really be easily reconciled. It depends on the prior
Yeah.
set of assumptions.
Let me repeat what I said because I didn't know Twilight was
Yeah.
gone. Twilight, really quick. Okay, so Lilith is the representation of Edom women, and then Shekinah is like the good
Right.
version of women. So how does that relate to what you guys are talking about? Because you're talking about chaos and divine will, and it seems that that's kind of how they've kind of weaponized Eastern philosophy, and I think that's kind of where you're coming from with like theosophy and all that. If that makes any sense.
According to them, like Jesus is born of Lilith and Samael.
Okay, Lilith, let me tell you about Lilith, okay? You guys, here it is. Okay, you guys, in the Garden of Eden, there was Adam and Eve was put in the Garden of Eden, but man was already created. There was when Cain left, he went to the city, get it? There was a second creation of man, and Adam and Eve were God's like representative on earth, but there was already men. So you got to realize that about that, you know what I'm saying?
The pre-Adamites, yes.
Yeah, the pre-Adamites, whatever you want to call them. Yeah. Anyway, you guys.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah. I like listening to you guys, but
But what do you think that has to do with Lilith, Rocky?
Okay, Lilith. I think Lilith would have been they're trying to make up some way to where did all these people come from? Lilith. They say Lilith is the mother of all.
Oh, okay.
But, you know, I think a lot of people say that Lilith is the mother of all humanity, but maybe Lilith was a Canaanite or whatever, an Amorite or pre-Adamite or whatever. I don't know. Lilith. That's a lot of mythology about Lilith being, you know, where did everybody come from? And they say that, isn't that what they say, that Lilith is the mother of all, like humanity or something?
She's considered the first wife of Adam in that tradition. She's considered
It's not Eve, but someone else.
But she refused. Yeah, she refused to lay below Adam. She was because she wanted to be equal. But ultimately she goes back into Sumerian tradition. She was called the Lilu. But yeah, she's much older. And then the Shekinah is kind of like a reworking of Asherah, ultimately.
Maybe the serpent was Lilith or something.
In some ways you could say that. Because the serpent has always represented the goddess.
Yeah. There's a theory that some people believe that the sin in the garden, taken of the tree sometimes speaks of a person, you know, like your family tree or so. So if you take knowledge,
genetics,
it's taken of the seed of anyway. Eve had intercourse with Satan.
There's myths about
created Cain.
Yes.
And then Adam had sex right afterwards, which would be the twins that can be from a different father. That really happens where
there is a tradition that talks about that actually Cain, that's why he was so evil, is because he actually was not born of Adam at all. Yeah.
Right.
Now I can't confirm or deny that, but that is a tradition, yes.
Well, you take of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, that's taken of Satan, because sometimes like people are called trees, like he was a great tree, or
yes.
So
it actually does refer to man as trees in the Bible multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, and then like you said, like a family tree, which is related to genetics, you know, and then you have like the double helixes is considered a serpent. So yeah, there most definitely is. I mean, considering how much blood line is stressed in Genesis, you take that as the serpent seed and all that, and the fact that Jesus had to come from a non-polluted seed.
Yeah,
in order
and I
to be
think
the
you're
Messiah.
right in the interpretation of hell. It's the Bible says the wages of sin is death. It doesn't say the wages of sin is eternal life in a burning pit somewhere. It says that the wicked will be burned up and be ashes under our feet. So that means and it'll be eternally burnt up, So if you don't want to, accept Christ and have faith in Jesus, well, that's okay. It's your choice, but he's not going to torment you for eternity. It's just you're going to be gone.
Yeah, I see. That's how I see it too. Because like if eternal life is a gift from God, okay, then that means it's a gift from God that is given to those who believe in God. Okay, so that means you're not inherently immortal. Okay, so if that's the case,
the Bible says that. What does it say? Fear not those who can destroy the body, but God who can destroy both body and soul. Which means
right.
you are your soul. You know, if you don't have a soul, then you're basically not. You know, think no, you're dead. You're gone. You know. But
right,
then,
and it says it's
but
sleep.
then get this. I was on the final judgment day, which right before judgment, if you see Jesus and you bow down and confess Christ as Lord because you just saw him, but you hadn't been judged yet, do you still get eternal life? Maybe judgment, so maybe a lot of people who doesn't believe in Jesus never saw him, but when they see him right before judgment on the final day, it says that every knee will confess that Christ is Lord. So I think more people might be saved than people realize. And you might not have rewards like me when I get there, but because you had to wait till the very last day. You know what I'm saying?
Right. No, I do.
In Revelation 22, it says that at the end of time, everybody will be resurrected, both the good and the bad. And before judgment, it's right before judgment. It says everybody kneels and confesses that Christ is Lord.
So here's another thing. If everyone is resurrected, then how are they burning in hell? This is another thing. This is what I'm trying to say. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
So it's like they're resurrected, but they're already eternal burning in hell. Like
paradise
it makes no sense.
Well, there used to be a place called Paradise in Tartary where before Christ was risen.
So far, the butcher.
He went down to Paradise. It was a separation of Gulf. So there's a hollow earth, but I don't know where
I agree with that.
I don't know where the unsaved are now, if it's still there. Because people no longer go to paradise because Christ is risen already. So they go straight to see the Father. And so with a body, interim body, because we don't get our new body till after the second judgment, I think. I don't know. Who cares? But,
Right. I know what you're talking about, the resurrection body. No, if the earth is anything, it's hollow.
Oh, yeah, it's hollow. Tartaria, Tartarus.
Mm-hmm.
The Titans are bound into and the ocean is like an abyss of who knows what's in the fucking ocean. Jesus.
Yeah, I know.
I saw a video of this guy who was at the bottom of the ocean, and there was a layer of another ocean, like water below and you could see the waves. It's like there were waves under the ocean. It's like weird, like water underneath the waters.
Yes. Yeah, they went deep underground and they found like oceans that are just as vast, if not more so, than the oceans underneath our feet. Like, it's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. But if you think we
within the earth. Yeah.
You know my name, Rocky.
Mm-hmm.
Minus T is rocket.
Right.
I mean, you add a T and it's rocket. Just like NASA, you add a T and it's Satan. And what's another one? T minus. So they have anagrams. They're telling you right in NASA that it's just like Satan lying to you. Telling you.
Well, Nasi in Hebrew means prince and it means deception. So
NASA, deceiver or something, and it's even got a forked tongue in the a forked tongue in the thing.
Yeah, if you look like all the you look at all the patches for the Apollo missions and stuff. They're all like reptilians, like fucking with like bizarre, like either they're
Yeah, I just
like,
wanted to
you know
mention
what I'm
this
talking.
really quick. I thought it was interesting that nobody's really been talking about the whole Artemis
Yeah,
moon
right,
thing.
exactly.
Like I watched a little bit of it yesterday when they came around the backside, and then they were like, okay, technically, I just turned it on randomly just to listen, and it was like the 10-minute span where they started their return home. And I've watched a few clips here and there, and it's like, dude, here's what I'm saying is like they're like, we're flying through space at thousands of miles an hour,
Right.
but we're able to take deep space pictures of like stars far away, but the picture of the Earth and the lunar modular or whatever the fuck it's supposed to be is so grainy and like shitty. It's
Yeah.
like it doesn't make any motherfucking sense
And it's fucking
fucking
ridiculous,
ever,
man.
dude. It's
They like,
like it's the fucking stupidest shit I
yeah,
have ever seen in my entire life. Like,
and they got cell service to the moon. And if did they go to the other side of
yeah,
the moon?
that's what I'm saying is like you're telling me that you can like make a fucking phone call from the fucking moon to here with no satellites or something. I mean, it's
Nixon did
like
it. Nixon
Yeah,
did
I
in the
it.
just don't
60s.
fucking
In
understand,
the
dude.
60s.
Nah,
In the 60s.
68, Nixon did it from a live line.
No, but that's what I'm saying is like maybe like even again, even if you could say like, okay, there's a delay of like whatever, 10 or 20 seconds or whatever. My point
Everybody
is that how do you boost the signal enough to go to the right spot? I mean, I guess you could do that with satellite relays and stuff like again, but like
Everybody
Just
again,
have them
fell for
call
that
in on
shit,
StreamYard.
Everybody
right.
everybody
Like
fell
for but here's what I'm
Right,
saying is like
exactly.
in
why can't they take a
1968.
decent
In
picture? Like
19,
why can't they take one fucking decent video or picture from the moon to the earth?
get this,
Right?
get
Like that's
this.
what I'm saying.
In 68, they took pictures while they were on the moon, and somehow the next day they were already developed and in the newspapers. How did they do that shit?
That's a good point. I don't know about that, but that's hilarious. But dude, again, like I'm not saying that I'm not saying I'm denying everything that they're saying is true, but what I'm saying is like when I see the evidence, quote unquote, that they're putting on the news as evidence, like I just don't find it believable. Like I just don't
They
think that what
tell
they're
you
showing
that
is
they tell you that the Artemis has to shoot and slingshot around the Earth for some kind of fucking slingshot effect, and people believe it instead of believing the fact that it goes up and lands in. It goes up and then it supposedly is circling the Earth and then why it never shoots straight up? Why can't they just shoot straight the fuck up? Oh, we can't got that technology. We got a slingshot around the gravity of the Earth.
Why, if it's a vacuum, why are astronauts training in fucking tubs of water before they go onto their missions? Why are they submerging themselves in water?
Vacuum. What are the rockets thrusting off of? How can you thrust off the vacuum? Yeah, it's all fake, but
Why are there shadows like in the photos of the fucking sun? Like what? In a vacuum? Okay.
There's a picture of that exact same spot in a desert somewhere. I forget what desert it was. The moon was Kubrick when he did that moon landing fakery. There was some place in the desert that you can go and see the exact fucking shit. The crater and everything, all that shit was done in the desert. Kubrick faked the moon landing. And then Kubrick told us about, the Illuminati before they killed him. And then he also showed us that nukes were fake. Dr. Strangelove, how I learned to love the bomb. Learned to love the bomb because it was also he used the same that fake where they had that model where they had trees lined up in a very straight row in a modeled house, and they showed the wind come in and go back out, but the camera never moved. Well, Kubrick used that same technique to fake his bomb. It's a picture of some kind of mushroom cloud right in front of the sun coming up. So the sun comes up, it looks like a big red explosion just went off, and that's how they fake that pictures. It's and we've been able to see the pictures that they were, that picture of that fake, it's a conglomeration of photos put together. And only at that time, only Kodak could have done that shit. And Kubrick, I'm sure he had connections with Kodak and shit. It's all fucking shit.
I mean, if everything we know is a lie, then like how can you trust anything? Because if they have this much power, then like any book that goes through them or whatever, they can kind of like
Kings search out a thing. You search out a thing,
Yeah.
You got to search out a thing.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Yeah, I think ultimately, this
68, most people didn't have TVs. They didn't even, they couldn't record. They were counting. They didn't know that eventually we'd be able to record, wind, and look at shit. It was live. You had 3 channels to watch. And, I guess some people recorded it because they did have 8mm cameras back then. But I don't think they were counting on us, but yeah.
Yeah, but nuclear radiation is real though. Like you said, it was just hot rocks, but these people, they put on like very advanced clothing and other stuff. Like you look at Chernobyl, and you see a lot of
they have these
mutations.
Back in the early 1900s, they had this stuff called radium that you put in your water, and it would radiate your water, and it was healthy for you.
No, that's not right. Like they have done on fruit flies, they have done nuclear radiation
they say it's
experiments,
in
and
your
they
basement.
get multiple limbs and other stuff. Nuclear radiation is real, man. You don't want to mess with that stuff. It's real. Like they have done nuclear radiation experiments on fruit flies.
Radiation used to be called back in when a lot of people died from radiation in like 1918. It was when they turned on the first wireless. It was radiation used to mean radio waves. So you got 5G radiation. That's what kills you now. And then you have, but they used to, back in the 1800s to early 1900s, that have this mineral called radium. And they used to say it was radioactive, but you put it and in your, like this rock you would put in your water, like you put silver in your water nowadays or copper. They put this material in the water which had health benefits. And then nowadays that they get this rock that, like, go to hot springs where there's these rocks that are warm, and they collect those and refine those and make them so that they can boil water. It's just a mineral, and it's just a hot rock, and it's not magic or nothing. It's
Yeah, but they have done nuclear radiation experiments on fruit flies, and they get like multiple limbs. Their eyes mess up. They have done that. Like, you gotta look it up and stuff.
Well, some of the byproducts maybe, but it's a free energy type system that they don't want you to have. So they tell you it's dangerous, so you won't get your own rocks and have your own steam generator in your backyard. So they bury it. Once they're done with it, they tell you it's so why we got to bury it, throw it at the bottom of the ocean so none of you plebes or goyim get any of it. You guys can't have any hot rocks. Only the government can have hot rocks, you son bitches. And then Iran, they want some hot rocks. You can't have any hot rocks, Iran. So they don't use hot rock. They probably use oil, make all their electricity. But, and then they say, oh, we got a war against Iran because they're going to make nukes. And then, nukes aren't real. And you're saying, what the fuck is it really about? I think what it's really about is there's a lot of Iranians becoming Christians. And, you know, they know that, you know, them fake fuckers. And you know, I think Small Mustache Man was kind of correct on that deal. And
Yeah, well, most Christians don't even consider themselves real Christians. Like Armenian Christians, they're like I just got done in the past talking to a Christian. He doesn't consider Armenians
Are
genuine.
Armenians the one that got slaughtered by the Bolshevik?
They got slaughtered by Turks and by they're north of Iran, and so like there are a lot of Armenians in Iran, and they follow the Armenian Apostolic Church, and so
I met some Iranians. I've met a few Iranians.
They believe that Jesus Christ is united. The divine and human natures are united in one composite nature, one incarnate
I kind
nature
of
of
look
God
like an
and Word.
Iranian myself. I kind of have the same color as Iranian, the same dark hair. And I
Yeah,
fit in with the Iranians. I could go over there and probably volunteer or something.
No, it's okay. You don't have to. But I'm just saying that Armenians are.
If I was to like join the military right now and become a contractor, and they would take me to Iran, I would probably sneak over to the other side somehow.
You shouldn't be saying that stuff is dangerous, and
Guys, when I was in Iraq, did that. They escaped out the gate and joined with the Al Qaeda. So they joined with the CIA because Al Qaeda was the Taliban were the good guys. They were trying to get rid of child trafficking and the heroin trade. But you know, we couldn't go for that shit. We had to go over there and put who we put in charge. We put puppets in charge, and then we got the heroin shit going again and brought back the pedos. Big scam on that. Scandal.
There's a lot of crazy stuff going on in this world.
Blackwater and who was it? Dynacor got caught providing children for the new puppet government that they put in right after they kicked the Taliban out.
Do you think a lot of technology is coming from like ancient documents of ancient civilizations and like I don't know, not aliens, but maybe underground stuff? You know, the technology, because it does feel like it's accelerating in a kind of unnatural way. Like maybe they got
I
using
think that redhead giant they found in Afghanistan was just a normal. I don't think he was a Nephilim. I think there are really tall people, and they're trying to make you think that these tall, redheaded, 9-foot giants are somehow not human, but they really are, trying to get us to hate. And then we go there and kill these. But the Taliban, I don't think had any problem with that redhead guy. You know, when I was in Afghanistan, a lot of the Afghans were redheads.
Don't they use
I got
henna
red
to
hairs.
Don't they use henna to color their hair too? They use a kind of special dye.
Yeah,
called
that
henna.
might be
No,
fake.
there's a tribe in Haditha that were
Yeah,
in
that's like
Haditha.
yeah,
This
no beef.
town called Haditha. The whole tribe were like redheads.
Yeah, that's
And they
the
were kind of segregated. They were like had their own town. They lived among themselves, but they were like gingers with dark skin, kind of darker skin.
Gingers. You gotta say it like a Jew, gingers.
I think the gingers, like, they spread, it's like a certain kind of DNA that some people they like it and they kind of keep it in, and then they go around and I don't know. I heard some theories on the redheads. I like Buddha and some of the people, they were redhead, blue-eyed people. I don't know. but they're
Buddha,
just
Buddha
human.
had blue eyes. I don't know if he had red hair, but
Some
he did
people
have blue
said
eyes.
they're Nephilim, half gods, half man, but I say they're all maybe they were all just human. I don't know. A lot of people say, "Oh, you're 9 feet tall." I met an 8'6" tall guy once. Shit, he wore like size 21 foot. Jeez, motherfucker. He looked human to me. He was a wrestler. He was working for the sheriff department, famous wrestler from the Coeur d'Alene area. My daughter was dating him. He came to my house. We went looking for shoes. We found some size 18. I said, those are too small.
Yeah, I got a little nephew of mine that's like, he's kind of funny. But yeah, he's like 6'5" or some shit. He's pretty tall, dude. And then he came out like basically blonde with blue eyes. Straight up.
Yeah.
He's got like reddish blonde hair.
I had relatives with blonde hair and blue eyes. He went bald.
I'm 6'4" and I'm 6'4" and I'm half Swiss.
Swiss.
And half
Say
Italian.
it like how they say it. You gotta say it how do they call themselves?
Oh, I mock them. I call them Swissies.
Swissies.
Yeah, Swissies. I see you, Swissy. Yeah, they're kind of like, where the one world order is right now. World Economic Forum, World Health Organization, World Tribunal. They have caves or bunkers that they've got the most bunkers. It's like the most well-fortified position on Earth. It's in the fucking high mountains with these underground bunkers that the whole Switzerland is surrounded with underground bunkers that they got. So it's like a fortified position, but you can't. You'd have to. We could even if you air bombed it. They're like so deep. They just got them all over the place. And I believe that Hitler was sorry, I can't say that, but small mustache. He was possibly, I used to believe that he was under their control because his headquarters called the Eagle's Nest, where that is closer to Amsterdam than it is to Berlin. This march through Amsterdam. And it was the whole thing was to kill all the good Christians. It was like a sacrifice of the Christians. It's just the good German Christians who were just fighting against commie Bolsheviks. And the Bolsheviks killed like 60 million Christians. Now, this is history. Now, these are martyrs. You people, Christians don't give up to these. They will fucking die before. And that is evidence that, there's a war on Christians. So I wonder who that war is, where that's coming from. Now, that should be evidence right there that maybe some of you should switch sides, stop fighting for the fucking wrong side. Start standing up for Jesus, sons of bitches. Okay, sorry, I went on a rant. I don't know. Sorry, Neuro Jack. So you got that Lieutenant Colonel Satan. Lieutenant Colonel Satan. I'm sorry. Anyway, my thumbnail is a rock. See that big? It's a big rocky person. And, I believe humans used to be taller. Shit, maybe 30 foot tall. Who knows? They used to be taller. We have evidence of their architecture during the millennial reign of Christ. They built these beautiful these Antiquitech and the free energy batteries, basically, and the doors are like 24 foot tall, because I believe the resurrected saints helped build them. First resurrection helped build that shit for us, and then the Masons found it after the mud flood, because after the end of the millennial reign, there was some kind of that buried a lot of it, and then these fucking Masons, Freemasons, found that shit and said that they built it. They didn't build none of that shit. Them Freemasons fucking dumb as fuck. Build that shit. Lying fuckers. That's how they took over Satan's little season. Anyway,
Yeah, you haven't had real milk until you've had raw milk. If you haven't drank raw milk, you have never drank real milk before. Yeah. Raw milk from pastured, healthy cows is better for you. Because even lactose intolerant people can drink raw milk because it has beneficial bacteria that aids in digestion of the lactose. And it also has CLA and other good stuff. Raw milk is very good for you, especially from Jersey cows. Yeah, drink raw milk. If you have never had raw milk, you have never had real milk.
Exactly.
Never.
Well, they used to have real milk in the when I was growing up. They had the milkman bring you fresh fucking milk straight from the dairy in a glass fucking jar. You could get as many as you wanted delivered. Usually came in half-gallon jars of milk. Shit. Now you got to find someone with a fucking cow. I got plenty of land. I could raise a cow. I should get some cows. I'm putting some beehives. I'm going to make some honey this year. Get me some beehives. The land of milk and honey is America, is the promised land. Christians came here. The Israelites were already here. That's where you got Utah is really Judah, Utah. The promised land, California, hallelujah. Washington State is the northern kingdoms of Israel. Now, I live in Washington State. So the further north you go, I would agree that, I mean, I live as far north in America as I can. Let's see. I'm in Washington. I could go over to stay off the coast, stay out of the big cities. I live right next to the wilderness. Forest wilderness. It's beautiful up here. I've been putting some roads in lately with my excavator and reforming the hills around the house for fire safety, taking down some big trees, getting in this case. I burnt all the leaves during burn season. You burn your hills and you burn your. Nebraska just had an 800,000 acre fucking grass fire go through. And they just, so the beef, that's the big beef producers that grow grass and they run beef. There's going to be a beef shortage, a fuel shortage, There's going to be a beef shortage, a fuel shortage. Anyway, you got to be prepared. I wouldn't be living in the fucking city. I don't care if you live in fucking India or America. Get the fuck out of the cities and shit. Where'd Neuro Jack go?
He does this all the time.
Anyway, take it from an old man. Listen to me. This shit is going to get worse before it gets better. And who cares? If you have Jesus, it doesn't really matter. They could burn me at a stake. I could defend myself and shoot these motherfuckers. I think I'm going to go that way. Fuck them fuckers. When they come for me, I'm going to be ready for the motherfuckers. I might have to flee to a couple sniper positions on my property on top of the hill that overlook the roads and the river. I'll watch them come in. They made a bunch of movies about this area. They were called the Spokane area. So what was it called? It's about the Chinese or the Koreans invading the West Coast, Dawn or something. Made some movies about it. But I don't know. They make movies about everything. And then when you tell someone about it, it's just, oh, that's just a fucking movie. Yeah, they tell you the truth in movies and music. Space is made in a Hollywood basement by what are those guys called? Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Right. Californication.
Californication. Yeah, Hollywood are like degenerates. What happened after World War II is Hollywood was taken over by these people that were kicked out of a certain area. And they took over. Oh, shit. We've been under America's like screwed. We fucked up. Well, we can change. We can change. Can we change and realize who the fucking real enemy is and what the fuck they're doing? NASA, Federal Reserve. Oh, shit. Our court system. All been taken over by fucking Jesuits and Jews. You can't even say, you can't do the fake. You can't say it's against the law to talk about some of these people. Trump said on his first that you can't say anything against the Jesuits, and there should be a law against it. I think he said that once. That dinner they go to in New York, I forget that dinner, where the Archbishop of New York was there, and Trump and Hillary were what they call it when they roast. It was a roast where each would roast. You remember the roast when people would get roasted? Like you'd go to a place and they'd roast you on purpose, say all the bad shit about you. That used to be a roast.
Yeah, TMO, what's your prediction for the future? I'm just curious. For 5-10 years down the line. You don't have to say if you don't want to.
5-10 years, I think they'll ramp up this whole, like whatever we have now will be ramped up.
They already got They already got these little slaughter bots. You can order 500,000 of them, and they'll track your phone.
Yeah, Drone Wars 2035.
Yeah,
Most
shit.
likely.
They got kill bots.
There's going to be wars of advanced robotics, like most likely
If
in
we
about
can
10 years.
make it, if we can just make it past this year, I think I'd be happy. I think this year is a big year. You know, they say a nation doesn't last for normally 250 years. Guess what year we're on? America's 250th year anniversary. You start out as pioneers, and then your children become like merchants, and then they be lazy, and then the very last generation is about what we got right now. Bunch of degenerates who like don't even know what sex they are. They run around, and you got all these fucking homos and degenerates. You can watch them on YouTube, get a live panel with some of them. You can get a live panel. I go on live panels with some of these degenerates, you know. And then I get accused of being like, oh, Schaefer, you shouldn't go up there.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have, nanotechnology and designer babies, and they'll probably have advanced robotic systems that are controlled by AI. So that's most likely coming down the pipe, you know. So in 10 years from now, those things will be weaponized.
I think they got most of that shit already.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they've demonstrated the nanobots and the pharmacogenomics. They've demonstrated that all these things can be used.
Mm-hmm. Who can war against the beast is what the Bible says. How can you war against the beast? Yeah,
It's possible that they will have a genocidal war in like 5-10 years. It seems like, I don't know, I can't tell.
Well, how long is Satan's little season is the question. Bible says if we're in Satan's little season, it only lasts so many years. I mean, what's a season? What's a little season? If there's 4 seasons in 1,000 years, divided 1,000 into 4, that's 250. We're at the 250th anniversary of the Illuminati, 1776, 250 years. Openly, the creation of the Illuminati, the killing of the kings, the French Revolution, bringing back Rome, the Republic, French Republic against the kings, the hierarchy. Were those the kings that ruled during the millennial reign? And Jesus is the King of Kings. So during the reign of Christ, it was a kingdom, and he had kings under him. And the French Revolution's 1792, the Illuminati 1776, celebrating the light bearer, liberty, the giver of, or was they celebrating the liberty of Lucifer, the light bearer, Satan? Oh,
yeah, I think Diderot had Lucifer on the encyclopedia.
Lucifer is just the name of Satan when he's still in the stars. So the light bearer, Lucifer. But when he's on earth, he's called Satan. That's what I believe. The serpent, Satan, the deceiver, from the beginning in the garden.
Tim, have you looked into this? Is Israel already declaring Turkey as the new Iran? Like they're starting to put their crosshairs on Turkey too. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, a lot of the small hats
Yeah,
are.
they need to be like connected to like Russia, because the Russians, like they're like they have a lot of prophecies and stuff, because the guy Putin is against like Chechnya for a while. Like that's how he became famous, right? So he was a KGB agent that made war against Chechnya, right? So he's like basically flexing in terms of like the church and all those people. They say there's prophecies that they're going to take back Constantinople. So it's a huge thing for them to like take back Constantinople, right? So it could be a whole strategy behind it or some sort of symbolism behind it.
Or like Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox Russian type shit.
Right.
And the Orthodox are like, to me, are like one step below the Catholics. They're like,
yeah,
kind of Catholics.
I mean, I see them as kind of better than the Catholics.
Yeah. I think the Catholics, like Constantinople was probably 1st century, 4th century. Constantinople.
Yeah, if I had to rank Christians, I would probably say like Protestants on top, and then Orthodox, and then Catholics. I'd say because like there's a lot of Protestants that basically agree with most of the stuff that I believe in, but but I can't really find Orthodox and Catholics that would do the same.
Protestant meant protesters against Rome. That's what Protestant means. Protesters, Protestants.
Yeah, but there's so many types. That's why you always get lucky with them.
Right. So, and then there's these new religions created in the 1850s, the Seventh-day Adventists, Mormons. These, they got all kinds of fakery going on. But Orthodox, they have fathers, and the Bible specifically says, call no teacher your father, call no man your father. You can call them teachers and stuff like that, but don't call them your father. And so they break the, like, call men your father. Like, tradition over the scriptures is kind of stupid. And that's what Christ was against. The Pharisees, your traditions over the scriptures. And so they got these Orthodox traditions and shit. We listen to the Father. Then someone wanted me to check out an Orthodox church, but I never went to one.
What Zelda games have you played, TML? Good. Zelda.
I went to a Seventh-day Adventist church once, and in the basement, they had a room where they would have their special food they ate, vegan, I think. And then it was where the kids
I didn't hear you, Evan.
And butterflies, and I think they were like.
I asked what Zelda games have you played?
I've played Link to the Past, Oracle of Time, Oracle of Seasons. I've played and those are on the Game Boys, right? And then I played an Ocarina of Time. I played Wind Waker. I played Twilight Princess. I've played obviously Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. I played a lot, right? And then so I played quite a bit of them.
Yeah, I've beaten all of those except Twilight Princess. I actually never finished Twilight Princess.
Yeah, I finished that one. It's an interesting ending. That one has an interesting storyline for sure. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, I need to get back into that one. Actually, that one I haven't finished. Yeah. But all the other ones you listed, I like all of them. The Oracle of Seasons is nice too. Oracle of Ages.
Yeah, I don't really like the animations in.
Oh, you don't like it? Oh, okay. It's different.
On Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, I don't really like the animations. I like more of the animations in Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask and those ones.
Yeah, more classic in some ways, like more high fantasy or something.
Yeah, I mean it's like Ganondorf. Like he looks more. I also beat Skyward Sword. So yeah, so I beat all those ones: Skyward Sword, Wind Waker. Basically all the ones before the newer ones.
You said Skyward Sword.
Yeah, Skyward Sword is another one. Yeah.
Yeah, I never played that one actually. I should have played that one. Have you played Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom?
No, those are the newest ones. I haven't played those ones yet.
Yeah, I beat those too. If you play those, I recommend skipping Breath of the Wild and just going straight to Tears of the Kingdom because it's kind of redundant to play them back to back because they use the same map.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, maybe I'll play them with my wife if I got a
yeah, they're
chance.
nice. Yeah, they're good too. I like Tears of the Kingdom a lot. So it's kind of interesting. Yeah, I like the I like the Rito tribe and I like the Zoro tribe in those games. Like they feel more like a real community. There's a real sense of adventure in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I like, yeah. Yeah, but I need to play Skyward Sword, so and I also need to beat Twilight Princess. Yeah, I need to do it. But yeah, I play a lot of Zelda games too. I think escapism.
Skyward Sword is pretty interesting. Twilight Princess is weird. Because it gets in like some of the dark stuff that's going on or whatever. But the fucking Skyward Sword gets into the mythology because like you live in Hyrule. It's a place that exists in the sky. It's tripped out, dude. Like, all right, so I'm pretty sure you're like in Hyrule.
Yeah, the Tears of the Kingdom has a lot of ancient technology stuff too. Tears of the Kingdom, and there are floating islands too in Tears of the
Yeah,
Kingdom.
there's dragons in Skyward Sword.
Same with Tears of the Kingdom. It must have been influenced by it. There's
Yeah.
even Chinese music that plays when you get close to the dragons and Tears of the Kingdom, like Chinese traditional music, which is kind of strange, but it's cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it says the Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword serves as a chronological origin story of the Kingdom of Hyrule, depicting the surface world before it was officially established as a kingdom. So yeah, it's pretty fucking weird. But yeah.
Did you play on Wii?
Yeah, and then then in that game at the end, like Ganon is depicted as a primordial demon. Like he's kind of like this thing. It's like Zoroastrianism or some shit. He's like Angramandia. Yeah, it's fucking weird. Yeah.
Do you feel like Ocarina of Time may have been like having a feminist critique of like I don't know Arabian culture? Because like you go into the Gerudo Valley village and Ocarina of Time is all women, so it is a more matriarchal society. Whereas Ganondorf is more like a renegade from that society or something. Or am I just because sometimes I do feel like Freemasonry is highly prevalent in these games. Like Super Mario 64 is chock full of Freemasonic imagery.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't making up my dream, by the way. I really had that dream.
Yeah, Ganondorf also has like a giant nose, and he's got red hair. You notice that?
Yeah. Yes. Don't some hadiths describe Muhammad as having red hair? Or am I misremember that? I think some of them.
Yeah, maybe, but again, it might be like the whole henna thing, or something.
Yeah, anyway, though, I do like the games though, but yeah, you just got. I just think the Gerudo Valley could have been. Yeah, but anyway, the games are nice.
Yeah, but there's Arabs with blonde hair and red hair for sure.
Yeah, because
like Lebanese.
Fast. It's more of a. Yeah, there's including lots of different groups like Syrians and other stuff.
Yeah, Syrians. Like I've been like a lot of people told me I look like a Syrian.
Oh wow! Yeah, you do. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been told by a lot of Arabs that I look Syrian, because there's lots of Arabs around here, especially around the Dearborn area. It's like tons of like, especially Lebanese and Iraqis. There's some Syrians, but when they look at me, they're like, "You must be Syrian," which is interesting.
That's cool. Yeah. 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 I think escapism is like I don't know, because it's very hard to like work and pay your taxes to the small hats nowadays. I don't know. I'm just kind of very demoralized and demotivated to work. I think what you're doing is actually more contributes to society and people more than someone working a 9-to-5 job. Because what are they working for? Just the tax money go to military industrial complex or whatever. I would like. I think being a NEET is okay nowadays. Being a NEET and so just escaping to fantasy worlds and games or reading books or whatever. I don't know. All the surveillance technologies are growing to better control people and stuff. And I don't know if it's the way Trump is heading. It seems like stuff like martial law might happen or some kind of because normally it's during crises that are largely manufactured. Most crises are manufactured, and then they take away our rights during that time, or they just fuck us over more or cook us more or something. That's normally what happens. So we got to be careful. It's what we say from now on, and so even more so. It's because I don't know what the fuck will happen. And stuff. Like a lot of things could change for the worse. Because the kind of stuff Trump is saying, it's like it just feels fishy and glowy. Like he's just prepping up for some kind of drastic totalitarian measures being applied on everyone or some crap like that. You get what I'm saying? Kind of like during the Great Depression or some shit. During the Great Depression, they confiscated people's golds. You never see people talk about that. Well, some people do talk about it, but that's fucked up. Taking people's gold and shit like that. I think it was not Teddy Roosevelt, but what was the other Roosevelt's name? God, I keep forgetting his name. Franklin Roosevelt. I think he was a piece of shit too, and stuff, just taking people's gold and stuff. What a
Yeah.
fucking dumbass. I would be fucking. Hope that shit doesn't happen again, but maybe it will. It's fucking.
Yeah, they stole their gold. It's like they do the same staged events. They divide and conquer. And the world's a stage. Most of it's hoax. It's not. They get us to hate each other and tell us lies about each other. Those people over there.
The
those
Patriot
people-
Act, that kind of shit. Patriot Act. I was just spying on regular Americans, right? The Patriot Act.
Got us to hate all the Arabs. The what they used to call them when I was over there, they used to call them sand wiggers. The sand wiggers. Yeah, they blamed 9/11 on all the brown skinned Arabs, Iraqis, and Afghanis. And then Al Qaeda is really CIA-da. That's Al Qaeda, CIA-da. Al Qaeda. It's a hoax. The world's a stage. And there's actually people that are called auto hoaxers, where they automatically everything's a hoax. They're called auto hoaxers. FakeOTube. Check it out, fakeotube.com.
Yeah, I think the only thing you can do now is just make a local community of like-minded individuals and learn self-sufficient skills. That's really all you can do. And now, what are we working for? Like you go work at a job, you go to school or whatever. It's all just being used to fuck you over more. Your tax money or all the stuff you supposedly contribute. And they're just using it to make better weapons now and crap like that. Oh, I just don't like it, I guess. But the thing is, you gotta be careful with the localism. Well, you gotta buy the property. You gotta find like-minded individuals who can contribute, like I don't know, grow shit or take care of livestock, stuff like that. That's really the best thing to do now, I guess. I don't know what the fuck will happen in the future. I just feel, I don't know. I feel like Trump is kind of like a Cali figure, or not Cali, but more like a death figure, even meant to signal a massive transition to more authoritarianism. He is telling it to people, at least. So this is like plain and obvious in the face. I don't think there aren't many people who like Trump anymore. That's good, at least. Yeah, but there are still some idiots, but not that many. I think most of Trump's fan base has died out. But he's like more of an emblem or symbol of the transition to neo-feudalism. It's called neo-feudalism. Yeah, I think that's what they want. They want to chip us. They want to put graphene to tattoos on us and crap like that. They want smart cities. They want smart cities and stuff. They want a renting economy. You will own nothing and be happy. You know, that's what Klaus Schwab said. And I mean, it just seems obvious. I didn't know it would happen this rapidly, though. But yeah, that's what we're moving towards.
Yeah.
So,
They demonize self-sufficiency.
that's 100% correct. You know, that's the reason this whole system was created in the first place. You know, to demonize self-sufficiency. So.
Roger. I got some new climbing shoes today. Yeah, got spikes on them. Climb up my trees. I'm gonna make some tree houses on top of my trees. A tower. Anyway, you strap these onto your shoes. And so you got them on this way. So this is your foot. And you so your feet, one on each side, climb up the tree. This. Then you put a rope around. Pine trees are straight, they don't have branches. So you can climb up a tree with these. Strap them on your shoe. Let's see how you strap these on. Oh, these are adjustable, maybe. They gotta be adjustable. This gotta be adjustable or something. We'll climb a tree with these somehow. We'll put these straps on somehow. Looks like that is not supposed to move. Maybe this side is supposed to move.
Yeah, basically, I may have to hop out of here in like 20 minutes. So, what's poppin', Neuro? If you can hear us.
All right.
Because I gotta like call people and do things.
You have your own show today, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got that too. Yeah.
What is your show about today?
It's most likely gonna be critique of anarcho-primitivism by Uncle Teddy plus my intro. So the intro, I'll try to get into that somehow. But there's like, I'll obviously try to summarize all the topics that we've covered, but yeah. So yeah, I don't know if you've looked into that critique of anarcho-primitivism by Kaczynski.
My mind is Not as sharp as it used to be, but I think I'll get into it. Let me look into it. But I know about it. I know Ted Kaczynski was not anarcho-primitive.
Exactly. So he wrote a longish essay about it, and basically there's an audio version of that I'll just play. Last two Tuesday shows I've went over just Kaczynski's writings, so I think it'll be useful. We'll just go on this sort of tangent before then I go back to the ideas of Rousseau and also the work Hay ibn Yaksan, right, which is a medieval work that influenced the state of nature debate.
It sounds interesting.
Yeah. And also, I'll give a longish sort of introduction to Rousseau and his philosophy, and we'll do that for quite some time as we sort of look at Rousseau's ideas, and then I'll move to the medieval work that influenced him via the writings of that are called Robinson Crusoe. They're largely based on that medieval work.
Well, this is the bottom of my foot. I'm not trying to insult all you goyim, but climb trees with this motherfucker.
Yeah,
get some of
interesting.
These are gonna be fun. Go outside and have some fun. Climb some trees like when I was a kid. Shit. Now kids just sit in the TV and they watch, get on their iPhone and play games all day. So they're portable too. Anyway. Okay, have fun, you guys. You guys are gonna kill it. You're gonna kill it pretty soon.
Yeah, but I'll be on in like an hour and a half.
This is my shirt. See?
So come check out my stream in an hour and a half if you want, Rocky. Or 2 hours really. But yeah.
See my shirt? They Live was a documentary.
Right.
All right. They live. And you notice how their pronouns are they and them? I think we're living in the seventh cycle of a civilization. And we're about ready to be taken over by a new system.
The Great Sabbath.
Yeah. Oh, the seventh day, the seventh Sabbath, or whatever. Yeah. It's weird, but I'm kind of looking forward to the end of this shit. I hope America does somehow. We overthrow the system.
Yeah, America's gonna pull through. Oh glory. Oh glory.
Yeah. We're gonna pull through. Maybe, but should we? Not this government, but the people. Not the government, but the people will pull for them. Yeah.
Exactly.
Because we are not falling for this shit where we hate each other because you're different this and different that. But we're not going to stand for this trans homo shit. Fuck you homos and you trannies.
That was kind of based. That was kind of based. Yeah.
He's funny, man.
Yeah.
He's hilarious. That's a definite clip right there.
Yeah, definitely.
Clip that up.
But yeah. So I wonder if Neuro will come and end his stream. I mean, I may have to leave soon. You know, this is the reality.
You say you're leaving in 20 minutes or 10
Yeah,
minutes?
pretty much. Yeah, 20 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to record a bunch of stuff, and then I will have to call someone, so on and so forth, and then prepare for my show. Pretty much. There is no real preparation. But I assume the conversation I'm going to have will take a while.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, I've not really looked at this work in a long time, so I'm excited to take a look. I know it's like the way he writes, he's more practical, talking about the sort of problems with sort of hunter-gatherer life and why that's not sort of optimal versus the type of situation that we have. And of course, he says that, you know, that the situation will basically become intolerable. So that's why human beings have to sort of revolt against the system. So he doesn't think that choosing an ideal way is plausible. But then he also says that, you know, you should use wild nature as a you know, sort of antithesis, as a counter ideal to the world technological system. So although he doesn't say he wants an ideal form of society in one sense, he does posit a counter ideal. So yeah. So there's this sort of tension within Kaczynski.
So it's better because it fulfills the prior process, and even though it's not idyllic or harmonious in the way a lot of people claim it, the fact is they have freedom and autonomy. You know, they can, you know, they
Right.
have, yeah. But you know, he sticks closer to what the scientists give and stuff like he doesn't think that in
Exactly, yeah.
the past, in the past they were like Atlantis or whatever.
Yeah.
People were hunter gatherers for Kaczynski and
Yeah,
stuff
but
for
that's what's
Teddy.
good about his form of argumentation, because you could
Yeah.
apply it to somebody who believes fully in a sort of naturalist viewpoint, right? So you don't have to have any sort of spiritual predisposition to believe it, nor does it limit that, right? Because in other works, Kaczynski's noted, you know, I haven't really gotten to this part yet, but he says that certain religious ideals are preferable, right, to organizing, especially within a revolutionary capacity.
I forgot where I read that. Yeah, he said that that wasn't this the letter to the Turkish anarchist, right? The Turkish anarchist, because I think I read that. Right.
That's interesting. I've not seen that. Yeah, send that over if you can. All right, if you find that,
Yeah, it's
because that's
like
interesting.
I'll find it. Maybe it was about some other stuff because he was criticizing the anarcho syndicalism and stuff. I think I read
Yeah,
that
that's
letter.
interesting. Yeah, I really need to take a look at that one. Yeah, we might take a look at that one.
Anarcho primitivist. He's critiquing the anarcho primitivist. Yeah, I'll send it to you right now. Actually, let me see if I can find it again.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. But yeah, that's the type of stuff we'll be talking about. So
Yeah, I would say that Skirvina has strong argument too. You know, I think that either a hunter-gatherer lifestyle or the before 1200 AD, it was good enough. Yeah, it's way better than what we're dealing with now. And so, at least before the mechanical clock. at least before that. So I think some people might make an argument before the steam engine, because that was better too before then. I mean, the farther back you go, the better it was at this point. Definitely, like I think, it's kind of crazy. But the point is that technological determinism is true. Each of these inventions that are made, they just find ways to repurpose it to enslave you better, like the steam engine or like the mechanical clock and stuff like that. It kind of shapes and pressures human behavior and molds it for absolute efficiency, like what Elo talks about. And I know Kaczynski was influenced by Elo and stuff. I mean Teddy. Yeah. Anyway, I sent you the letter to the Turkish anarchists on your Facebook. I'm gonna do it right now here. I mean on your Discord. Yeah. I read that a while back. I forgot most of it. And stuff.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Yeah, so if you look at the first, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, you can go.
Oh no, I was just gonna say that in the first edition of Technological Slavery, you have that critique of anarcho-primitivism. But yeah, it's not in the second one. But yeah, go ahead. What are you gonna say?
Yeah, I was gonna say that anarchism doesn't work in practice because I think human beings naturally create their own hierarchical structures, but the difference is whether or not it's done via adapting to the technology versus naturally organically emerging and stuff. So I think there is a difference between that, because when the technology is made like steam engine, that causes entire landscapes to change, and then people have to adapt to the change that is introduced by the technology. It's not like they have a choice. And we see tons of examples now, like the iPhone. Initially it was optional. Now everywhere expects you to have iPhones. You know what I mean? Smartphones. And so that's kind of conditions and shapes the people's behavior and stuff.
Oh yeah. I think there's just a general fact that most people are in awe of the creations. Right. So
Yeah, I know what you mean. I have a friend like that. I argue with him. I mean, I debate him a lot, and so he's in awe of AI and all this technology, but I'm not really in awe of it. To me, it's just more instant gratification that leads nowhere and stuff. And also it leads to losing the things that we once cherished, and we don't realize how important it is until we lose it and stuff. Except for the wise who reflect back, like community, where people are getting more atomized than ever. They're losing their community. That's one thing they're losing. Another thing is freedom. With the Patriot Act that I mentioned is not used to find terrorists or whatever. It's used to spy on American people and stuff after 9/11. The Patriot Act, and now they have even worse stuff than that, like Palantir and crap like that. But yeah, that's the point. Being in awe of these gadgets, it doesn't really lead to much. It just leads to people getting blinded over the simple joys and the important stuff we're losing that our ancestors had for thousands of years. So like community and stuff. I think war meant something different in the ancient past. It actually had meaning. It was about protecting your tribe, protecting your people. Now it's just about putting money into the pockets of big businesses and crap like that. So that's what it means. And also crap like that.
yeah. Yeah, the interesting is the leaders went out and fought a 1-to-1 battle, and then they sent out their best warriors first, and they had a 1-to-1 battle, and then you send out everybody else and be like, well, we had slayed your captain. Do you wish to proceed and make war upon men who are your superiors? And then they'd go ahead and vote yay or nay, basically.
Yeah, that would be better. That would be better, yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the future will be primitive. I'm going to give a whole schema on it's a historical motif about technology on the show. So I don't know how it will go over, but it's pretty interesting. Like 4 epochs.
It's better for both the Earth and mankind if we go back to being primitive. That's 100% something I agree with. You know, like you shouldn't have stuff like bunker bombs or whatever crap like that. Any
Yeah.
group of people.
Yeah.
All
So
right, I'm back.
you're back. Yeah, so I have to step away for a while. So I'll be off for like maybe the next like hour at least. But yeah, eventually I'll be back. But yeah, I do have a show at 9:15, so come by to the show if you guys aren't doing anything. But yeah, who's that chick you were talking to, Twilight?
That's my girl.
You got a new one?
Actually, she's an old one. I've known her like an eternity.
Oh, I see. So I found her channel. She's like doing the tarot stuff. I've seen her thing. But yeah, interesting. All right, yeah. So that's fascinating.
Yeah, I've known her for like.
Oh man, there goes Neuro Jack. Damn it! I was gonna ask him that. Oh,
What the man?
yeah, because I have to step away. So it's like you and Avian will have to talk. But yeah.
Maybe.
He's,
Oh, I just seen you at TML. Yeah, it was nice talking to you, man.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, yeah. But come by to the show. We'll talk about critique of anarcho-primitivism, and obviously there's some heart. We're pulling on the heartstrings because obviously we're sympathetic to the point, but
right.
you know,
Yeah.
but then again, you know, you can't
There's some holes in it.
have
though.
your cake and eat it too, so to speak.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree.
You know, because then you'll be like basically like a technologist, you know, who thinks that they, you know, they can
Right.
have their technological cake and manage the risks, and you know, and it's like, look, you can't have your perfect world.
Well, I mean, I would make the argument that the archons are really the problem. You know, from my paradigm, strictly speaking.
Yeah, that
Like we
gets into
could
another
actually
problem.
do it, but our minds are so like distracted from like what is real and what is
Yeah,
natural.
yeah,
It's
that
almost
gets yeah,
impossible.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that gets into the you know, technology natural or artificial debate. So that gets
Right.
into that.
Yeah. Yeah. So if we
That
were
gets
like
into the
if
metaphysical
if our
territory.
technology was like in line with nature instead of against it, which it is, then that would be one thing, but it's not. It's absolutely not. It's against nature. It's against God. It's against everything that is holy, if you want to use that term. I mean, I think it's applicable. You know, it's about building better and false immortality and like just completely
Yeah, you want to
ravaging,
just
creating simulacras of
create techno Gnosticism along with the
Right.
techno shamanism, and then just
Yeah. Yeah.
Permaculture is aligned with the earth, and permaculture techniques can have a lot of
Right.
complexity to them. Yeah, that tends to be way better permaculture. But it's not.
We're too far gone.
the Zen Sunni will fight the gaybies, the gay AI babies.
There would have to be a paradigm shift of like catastrophic proportions for us to be even close to being able. Yeah. There's no way. And this whole idea of just like things being better just because, quote unquote better, quote unquote progress, which is really like a regression.
Wasn't
Postmodern.
Steiner good about this stuff though? So he seemed pretty good about it. Steiner with his permaculture stuff, from what I've seen.
Steiner
Yeah.
has a lot of good ideas and a few really bad ones.
Yeah, it seems that way. Yeah, I mean that's the case with most thinkers. I don't think any thinker is 100% good. But yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean that's why I judge everybody individually, and You know, I don't expect to agree with him 100%. It's never happened. So, you know, until that happens. Like I like Schelling a lot. Doesn't mean I agree with everything he said. You know, I like Nietzsche a lot. Doesn't mean I agree with everything he said. You know, so I like Bohm. You know, so yeah, just eat the meat, spit out the bones. Like I agree with John Lim Lash on a lot of things. There are some things I absolutely disagree with.
Have you ever fallen in love with an anime waifu, Twilight?
No, I've never had a waifu. I mean, there are some that I've thought like, damn, what would they look like if they were real? For sure. Like, yeah, I've thought like that. I've been like, damn, like what would she be like if I were to actually hang out with her? You know, like I've thought about that before, for sure, many times.
Like something.
You know,
Anime
Elfenlied is
is
gonna sound.
real.
This is gonna sound kind of
Anime is real.
but you know, Elfenlied, Lucy from Elfenlied.
Yeah,
I
I
always
remember.
thought like, what would she have been like if everyone didn't betray her? She wasn't
Yeah, I
treated like.
seem to have an unnatural, sort of maybe attraction to like blue hair, pink hair.
Yeah, me too.
That
Me
doesn't
too.
really make sense without cartoons that we watched as children. I mean, there's
Right.
lots of
Well,
people who have that hair now. So
you're right. Yeah, I'm attracted to that too. So it's in real life too. But I grew up like in the rave scene, so it was kind of common for people to have like crazy like neon like red hair or purple hair or pink hair or whatever the fuck. You know, and it's strange like because I'm like all about everything natural, but some girls can really look beautiful with that. So it's kind of weird because I'm like all about like everything natural and shit. Like anytime I heard a girl like, oh, I should get surgery for this, I'm like, you're fucking crazy. You know, like so I've always been about that. But like with certain hair, like yeah, it can be pretty attractive actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah. Do
think
you guys
Lucy
have?
is absolutely like a Lilith archetype too. So, but this is like before I, got into Lilith like that. So I thought that even then, like, what would she have been like if she was like not betrayed? And I feel like it really pissed me off that they didn't finish the fucking anime because if you like actually look at the manga, it's like twice as long, and it's actually really profound. It's deep and dark, but I mean, I could see why they wouldn't finish it. Kind of like Shadowstar, like it's unsettling, especially for Western audiences. But I think it was brilliant. Like, I really do. It's one of those shows that needs like a reboot, like a complete reboot, because they changed the ending. Like there was no ending. They just created one completely, just like Berserk. Like there was no ending. Claymore, there was no ending. Like there's a lot of these animes that just finished that never actually finished. They just created an anime ending and they're just like, okay, it's over. And it's like, no, that's not how it happened at all. Like bullshit.
Yeah. 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 That's why the mangas tend to be superior. Like
Yeah, for
eight
sure.
times out of 10.
100%.
8 times out of 10.
100%. Umaniko is another one. Beautiful, incredible show. Like, and they give you like fucking 30% of the actual show. Like, and it's confusing as hell because they made these like little changes that are like once you add them up, they're actually really big changes. Plus, it's a mind fuck, and I love stuff like that. So, Brother Man. Brother Man's been killing it with the videos lately. He's evolving. It's actually pretty dope. Have you seen Spice and Wolf, Avian?
No, I haven't watched that one yet. No.
It's pretty good actually. I didn't think I would like it as much as I did because it's like a little romancy, but it's actually pretty good.
Hey, which version are you
And the
watching?
chick is
The
and the
old
chick
one
is
or the
like
new
a
one?
she's like a wolf chick.
Oh yeah. Which version are you
Uh,
watching? The old or
I
newer one?
watched the old one a long time ago, but
Oh,
now they're like doing a second season finally. Like it's coming out like next year, I think.
Okay, I'll
And
be
so
back in a while. Blessings, guys.
all right, brother.
yeah, see you later.
Inshallah.
Yeah, peace, Lord.
Blessings.
So yeah, they're finally finishing it up. So they're creating a second season with the new one. The animation is like more touched up. It's more new, you know. It's what's the word I'm looking for? Like they changed like the character a little bit. They made her less like primal, you know. So there's like little differences, but I think for the most part, it's more or less the same. There's like I think there's a little bit of like the order of things is a little bit different, but not a whole lot.
Yeah, I feel like you know, it's not good to work because all our money and tax. I was talking about this before. It go into just military industrial complex and Edomites or whatever. It doesn't go to benefit the people or Earth. So if one could afford it or one could, it's better to just be a NEET. You know, just stay home and play video games. You're actually helping people more doing that than
Right.
believing your 9 to 5 job is helping this world or something. Yeah.
In a way, that's kind of true. Have you ever seen
Yeah.
Welcome to NHK?
Welcome. That one is on my what to backlog also. I haven't seen that one. Yeah, I haven't seen that one.
That's funny. It gets kind of
Oh
dark
yeah,
too.
I have seen that one. I saw one episode of it. Yeah, I saw one episode.
Yeah. It's dark. It's like a dark comedy. It's interesting. It's about like that whole idea, essentially. You know, and there's like conspiracy theories and like it's interesting.
Yeah, I think I should watch all of it then. I only saw one episode.
Yeah, it's classic. It's an older show.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a lot of good anime and manga. Yeah, but yeah, some people have seen way more still.
I got introduced to it when I was really young by an older friend of mine. So that's how I I saw Ghost in the Shell, the movie, like on VHS, like way back, like shortly after it came out, and that was my introduction.
Yeah, I saw it a long time ago too. Definitely, I got into it like I don't know, when I was like 14. You know, I saw Berserk, the anime,
Yeah.
like, when I was 17 or 16. I watched all of Berserk. Then I got into the manga and I read like 30
Yeah.
volumes of Berserk, 30 volumes of Berserk. But I dropped it because they got to this boat, you know, with this boat with a pirate ship or something, and then it was
Mhm.
just stalling there. You know, Kentaro Maro, he just ran out of ideas and he wasn't like releasing stuff in a timely way. And
Yes.
but I read like 30 volumes of Berserk. Berserk is cool.
Yeah. Berserk's really good.
Yeah. I also yeah, I have a lot of manga to read and other stuff. There's this one shamanistic manga I found. I actually started reading a bit. I think you would love it. It's called Togi Oni or Togi Oni. It's called Togi Oni Primal Gods in Ancient Times. It's a very good
Okay.
manga. Yeah, definitely recommend checking that out too. It's pretty
Okay.
interesting. Togi Oni. So
Okay, cool. I have an app for it, so I'll check it out. Boom. Got it.
it's cool how in Shintoism they think the shrines can like hold the essence or kami of the gods, and like if you go to the shrine, sometimes your mind can like attune to it and maybe you can be transported into that dimension where you see the gods are real and the gods get their strength from people's worship in some ways.
Right. Yes. Well, because there's no separation back then. There was no separation between the natural and the supernatural with any animistic, shamanistic tradition. It was all imminent.
Yeah, that I think you will love that manga then because it's all about that kind of stuff.
Uh-huh. Okay.
You play any interesting games? Any of you?
Not
Lately?
recently, but
Not
yeah.
recently.
You ever play Horizon?
You know, actually, I'm gonna be honest. I recently beat Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma. It has a lot of Shinto stuff in it too. It has a lot of Japanese traditional dance, and even actually, believe it or not, the cosmology in Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma is very close to John Lash Lamb's cosmology.
Really?
Yeah, it is like the Earth is their Earths or their flow are created by gods that come onto the Earth, like they churn into the planet, or not the planet, but the islands. Like the islands are floating in
Right.
that world. They're like continents that are floating, and it's like I don't want to say too much because it will spoil it, but it has very spiritual theme to it. And also I like all of the characters, and the art direction is nice. The music is nice. The combat is a little bit shallow, but it's okay though. I think overall it's a good game. If you like Japanese mythology, and
Yeah.
if you like that game, you will like it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Rune
I
Factory.
think the Japanese have stuck true to the original animistic traditions. So yes, I do. I know Rune Factory because that's an old series. It's been around for a while. I never played that one though.
Yeah, that one is more recent. That one came out more recently last year. That one's actually pretty good. Rune Factory 5 was poorly made. That one is garbage. But 4 is good. But 4 is not that spiritual. But Guardians of Azuma, the story is very animistic and very shamanistic. And I could, point that out. But it's very
Okay, it's
nice.
an
Yeah.
action RPG. Okay, I'm looking into it.
Guardian,
Yeah.
Guardians
Okay,
of
cool.
Azuma.
Yeah.
Also, that one game I recommend you, Kanitsu Gami, definitely look into that because that one actually has a goddess you protect, and that goddess is associated with rejuvenation and healing the sick landscape, the ailing landscape and stuff. The Kanitsu Gami, that one has beautiful music, and it is also very tied to Japanese animism and stuff. I do like the shamanistic, animistic traditions of the East. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Not many people explore it much, but it's
No.
interesting.
Well, all true pagan traditions were animistic. They were turned into actual gods, quote unquote, later on. The ancients didn't have a concept of gods like we do today. Like that was foreign. This is something that people later on kind of said, oh, they worship the god of the sun and the god of the moon. That's not quite actually right. Like it was a personification, the like the Egyptians, for instance, they didn't have a name for a god. They were called the Netzeru. Like they were the forces of nature. That's what they were. It wasn't like and the same thing with like the original like Sanata Dharma. Like they weren't gods in the way that we see it today. It was much more complex and nuanced than that. So that's the thing. It wasn't until priesthood came into the picture that it started becoming like actual gods. It had to do with the earth itself, and it was much more natural.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, definitely.
Uh-huh.
That's so interesting. So
And so Japan is like kind of held on to very old traditions. It's one of the few. And so that's my hypothesis on that. Why they have so many, like Mushishi, is like the best example. They've held on to these older traditions, and even some Gnostic. There's a lot of Gnostic stuff like all through Japan.
yeah, Mushishi was good. I know what you're trying. I know what you're saying. Yeah, definitely. When I was, when I played Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma, it did feel Gnostic in the way, the Tilithai, the way
Yeah.
that John Islam talks about it. Yeah,
Right.
that's definitely true. Yeah, I saw that.
Well,
Yeah.
you can go back to like the Australian Aborigines, and they talk about like the dream time in the Wangina and all this, and it's what you call Orneric mythology. And it's mythology based in dreaming, and so reality itself is a process of dreaming of the gods. If you want to call them that, and so that's really what it comes out of. So this isn't something new. This isn't something that happened 2,000 years ago. This is just a continuation of something much older. And that's what I try to stress. And yeah, the Telestai, right, exactly. And they were, you know, the teachers of the mysteries. And they were shamans. They were shamans. Ultimately, like that's really it. All the rest of it was accoutrements that were placed on them later on by their enemies. So I mean, and this isn't a guess. You can actually go and read Irenaeus. You know, because people have been like, "Oh, well, no, it's just a response. It's just a reaction to Judaism." Like, no, it's not. You can go and look at Irenaeus, and he literally talks about Sophia becoming the earth. So they fucked up. They shot themselves in the foot by trying to like mock their beliefs. Like, you can go and look at Against Heresies by Irenaeus, and he talks about it. He actually talks about what they really believe. Because people have this idea that the Gnostics denied the earth and they denied the cosmos, you know, they're anti-cosmic or whatever. And it's like nothing could be farther from the truth. This is why me and Hyperborean will never agree on that one fact. Because he denies the earth. And he denies that there's a God, in the sense of, you know, that basically the demiurge is the only thing that has power. I completely reject that because the demiurge has zero power. The demiurge believes it has power. You know, the demiurge's power is illusory, and he makes those believe, you know, those against him and for him believe that he has power. But it's all really just it's an intrusion within the human mind. It's you know, it's simulation. How? In that sense, so he didn't create anything. See, he believes that the demiurge created everything. I don't believe he created anything at all. It's abstraction. It's delusion.
Yeah. I'm not sure. There's something about Hyperborean or Nimrod D Rosero that deeply moves me or like resonates with me. But
Oh,
at the
me
same
too.
time, yeah.
No, there's definitely truth. I agree with a lot of it. A lot of it. But it just, when it comes to that, I completely reject it. Like, I cannot accept that. Like, the demiurge literally like trapped us here and all this. Like, I do not accept that. I do not accept that nature is somehow fallen or malformed or whatever. Fuck. Like, you know, a creation of the demiurge. That matter is a creation of the demiurge. You know, like, I just no. I completely reject that. But no, I mean, besides that, we essentially agree on a lot, really. And I have like, you know, the secret history of the full the shell shots and the mystery of fuck, I can't remember what it is. But you know what I'm talking about. And I have all the books. Is what I'm saying. Like, I have, and I have ones that are like written by others who are like within that same genre that kind of have like a little bit of a different idea, you know. So
Yeah, but
I'm well
yeah,
familiar.
I get what you're saying. And I actually have struggled with the same thing too. Like when I read the Buddhist scriptures, there's no universal consensus about what peri-nirvana or nirvana is.
Right,
You know, yeah, there's no
right.
universal consensus yet.
This is why I don't like to attach myself to any one thing, and I just kind of like I've always been very, you know, adaptive, and people think that that's, you know, like, oh, well, you're mixing all this. No, I'm figuring things out, man. I don't know. I'm saying I do not know. I'm you know, I'm asking questions. Instead of pretending I know, I'm asking questions, and I'm going through my own experiences, and you know, just going with that, you know. And from my experience, what I can tell is that the earth is alive. And to say that it's some kind of trap or we're prisoners here, I just think it's absurd. And you know, I do think that there is an originator, Now he would say the originator is just a place. Now I do agree that it is a field that where everything kind of manifests from. It's it's legit like how everything comes to being. But I also believe that it also is itself having the stream that the aeons are taking part of. So it's like in my eyes, like there is actually, an ultimate, God, if you want to call it that, a generator, we could call it. The aeons are called generators. Um, you know, so that's where we
Yeah, but I'm gonna be
we
honest with
part
you.
ways.
Like, I think personally, though, I would have preferred to, be born during a different time, maybe even a different being. I
Yeah.
cannot personally forgive God personally. I mean, I'm fine with going to hell. I'm just not going to, forgive God. That's I was trying to destroy him, even if I felt, that's
Well,
all I'm saying. I mean,
well,
it's like,
I don't believe in hell in the way that it's taught, man. That's archontic bullshit. Like I don't believe in that at all. So, and I don't think the Bible actually even supports that either. And I mean, I could make a strong case for that. So that's more archontic, man. Like from what I can tell, the original understanding was either annihilation. So basically, like, uh, as I said, eternal life is a free gift, and so, by being in line with the divine will, by being by doing good, and by uh, you know, be essentially just. I mean, it's really not that fucking hard. Like you can interpret it all different kinds of ways, but I think
yeah, I have a question for you, Twilight. Yesterday I was on NPC the game. You weren't there. I asked the question to people, and the question I asked, if you could dream up another world with its own parameters, its own setting that you prefer, what would that other world be? Would you prefer to live in that world or this world? That's my question to you. If you could dream up another
right.
world.
Well, see, I don't really see that much wrong with this world. What's wrong is the system. Okay, and so like from a strictly monergistic perspective, what the cross actually means, okay, from that perspective, is when it says that Jesus died, okay, for first off, it doesn't say Jesus died for your sins. That this is again more archontic twisting, okay. What it actually says is that Jesus conquered death, okay, and so that's exactly what it sounds like. There's no like, oh well, God, you know, die for your sins, but you still have to crawl on your knees and beg and plead, and you might, get lucky. You just go to church and give them all your money, and And when I say this, I'm not like being funny. Like for a long time, you literally had to go to the church and beg and plead, and if you didn't like do what they said, they would literally execute you. Like this is the reality. Okay, so this is what I'm saying is it became more about man. Okay, so like and even to this day, it's like if you don't belong to a church, you're essentially going to hell. Okay, this is not this was not the original tradition at all. Okay, the idea of being in an eternal torment, is a 6th century invention. Okay, like the original idea was that Jesus conquered death so that we could too, so that this world could be redeemed. And what that means is that when we die, evil is eliminated entirely. It no longer ceases to exist. Okay. And so for those who decide they want to be in line with evil, they're annihilated. They're gone. They're ashes. Okay. So they don't suffer forever. There's one last judgment essentially, and they're annihilated. That's it. They cease to exist. Okay? For those who decide to go with the divine will, they're granted eternal life and the end of all evil. They're no longer impeded by evil. They're no longer stricken by evil. Okay, so evil is seen as kind of like a disease within humanity. Okay, and it's like you become well. That's what the resurrection is you become well again. You no longer are brought down, by this literally like sickness of the soul. Okay, so this was actually well known for a while, and then it was turned into something very different. It also completely rejects this idea of everyone going to heaven or hell or whatever. Like no. It's legitimately the earth brought back to and restored back to what it was supposed to be in the beginning before we
Oh,
fell out
this
of
is a
alignment with God.
dude. This is like Neon Genesis. Like I don't know why, but I am definitely on Hyperborean side in terms of medicine. I respect your views, but something about it I just find reprehensible. I just cannot. I will not submit to a divine will. Period. I'm not gonna do that. It sounds like Neon Genesis what you're talking about. Like I don't know, like man, like really, like Evangelion. Have you watched Neon Genesis,
Sure.
right? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, like yeah, you're definitely on the side of the angels here. Like, like that's what I see here.
Human
Sad
instrumentality
Jerome.
project.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me.
I know what you're saying. Well, I'm just telling you the original like understanding before it was turned into this endless torment and everyone's like floating in heaven somewhere or burning in hell or whatever. It's like no. It's like eternal life is something that is conditional. So it's like if you have eternal life as a gift from God, okay, then how do you have eternal life without that? So there's a lot of like logical fallacies within it. It and I'm not saying that I'm completely in alignment. I'm just saying this is what it says. And then I have my own interpretation from what I experienced in 2012 that's based in personal gnosis. Okay. But I'm not 100% in alignment with anything because, again, I also have my experience with the earth and I'm not going to reject that. So, again, this is just another angle to look at things. And I honestly think it makes a lot of sense, at least in comparison to 90% of what the hell is taught. But I don't have a problem with a divine will. That's the difference. Because I don't
Yeah,
think divine will is against my will.
yeah, I got that. Yeah.
That's the thing. A truly divine will is not against my will. That's the thing. It wants what's best for me. And so there's no reason to fight it. Look at what the will of man has done to the world. Look around you.
Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, I mean, it's just you see
So
the thing is
I'm not
physics.
talking about the demiurges. I'm not talking about commands from the sky. I'm not talking about, any of that. Don't mix the two up. Okay? I'm talking about true harmony between everyone and everything. Complete equilibrium.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they really are the opposites. Hyperborean and your metaphysics, like, and also the ethics. It's kind of weird. That's interesting. It's interesting. Harmony, he would call us anarchic, but you see harmony as good. No.
I do.
Yes, I
I
see.
think false harmony is bad, but I don't think all harmony is bad. No. Well, because he believes that this entire world is created by the demiurge. That's why. He thinks the entire creation is formed by the demiurge, that matter is evil. I think the demiurge is like a Wizard of Oz. The only power he has is the power he makes you believe he has. He's inept. He can't create anything.
But don't you sometimes feel like you can create a better world through artwork, through your own I don't know, creativity, and like that stands in opposition to the world of matter that we're given? Like sometimes it feels that way. You know what I'm trying to say? Or is that just a delusion on my part? You know, like
I think we don't see reality as it is to begin with. So I mean, that's
Yeah.
first off, that's my first premise. So when you understand that, then I mean, you got to start there. We already don't see things as they are. We don't experience things in the richness that we're supposed to. We're already handicapped. So what is reality even? Like we don't even fucking know. You know? And I think that the shamans like understood this a lot better. And you look into all the shamanic traditions, you know, they make it very clear that we don't see. That's the difference between like shamanic and occultist like perspectives on things. Our entire basis on everything is that reality is not what you think it is. That's our first premise before anything else.
Although Hyperborean, I think you said in the chat the other day that perhaps the god, quoting not verbatim, but he said perhaps something like perhaps the goddess will save him from being consumed. That ph word he uses a lot, phagocytosis, or however you pronounce it.
What?
I'll have to type to type in the back chat.
You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. You know, as time goes on, I just respect anything that comes from a man's heart if they truly believe it sincerely and they're not imposing it on others. If you truly believe that stuff, but when shit hits the fan, though, will you truly place your faith in the divine will? Because I will not, though. I'm not gonna. No way I'm doing that. Like, fuck this life. You know, if I look back on my life, it's just a series of humiliations. I actually enjoy reading artwork more. I enjoy escaping into fantasy worlds more. Fuck this life. I don't care if I even remember my name after I'm gone, or even remember my family or whatever. I don't give a shit anymore. I just want to be reborn into a better world that is more based, you know, like swords and sorcery, or
what better world?
Like you know, like Zelda or something like that.
I don't want to, you know, I don't want to like make any promises here, but like it goes back to what Twilight was saying. Like, do we know what the actual reality is?
Right. And I think that like they've done DMT experiments that show us that like hell no, we don't. Okay, and people can say, "Oh, it's hallucinations." No, the fuck it's not. Not when everybody is seeing the same shit. Okay, and when you see how profound that is, whoa, and it completely aligns with everything that all these existences have been saying from the beginning of time. So when you look at, you know, the mundane world and you look at it through a fucking postmodern atheist perspective, then yeah, sure, yeah, we need a better world. When you look at it from a shamanic perspective with what I'm saying, that's very different. What we're seeing is an ink blot We don't see reality as it is. There's no time. There's no space. There's no like what the hell are you going to improve on that? No. What we experience is the problem, but that's based in our own interpretation, our own perception, our own memories, our own fucking traumas, our own that has nothing to do with reality itself. So that's my argument. It's Maya in that sense. What we experience is Maya. It's not actual reality. And so,
yeah, but I'm saying that actually I have had experiences like that. I mean, I had my own spiritual experiences. I think I've even experienced the divine will or something like it. I'm pretty sure. And I feel like Hyperborean is right. You don't have to submit to it. You know, you can like take a kind of apathetic route and go
no,
more
see, but
into
this is
your.
the thing. There's nothing to submit to. This is what I'm trying to say. I think it's being misunderstood. Okay, the true divine will doesn't want you to submit to anything. It just wants you to align with it. Okay, of your own free will. I mean, yeah, I guess that's a type of
Yeah,
submission.
that's
But I mean,
semantic.
if not destroying yourself, destroying others is submission, then I mean, yeah, I guess, you know, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, well,
Like,
you know, and you know, Hyperborean says something interesting. He does agree this world is Maya, that becoming is an illusion, but being is like pure awareness, like signless awareness, but you can like dream up your own worlds, like a true movement. You dream up your own worlds. I'm saying that just seems more appealing to me because, you know, I don't, if I have the option, I
what
would
makes you
rather
think those
dream
two
up.
are mutually exclusive from each other?
Yeah, he thinks they're mutually exclusive. I don't know.
In
Actually,
my
I'm doubtful about it.
in my paradigm, we have the minds of the gods of the aeons. That's where our divinity is we have the intellect of and the creativity and that's the entire purpose of our existence. We have the minds of the gods. Watch the movie Lucy. It tells you everything you need to know.
Lucy?
The divine will is everything in harmony. It's not a god screaming from the sky telling you what to do. Yes, the movie
You know
Lucy.
that movie? Is it Lucy?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah,
That
2014.
movie is whoever wrote that movie knows what the fuck is going on, whether they know it consciously or not. Watch the movie Lucy and then understand that Lucy represents Sophia talking to her
perhaps
children.
heavily influenced from Sophia, perhaps.
I doubt it. I think they
Like
were
subconsciously.
No, yeah, for sure. That's what I'm saying. Yes. Yeah, watch the movie Lucy. First off, it's a really good movie. Second off, it literally tells you the fucking story. The drug that she takes is what's made for babies. It's a drug, but it has the same effect as a child, like when it's being born. It's profound. I don't want to say too much, but yeah, watch Lucy.
Spoilers.
Right.
Just kidding.
Well, I mean, it kind of is, but at the same time, I want to get that point across.
You know, I think what makes human beings interesting compared to other animals is art, you know. And that's one thing I've always remained strongly, strong about is that something about immersing yourself into a deep piece of artwork and even forgetting about the material plane. When you like immerse yourself in the artwork and you forget the material plane, I don't know, I think there's something profound in that. I'm not sure why, but there's this game called Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne.
Yes.
And Lucifer is in that game in Nocturne. And at the ending, I actually shared the ending. In the true demon ending, you can destroy all of material reality, and you can end all becoming. Like they say, time literally ends. And I always thought the true demon ending in Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne was the best ending because you have other reasons, and the divine will is actually watching over the other people fight. Like there's a reason of Musubi. The reason of Musubi is about trying to create a new. You have the reason of let me think. You have different reasons. They all have different metaphysics that they want to create for the new world that will come after the creation and destruction cycle. So the great will is watching over creation and destruction. The cycle of creation and destruction. And you can choose different endings. Like you can side with the reason of Shijima, which is a world of silence. Should there be a world of silence afterwards? Or you can side with reason of Yusoga, which is a world of stillness. Or you can side with the reason of Musubi, which is everyone creating their own pocket realities and minding their own business. I don't know. Actually, I like the reason of Musubi, but I also like the true demon ending, though, because the true demon ending involves destroying Yahweh, destroying Jehovah, and then ending all of the material cycle of creation and destruction, ending all time. So, and Lucifer is the good guy, and Shin Megami Tensei,
Really?
I shared that with Hyperborean. He liked that ending and stuff. But when I was younger, I was playing.
Of course he
Shin Megami
did.
Tensei. Yeah, he did like it. Yeah, yeah. But Shin Megami Tensei, I have good memories of. I play a lot of. I play Digital Devil Saga 1 and 2, which is about Hindu mythology. Actually, Digital Devil Saga 1 and 2 are about people blocking out the sun and trying to steal the power from Brahman. And at the end, the second one, you actually go to the sun. You go to the sun. You
Oh,
see
wow.
all souls. You see all souls are being cycled through the sun. But the thing is, an recent advanced technological society was trying to block the sun to prevent the cycle of transmigration.
That's in the Zohar.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I mean, Gates is just copying the Zohar, I guess.
Well, as you know, I see Yahweh as the demiurge. I don't. So when I talk about Jesus, I don't see Jesus as the son of Yahweh. Let me make that very clear. I mean, that should be clear, but just in case it isn't, yeah.
I bet you're
gonna
gonna
say
get into
something, but
lots
I
of
forgot.
arguments with Unseen then, because that would probably drive him nuts if he heard that.
Well, I'm going to drive him nuts anyways because I completely reject the authority of the Catholic Church in any form. And I think it was always considered the Antichrist system for the longest time until the futurists, who were Jesuits, decided to make the Jews the bad guys, essentially. And I'm not saying they don't have a part of it, but like the beast system was always considered the church. And the false religion was always considered an apostate form of Christianity. Period. The futurism and preterism were both created to take the eyes off of the church.
You mean preterism, right?
Yeah.
It sounded like you said preacherism. Maybe my hearing.
That's funny. Well, that works too.
Yeah, preacherism is heretical also.
Yeah, right. So what I'm saying is that's the whole thing. Is it takes away the sovereignty of God, and it also takes the eyes off of the church, which has always been the apostate, system.
Yeah, I think it's Orthodox. How do Orthodox and I know that Orthodox and Catholics differ. Like I know there's like they have different saints. They have different.
Yeah, they do.
Views on intercession, stuff like that.
What's crazy is they actually have a lot of pagan traditions, which of course Unseen again would lose his mind, but it's the facts, man. And I could show how they were pagan traditions. Which I have a problem with paganism, but I mean, I could show it comes from paganism, dude. Like there's a bunch of pagan traditions.
They try to look like pagans too, right? With like
The fact that they believe that Mary or anyone else is communicating to them is completely unbiblical. It's completely unbiblical. When you die, you're dead. Period. Nothing's talking to you. That's necromancy, literally. So what are you talking about? Who are you talking to?
Yeah, I
of Fatima or whatever the fuck. No, you're not talking to nobody. Even as an occultist, I reject that shit. Like even as an occultist, even when I was deep in like Luciferianism and shit, which I mean, I'm like, well, I'm backing away. We'll put it that way. All right. So
Ruh-roh.
even in my deepest like time in the occult, dude, I never fucked with the dead because I've never believed it. Never. And I have friends that were like really into it, like really into necromancy. I'm like, I don't fucking trust nothing that anyone's telling me. Like, nah. Like, these are spirits pretending.
Yeah.
Because I never believed in this immortal soul bullshit. Like, no, y'all are sleeping. The dead know nothing. It makes it very fucking clear. Okay?
No, but have you ever watched any isekai anime, like where the character dies and then he's reborn into a new world, like
Yes.
Mushoku Tensei and stuff?
Oh, yeah. ReZero is my favorite. It's
Yeah,
still.
ReZero is good too.
I stopped watching it like after the second season though because it keeps adding more and I fucking love it and I want to just watch it all because it's so good. So
Yeah, ReZero is
yeah,
good. Yeah, I think it's
Erased.
good.
Yeah, there's a lot of good ones. Erased, ReZero.
Mushoku Tensei is good. Mushoku Tensei.
I haven't seen that. I need to. That's on my list.
Yeah.
Shoot, I'm
I think
trying to
I
remember.
like it.
There was one that was really like controversial, but I did like it. It's kind of dark, but it was good. Because I feel like he was kind of justified. Was Redo of Healer.
Oh, that one, yeah, that one's yeah, I know about that one. Yeah.
dark, but
that's like
yeah.
a hentai or something, like it's like a hentai. But yeah, that was a isekai. I don't know if that was an isekai. Read.
I think it was. Maybe I'm.
No,
It's
that
been
one's
a-
not isekai. It's not an isekai. No, that one's not an isekai.
Oh, I thought it was. Well, it was like the whole like, he's like an adventurer or whatever. I thought it was. It's not. No.
No, that one's not an isekai. No,
You sure? I'll look it
Yeah,
up now. I'm curious. Let me look at my list. I'll tell you which ones I've. Because I have a list here. Where? Okay. Why isn't it?
yeah, fine. You like card games?
It's been forever. I used to play poker a lot though.
I see that. Anyway, I'm just saying that I would prefer to be isekai. That's all. Yeah, if that's possible.
Prefer to be
Something better. That sounds better to me than like traditional descriptions of heaven or something. Like it's just being isekai or something. Like like another life that's more more valorous or more fulfilling. Yeah, because this life is not fulfilling at all. At least to me, it's not fulfilling.
You ever seen Hibernate Renmei?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
That's a really good show.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, it was deep.
They're
There's
like
something
in
about
purgatory. It doesn't really like spell out what's happening. It's just
Yeah,
like
it doesn't. It has
yeah,
good storytelling, good atmosphere. It has nice cryptic atmosphere that makes you think
Yeah.
about what it means to reflect back on your own life. But something about it didn't particularly move me. I don't know why. I did like it, but I wasn't in love with it like some people. You know what I mean? Like you see what I'm trying to say? Like I don't know.
Right.
Like yeah, but it wasn't bad. It's like definitely a good one. Yeah, but yeah. Yeah, I recently watched an anime called Reborn as a Dragon Hatchling, and that one, this guy is reborn as a dragon, and he keeps, evolving as he like fights in the forest, and he gets stronger as he's fighting in the forest, and the dragon keeps transforming from being a hatchling to being much stronger and stuff. And I thought that was pretty cool. I mean, it would be cool to be a dragon. Like sometimes I like to imagine myself transforming into a dragon and just destroying all the small hats. You know what I mean? Something like that. You know, or the Edomites or whatever. You know,
You
like,
have some very Luciferian ideas.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
so
I
funny.
guess. I guess I'm just naturally Luciferian. That's always
Yeah,
been, yeah, my case. Yeah.
I think you should look into it a little bit. Honestly, like I'm not joking. I think you should. I think you would find some value, maybe like to because like I see it as like just balancing. Like light and darkness. It's important. When we deny our darker impulses and shit, it causes problems. Where people get lost is they start like uh, identifying or like worshiping that side of themselves, or they start worshiping, you know, the gods themselves or whatever. Because and the reason I say that is because like I see it from a pagan perspective, and so this is one thing that we agree on. Me and Hyperborean agree on, but I see it like I know you hate him, but I see it like from Giorgiani's perspective, where it's like all of these gods are fucking tyrants, like Zeus, like so it's not like it's just Yahweh. Like no, Zeus, Brahma, like they're all fucking demiurges.
So let me ask you this really quick, Twilight. So on X, there's a lot of white people LARPing as if they're pagans all of a sudden, and they're like sending me a picture of Thor's hammer, and I said, "Oh, so you're a crypto Jew," and they don't like that very much. What do you think of that?
Why would they do that? I don't think they would be Jews. No. Why would they do that? Why would Jews do that? That'd be kind of strange. It would be interesting. I mean, I guess it's not possible, but why would you think that they're probably like actually pagans? What makes you think they're not pagans?
Yeah, I would actually like worshiping Odin, and Thor and stuff. I mean, if they weren't that racist or whatever, some of them, I would have joined
They're
them
not.
long ago. Yeah, I mean,
They're not.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good with it. Yeah, I mean, it's something about the pagan gods of, the ancient Celts and even the
Yeah.
North Scandinavians. I greatly like it. So it just resonates with me more than
Okay.
Yeah,
yeah,
but they can't trace that back before, like, the Christians and the Jays came there, as far as I'm aware.
No, they can. They absolutely can. The only reason why it's like light evidence is because they destroyed everything. Like they literally destroyed everything, dude. Like the church destroyed everything. They killed the people. They eliminated the.
Yeah, but wouldn't you admit that most of the pagan LARPing about like Norse and stuff has really just been Judaized or something like that, or
It's
Abrahamicized
been
or something?
Judaized, sure, yes. There's no question about that. Even the epics have been turned into like shadows of what they were. Where you have this idea of like Odin is like the All Father or whatever, when this is nonsense. It was never the case. Like the pagan traditions were animist. So there was no like good God, bad God. There was never such a thing, ever. So yeah, most definitely. If you ever see like a good god fighting a bad god, kind of like Set and Horus, like Set and Horus was just like Ahriman and Ahura Mazda. Like they were necessary. They were necessary parts of creation itself that kept things in balance. They weren't like enemies. It wasn't like that. It was the mythology was explaining a tension that existed within creation itself. That was ultimately for novelty and growth and
so Loki becoming a good guy is a good thing, right? Good thing he learned all of his lessons, even though he slaughtered probably like millions of people.
Well, Loki, I mean, in some esoteric readings is Odin. So.
Oh. I thought I was gonna bring Ragnarok, Rag my rock.
Well,
like
he
my
brings
wife.
Ragnarok because it's the only way for everyone to like reach a new level of like evolution. Like, see, this is the thing. Okay, like all these battles, like you have like in the Mahabharata, for instance. Okay, there's this great war in the Mahabharata. I have a video about this like from 7 years ago. Okay, and in this great war in the Mahabharata, there's like all this bloodshed. Okay, but like to oversimplify the hell out of it, essentially, like this great war is a war against oneself. Okay, so that's really what it is.
Oh boy, that's starting to sound like Kratos when he went to go and talk to his younger self.
Right.
I'm not the man I used to be. I'm not a boy.
Right.
Yeah, I told two people last night, but I had a dream where Super Mario initiated me into Freemasonry. You want me to tell you about the dream?
Mario is definitely a Freemason. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was crazy. It was a few years ago. Like, I'm not making it up. I can tell you the dream.
No, I believe you.
You believe me? Yeah. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah. Yeah.
So
I
you're
don't.
a
I
Mason.
don't.
Okay. So you're a Mason.
No, I'm not a Mason. No, I reject.
You just said you were initiated into Freemasonry.
By in a dream by a Super
Yeah,
Mario.
yeah. Dreams are real, man.
Yeah, that's not it. Yeah.
I'm messing.
Yeah, but that the room in Super Mario 64, they have a black and white checkerboard floor and a sun in the middle. And then you look up and you fly in the sky and stuff like that. That's pretty crazy. It's like Freemasonry.
Yep. So I have a
I
grimoire
mean, it's not like Freemasonry. I mean, it is just like in the game I got now, Sifu, where I thought it was a beautiful game that's about art and lets me make my martial arts movies, and played through the whole game and saw no wokeness, no nothing that really wow, this is a game untouched by the society of the elites, and then lo and behold, right there on the wall, on one of the graffitis, there's an all-seeing, pyramid triangle. So
you guys want to hear something funny? Let me tell you guys something funny really quick. So I said that to the guy, and then he replied back like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Are you some kind of Christian judge?" Then he blocked me, and then I went to go look at his profile. It said U.S. Air Force, something or another, and if I had known that before, I would have said, "So, are you as a pagan working for the Jays, but you're against the Jays in Iran right now?" So I don't know. I think that would have been pretty funny.
Wait, you said seafood? What did you say? What's the name of the game?
seafood, like master in Chinese, seafood, not seafood.
Seafood.
SIFU.
Yeah. So the guy is a master sergeant in the U.S. Air Force as a pagan working for the Jays in Iran right now. So what do you guys think of that?
Brainwashed.
He's a master sergeant. What?
Well, it's just interesting that he's in the military, but he's against the Jays, but he's a pagan and against Christianity, but he's working for, destroying Iran all of a sudden. So I don't know. Why would the pagans want to destroy Iran? Can you guys think of a reason why?
Because he's in the military and he's doing what he's told, and people that are in the military do what they're told without thinking. He's brainwashed.
Is that what Thor told? Is that what Thor's people told people to do? Is like go forth and be brainwashed and follow your master?
By the power of
No, it has less to do with him being pagan and more to do with him being an idiot.
Hey, Bill Bixby versus Thor, that was a shit back in the day.
Yeah, man.
Mr. McGee, don't make me angry. You won't like me when I'm angry.
Seafood actually looks pretty cool. It looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it's good. I'll probably get it. Yeah, you're playing on console or PC?
Console.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it on PS5.
I was born in the earth's womb, led by a blinding light and bound by invisible fetters. Although I believed in something else, a far older power, I believe in He who is much more than God. Thirster through.
So, what's the creation myth of the Norse pagans?
Our goal is uncompromisingly to transcend that of earthly bonds, wisdom-wise and spiritually. To do this grand work, we need to cross limits and laws and look beyond the cosmic horizon. As the ones who are spiritually awoken by the otherworldly fires that emanate from beyond Nirgandr, the gates of Hela, we are the servants and the champions of mighty Loki. The thirst, we're talking about Loki, so I'm mentioning this. We are Lokian, the keepers of the Thursian cult of Loki. This is a book of the initiatory Loki workings within the Thursian current, where the sorcerers are guided to construct their own foundation for their Loki workings. In conjunction with the prior volumes in this series, to be fruitful is essential to obtain knowledge from both books. Okay, so talking about prior stuff. Hold on. Not important. Okay. Because this is a grip on magic, not philosophy. Okay. Okay, so because I just want to get into this. Talk about Loki. He's asking Avian's talking about Norse stuff. So okay, so this is basically like an adversarial Norse paganism. It's like basically Gnostic. Yes, Gnostic Norse. That's correct. Okay, so to the wise, deeper studies of his mythology, the Gnostic and anti-cosmic interpretation of the Norse sagas are to be done by each Thurster, who is a devotee to Loki. So the Thursis are the giants in the Norse paradigm. Okay, they exist from primal chaos. So again, this is where the Clithoth comes from, and this is what I'm trying to say. Like the idea of Jormungandr and the Gigaginyugap and all this, like this is where the idea of the Clithoth and the Tree of Life and all this shit comes from. It's very old.
Well, what?
It's not Jewish, and this is what I try to tell people. Like you have like Sumerian trees of life, like you have Egyptian hieroglyphs of trees of life. Like this is not something that started with Judaism. So
do you know who Prometheus is, or whatever his name is? The guy who came up with proto Enochian magic.
Yes.
The guy before John Dee, the guy who inspired John Dee, basically.
Yes.
He was a
John Dee was also influenced by Paracelsus.
Right. No, this guy influenced both those guys, and he was a monk in like a Catholic church or something like that.
Yeah, a lot of them were actually. It's kind of crazy.
So, what do you make of that?
Well, what did I tell you? I can literally show you elite bloodlines that were part of the Catholic Church. I can show you a Satanist who talks about it. A generational Satanist who talks about it. How the Aquitaine family were all like fucking part of the Catholic Church. And they were like popes and shit. It's exactly what I'm telling you, dude.
The anti-pope, I'm the one they fear. Reigning over the sphere.
Norse sagas have a wide range of sundry sources that may not always be so true and original. Mythology is dynamic and changes with time. In the case of Norse myths, they were strongly influenced by monotheistic ideas in politics. A lot that was written about Loki is contradictive and incoherent, which shows a lack of knowledge or maybe fear of the true Loki amongst the Norse authors.
Uh-oh.
Local oral knowledge and new Christian ideas seem to have been colliding frequently in the times when the corpus of Eddic poetry was collected and recorded. The fact of the matter is it was rewritten by Christians. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to tell you. Some Loki subject matter seem to have been locally fabricated in individual sagas to fill gaps where the understanding of his original aspects and virtues was absent.
That's right. That's right. My whole life, I was raised thinking that Loki was just this bad guy who liked to play tricks on his brother. But Marvel showed me the real true Jesus Loki.
No. He's definitely not like trying to save anybody. But he's not like a complete villain either. Like what he does has purpose. So the acosmic thirst power, which was all long before the creation of the ordered universe. Loki is the mighty ruler of these worlds of death. He is the son of the elder bloodline of the first Thyrsus. So, you have to have background information to understand what the fuck that means. Okay. But yeah, Avian, I'm just letting you know, like, there's a lot here. I could send this to you if you want.
What are you reading? Sorry, I kind of.
This is a grimoire on Thursatru, which is like the dark side of Norse paganism. It's the shamanic side, basically. So, like in Norse paganism, you have what are called Vitki and Volba. I told you my
Volba.
And my influences are all over the place, dude. It's just most people don't have a fucking clue what I'm talking about when I talk about this stuff. Okay, so like I can legitimately show you like how this all connects. I also have a book that talks about how the Kabbalah is pagan, which I mean should be obvious because it literally tells you that they were in Babylon and all this other shit. So the fact that everyone seems to think it's Jewish, like that literally goes against the Bible too, because it tells you that they were in Babylon and they learned this and they learned that. Well, they were in Babylon and they learned this and they learned that. Then clearly it's not Jewish. But yeah.
Jew.
Right.
Because Alex Jones said so.
Yes.
Yeah, you can send it to me. I'll get to it. But I have a lot of books to read and stuff to watch and play. I'm kind of burned out lately. Maybe I'll get more energy. Like I'm reading another book, but I didn't read today. I kind of like felt burnt out. Like I've been feeling burnt out lately, but it's okay. So I'll get to it. Yeah, it's kind of.
It's because you don't have enough sex, sir.
That's a good one.
Sex is good. I do agree.
Yeah, that's good.
I mean, you're laughing, but I'm not.
Hey, I'm with you, buddy, man.
Yeah, I'm with you too. Yeah.
That's right. Get that Energizer Bunny going and going and going. Yes, I agree. I'm one of them people where I don't really care to push the whole, it's always a certain group. I think it's a lot bigger than that. I think even the Jews are obviously under the control of whatever truly is running the thing. So they're as much of puppets as what they might be complacent. But I think we're all as much puppets as we are complacent in everything we do too. So
our battle is not against flesh and blood.
I don't think it's just that. I think it's as much as against ourselves, But can whatever put us here really can it expect us to just sit in place while reality moves forward? No, it can't. So I don't know what to do.
Well, don't worry.
One thing to do is, escapism. Find a lot of good artwork and just be shut in it. And just immerse your mind in that artwork, or create your own artwork. Nothing is better than creating your own artwork, I think. Yeah, I think so. Because when you create a piece of artwork, I believe, in a sense, a bit of you is contained in that artwork, or maybe you're tapping into another realm. That's possible too.
Yes, that's why I picked up Bob Ross painting.
Yeah, you are.
I'm serious. Like I'm talking about actual Bob Ross paintings.
Oh, those must sell for a lot, though. Yep. Like, how are you picking them up?
No, I don't mean buying them. I'm talking about I've watched enough of him all my life that here soon I think I've watched enough of his material that I'm going to be able to go and get some paintbrushes and paint, and I'm going to start doing some canvases.
Nice.
Oh yeah, that's good too. But I meant art, but it can be painting, it can be music, it can be writing. Yeah, that's I meant art in a more general way. But yeah, that works too. Yeah.
I don't know. It's very hard. I noticed that art evolves over time. So even if I could do everything naturally, art just gets. I mean, even if you could go out there and be like the pharaohs and build a fucking pyramid, like what's next? What more can you do that makes you feel fulfilled? That's right. We was pharaohs. Well, I don't know. I guess that's my problem is that I feel like I could go out there and build a whole entire, obelisk in the sky that can float without gravity, and I still wouldn't be happy with, my existence. So
One of my favorite.
I hear
We
you,
was
man.
plebs.
One of my favorite writers, her name was Tove Jansson. I mentioned this before. She created Moomin Valley, and she claimed whenever she wrote her book about Moomin Valley, she would actually go explore Moomin Valley. Like she would become a part of it and a part of the narrative. And Moomin Valley was very, communitarian and very free flowing. There's no coercion, no repression in Moomin Valley. It's all just, fantasy, free flowing, and But the thing is, when her mother died, Moomin Valley started to wilt. Like it's like Moomin Valley was psychically linked to Tove Jansson's mother. It was like her kind of muse or something, not muse, but more like a inspiration and stuff, like maybe a totem. I don't know. But the point is that Moomin Valley, maybe it had some degree of reality, some degree of independence from Tove Jansson. That's a good question. But Movements is very good. Movements is good for kids. The last the last book of the series is kind of depressing because that one is more bleak. That one is more pessimistic. It's more cynical. But yeah, Moomin Valley is popular in Japan. It's popular in Sweden. It's popular in Finland. I think Tove Jansson was Swedish or something. I think she was Swedish Finnish, either one of those. But yeah, it's popular in Scandinavian countries. Movements. Yeah, Snufkin is a very interesting guy, in the Movement series. He's a kind of character. He's just like a kind of vagabond. He's just always walking around playing his flute or something. And he's like always giving profound statements. And he's like very contemplative dude. And, you have different creatures in Moomin Valleys. You have Moomin, Paba, you have Moomin Troll, you have the Himmelants, you have the Himmelants. Yeah, but I love Moomins. Moomins is great. It's not like other children's stories. It's more, has a kind of gentle whimsy to it, a kind of psychedelic feel to it. It kind of feels like high literature. It's kind of like that one story, the never-ending story, but that one is different. I don't know why I brought that up. But the point I'm trying to make is older children's stories are better than modern ones. They're like written in a way that even adults can appreciate. Yeah, movements. Yeah, let's talk about movement. I have a friend.
Yeah, good children's stories like the Dark Crystal, where the little go and strap the kids inside the little machine like in Monsters Inc. and they sap out their essence and drink it.
No,
yes, sir.
That's right. Put the great LARP of conjunction.
Yeah, actually, now that you mentioned that, which is darker, actually, there is one writer I like more than H.P. Lovecraft. He was actually friends with Lovecraft. His name was Clark Ashton Smith. He created his own fictional worlds too. He was actually a better writer than Lovecraft. I think he and Lovecraft were friends. He created this world called Averon, which is based on a fictional counterpart of France. It's based on a fiction. And in that world, there are like dark magicians, and there are like sorcerers and stuff like that. And it's very occult. This world is actually, I feel like, more occult than Lovecraft even. Like you see stuff like mythical beings.
Yeah, because everything from the stories is based on stuff from real life. Welcome to the LARP.
The thing is, if it's based on real life, why don't I see it right now? Why can't I do magic? Why don't I see people? I'm gonna be honest.
Maybe because you don't suck up the life essence of children and drink it to extend your life. I don't know.
Yeah,
like that game that I'm talking about, Sifu. When you go to fight the dudes I guess, adopted older brother at the end, he goes, "What would you do for the ones you love? Would you not, break every rule to, basically, defeat death, because he goes and crushes a bird in his hand and then he turns around and brings the exact same bird to life." So, I think we're going to find out a lot of the lessons and things that we find in the movies and video games and schools and stuff. It's just a LARP that they put in your face to make you feel a part of the system, while they're the ones really holding the reins, trying to accomplish certain goals while telling you can be a part of it.
Was
Kind
that
of like,
bird a parrot? Was it a parrot?
Welcome
no,
to the LARP.
it's a smaller bird. It's like a songbird or something.
Oh, okay.
Welcome to the LARP.
Just wondering.
Yeah,
But they echo that in a lot too. Goku does the exact same thing. He's got the dead bird in his hand and turns around and brings it back to life. So I'm just saying a lot of themes seem to repeat, but there's no evidence of like if they've been putting the exact same information in our faces for hundreds of years or thousands of years, where's the evidence that any of the knowledge that they have had has been accumulated and actually put into practice, other than like with what I saw that night in the sky? That's my only evidence. If there's been hundreds of years of them working with whatever or just by themselves perfecting technology, then they've already gotten it. So, I mean, I can't imagine what else they've done, like with the art of war. So I think people are going to find out the art of war goes a lot more than just soldiers and generals on battlefields and how many spears you have. So,
Because I had a dream last night where a parrot like appeared in my hands. It's like red and green parrot.
Oh, that must be a lovebird, not a lovebird, but a sun conure. That's probably a sun conure. Sun conure.
Looked like a parrot to me, but
Conures are
whatever that
parrots.
is. Oh,
Sun
okay.
conures are parrots. Yeah, you can look it up. I can send you some pictures, see if that looks like the parrot. I like parrots. They're cool.
I used to have parakeets when I was a kid.
That's cool. Yeah, parakeets are cool too. Yeah.
yeah,
Archie.
well,
Yeah.
go
They're
have
like
a
little
peacock.
crackheads, but I love them.
Go see what they do to you at 5 o'clock in the morning when you don't give them the bird feed in time. Like goddamn velociraptors with wings.
Yep.
And fucking things will fly down out of the tree. The woman I was living with, she got stabbed in the hand by one of its talons, and it pierced right through her wrist, straight through to the other side. So ain't nothing but little velociraptors.
What parakeet is that?
I'm talking about a peacock.
Oh,
I like
okay.
cats. I like cats, dogs, and parrots. I like all of them. But I don't personally wouldn't like to have snakes though. But I do not hate snakes. I do not hate them. It's just not my personal cup of tea. Though.
No, snakes do get a bad stigmata. Snakes are if you take. I mean, I've known people who took really good care of snakes, fed them on time and everything. They still get bit. It's just, I mean, what do you expect? You're messing with a fucking wild animal. I mean, I've sat right next to a dog and have it nip at me, and it's been normal every day of its life. So
I think iguanas and bearded dragons are cool. I think sometimes the reason dogs act like that is maybe they have nutrient deficiency. Because a lot of the standard food brands for cats, dogs are very bad.
Yeah, it's shit.
That's definitely
basically.
true.
Basically cardboard.
That's definitely true.
well, what's wrong? Just put some water in there. You got some Cocoa Puffs.
The best food for cats and dogs is actually
cardboard.
Actually, raw meats from pastured animals like cats, like cows and stuff. Raw meat and also raw goat milk. Raw goat milk helps with parasite cleansing. Raw goat milk and stuff. Actually, you won't believe this. I used to be a pet food salesman, and I can tell you this. This is true 100%. The smaller local pet stores, they have better brands than the larger ones like Petco and PetSmart. You believe that? If you go to the smaller,
Yes, I do.
yeah, it's 100% true. I have like direct experience with this stuff. Yeah, actually, rescued a golden retriever and stuff. Yeah, and I interacted with a lot of cats and dogs when I was a pet food salesman. Yeah, but let me tell you this: as a pet food salesman, I was selling trash. I was selling bad food like neutral, and it wasn't good. Neutral was very bad. That was bad. Yeah. Yeah. Also, I was working for Blue Buffalo for some time. Blue Buffalo was okay, but still not as good as the stuff you can find in smaller chains. Smaller food places.
As long as you're not breaking any NDAs, lols.
Yeah, I'm not breaking NDAs. Yeah. Yeah, those jobs were more ubiquitous in the past, like being a pet food salesman and stuff like over 10 years ago or something, or 10 or 8 years ago. I forgot.
Well, at
Yeah.
least you're not a 40-year-old TV salesman. You still be a virgin.
Yeah.
Bad trombone.
Ah, you got that reference.
Yeah, it's crazy. Let me tell you this, man. I got 3 STEM degrees. I got a degree in neuroscience, computer science, and master's in robotic intelligence. And I can't even get a job now. And so, none of that is gonna
Yes,
be
because they only want you when you're useful. Same thing with me. They didn't want me in the military when it was, no war. But the second they got a war, oh, we'll give you some money to blow up people. So,
Yeah. Well, another reason is
Overqualified,
that
sir.
there are several reasons.
Stand at attention, soldier.
They're flooding the country with H-1Bs from India. That's one reason. Another reason is that the first jobs to be automated are in the tech field. So that's kind of, I should have gone in accounting or something. Like really, I think
They're
accounting.
still just outsourcing that to like Africa and shit. At least some of them.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, I mean, we've only done it to all of our call centers. I mean, no offense, but I mean, I can't tell you how many people, who claim to have American names and obviously not American. I mean, most of them seem Middle Eastern, so I get a few, maybe Somalians here and there, but I mean, let's face it here, people.
Like
I mean,
outsourcing your
cheaper
AI
labor,
jobs to
cheaper labor.
identify images, whether they're X-rated or
yeah, that's something else.
R-rated.
Yep.
And then yet these people have to identify them so the AI can learn what to. It's basically the guardrails that just outsourced it to like Kenya or some shit. At least they were a few years ago. I'm sure they're still doing it. So it's like AI is kind of like it's not as cracked up as they want you to believe. In my opinion.
No, it's actually getting pretty scary now because they have something called Live Agent now, and you can put it on your desktop and you can tell it to like type stuff or like I don't know analyze the screen and tell you what to do. It's getting worse. Like it can like replace a lot of.
Oh, I'm saying of course it's still getting scary because of how people are using it to basically be their therapist. That's really bad as it is. Apparently that's the #1 use now.
Such a low shot.
Allegedly.
Yeah, that's not good. You don't want to, trust the AI.
Like
to
I can
give advice.
see it. Like if the AI helped you have a really bad problem, then you kind of grow an attachment to it. It's not that hard to do.
That's right. I want to have a one-night stand with my Aphrodite.
And then you have weirdos like Rat Blood, married to ones allegedly.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you can't discern, a conversation with a goddamn artificial intelligence.
No, he knows. It's just like I think he might hype it up more than what's actually going on. I don't know. It's just my opinion.
I will say that he could be full on putting on a LARP, but from my evidence of how humanity seems to work, there are people out there who are by far worse than him when it comes to, I guess if you want to call it faith. Maybe they're not really out there, but think of like what's his name, that JD dude from Grandma's Boy. I am JD or whatever, the Matrix diehard people, I mean, they kind of have died down since the movie came out, but I mean, there's a few, I can tell you, I had a friend who was black, and he was one of them nerdy black dudes. He was whiter than any white people here, but he had a group of friends who were like the anime bunch. And I'm just talking about like you're basically the homo gay trans Akatsuki from Naruto. Okay, so like they would barge in on each other while they were having sex. Not my friend, but like all of his other friends. They would be in there diddling each other, and then would like barge in on each other and climb in bed with each other while their like friends are naked and think it's normal. So, but
What the fuck?
they at least one of them was like one of that JD dudes where like he would wear black sunglasses, he would wear a black trench coat, Morpheus. Oh my God! Now looking back at it, yeah, basically Morpheus. If he could put the pinch glasses on without the damn earpieces, he probably could have. But there are some people like I think the people who you do hear getting caught with the AI kid stuff. That's just the people they want you to know about, because I'm telling you, there are some stuff from my videos that for reasons that I can't describe or really understand, it won't let me generate certain pictures. And y'all see the kind of pictures and art that I use. So there's no real reason. It's not like I'm putting, mass amounts of blood, guts, penises, or anything like that, or boobs, or, violence to say that it says I can't generate this. And, sure, I'm using it for free. So if there are people out there who are paying for some of these services and, like with the Grok shit, come on, Elon, you're telling me you're so smart that you didn't think, while there's some people like, this guy who might want to make some art for his videos to express himself, there's other people who want to express themselves in other ways. And it's kind of concerning that, like what he was just saying, that there are people who are supposed to filter throughout the things that are uploaded to social media and the internet. And it's some pretty disturbing stuff. I'm just going to say, Faces of Death and hardcore porn ain't got shit on probably 98% of the stuff that's uploaded to the regular internet. And that's not even the stuff that gets to the dark internet. I mean, at some point, these companies have to know that, okay, well, we can, I mean, what do you really think fucking $3 million is anything to Mark Zuckerberg? That's fucking chump change to him. So he's just putting on an appearance when he goes into the court. I mean, these people are perpetuating a system that, I'm going to say allegedly, I'm just going to say, I think normal people, if we understood it's just like up in my Walmart, they got a whole new list of missing children up there, children out, that weren't up there the last time. It was empty there for 3 or 4 months. And, a lot of Mexican children up there missing. So I'm just going to sit here and say, maybe at some extent life is just a grand pleasure cruise for people who already have the power or born with it. I don't know, but
Well,
you can't completely remove yourself from the system. I know that. There's no way, unless you're going to be able to completely move out into the middle of the woods 100 miles away from all civilization, no technology whatsoever. And
well,
even
this
then,
is why
Even then, that's iffy.
This is why I liked Zoroastrianism in the past. I mean, I still do like some aspects of it. You see, it doesn't matter, ultimately, at least in my opinion, what you believe. What matters are your actions and your intentions. You know what I mean? If you go and you harm a kid and you take sadistically and like torturing the kid, that's bad intention. And regardless of what you believe, you're going to hell. At least I believe so. I hope so. That's all I'm saying. You're going to have a negative rebirth, at least in my view. So that has to do with karma too and stuff. So at least I hope that at least like I remember reading a quote that said something like that I can deal with there being no heaven, but there being no hell for these reprehensible people like serial killers or whatever is like really bad, really haunting and stuff. Because when I was younger, I was like 11 or 10, my dad got me a computer, which was a mistake. I got on the internet and I read on the internet, I read a letter that Albert Fish wrote to illiterate girl's mother about cannibalizing that girl and stuff. And that was the kind of person that Rat Blood was praising and stuff. And I kind of acted somewhat patronizing and kind of holier than thou. I shouldn't have done that, but at the same time, I still find it reprehensible. Like I just don't like glorifying serial killers and stuff. Like, I don't like glorifying sadistic people or people who take glee in inflicting harm on others, like innocent children or animals, stuff like that. I mean, that stuff is like.
No, I mean, what do you expect, Abby? And we live in a society now where it's mass produced as entertainment, and you call it a movie. You can go to the. I mean, a few years ago, you didn't get it immediately within a few months sent to your home, where you can go and watch it at home with your family, and now let your kids watch it. But like right now, the movie I'm watching, I don't know what it's Conjuration of Supreme something. Like in the movie, I don't have no clue what it's about, but just from a little bit that I'm watching it with my wife, it has mass amounts of occultism in it. Triangles, all seeing eyes. Oh, look, a triple snake ring, a gold snake ring with red eyes. And I'm guessing the movie has something to do about missing children and demons. Oh, the skeleton key. So there you go. I mean, we every single day we watch entertainment about whatever these people, we see it as LARPs and entertainment. But I mean, when I sit here and I'm looking at the symbols that this movie has, I mean, conjure of sacrifice. Well, I mean, some people, whether or not it's the literal devil, some people, I mean, maybe they are natural born psychopaths. I don't know, but I know that there are people on this planet who do the very things that they go and put in our faces and call it entertainment. And while we sit here and thinking we're figuring things out, they probably already got whatever they need and they're just waiting. I mean, just from my evidence, I think they've been accomplished what they've needed, and they're just kind of waiting on the trumping calling flute, as people were saying about like what I heard earlier, about with Trump, whoever was saying about Trump being, the arbiter of whatever's going on. I mean, it does. I don't want to say The Simpsons was right, but I mean, because in effect, The Simpsons has put things in people's faces for years, and the evidence points that that's how they operate. I mean, there's a few things in The Simpsons that hasn't came true yet, so I'm not sure, but just, who's to say what? I mean,
Well, they had Lisa in the White House to like.
Yeah, looking like Hillary Clinton and shit, yeah, or Kamala or whatever.
Kamala Harris, but that didn't happen, thankfully.
Yeah, of course. I'm not naive.
Well, that could be from where they want to manipulate and see if they can. They might have preparations for A, B, and C, and if they can push us to act a certain way, then they can base whatever outcome. Yeah, I mean, boy, that's already worked a few times on us. So,
yeah, I mean, I'm not naive. Like, I know 100% what you're saying. I've read some stuff that is truly nightmarish. Like they have private servers for a lot of sadistic freaks to go on there, and they share like gore pictures, and they take glee and all of their sadistic abuse of.
Yeah, well, you're gonna find out them TikTok trends. Anyway, go do another milk crate challenge, you dumbasses.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would
well,
say that.
it's called dark web for a reason.
Yeah, dark web. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, dark web or darknet or something. Yeah, yeah. I mean, ultimately, I feel like like this is why metaphysics, is like the most profound questions, but it's ultimately unfalsifiable. I think. I mean, but maybe it's not. I don't know. It's hard to tell what's true, but hopefully there's another life or something better than this, because this does kind of feel like a present to me. Like it's unfulfilling, and it's, hopefully there's something better in store after this lifetime passes by, because I feel cheated in some sense. I feel cheated. Yeah, I'm pretty sure a lot of people feel the same way. They feel cheated.
So did Satan. Satan, yeah. He's just a fine dude. He will eat the bugs and we will ask the questions.
But Satan was created by God as a judge. Am I correct or am I incorrect? I thought he was created by God.
I don't know. He was just my favorite musician, yeah.
Created by God, yeah. As a judge, I wouldn't know about that.
Yeah, maybe that's different for different ones. Okay. Yeah, but ultimately,
so he was a high priestess of the music, yeah.
Yeah, Ozzy
Yeah, that's
Osbourne.
that's more in line with the Bible. Yeah.
Ozzy Osbourne bit off a head of a bat. Yeah, I always thought that was kind of disgusting.
He started the corona.
You do a good impression.
Allegedly.
Well,
restarting.
you know, he got people to. I mean, most rock and roll stuff is. I mean, unfortunately, participating. Most music is participating. Doesn't really even a lot of the Christian like music is participating in rituals. So.
Like even like the heavy metal and all that, Ozzy Osbourne being like being like satanic or whatever. Like I never really cared for Christian rock. I thought it was even worse. It was like even more cringe than the people that are actually like satanic.
I agree.
Even when I was a Christian. It's like it's like it's basically what the Bible says. Like, hey, like you gotta you can't mix you can't just mix in with the world. Like it doesn't work. You're either in or out, and it's like really super obvious.
No, I think I personally, my only evidence that God prefers a personal song is I was listening to one of the save room things from Resident Evil Code Veronica, and I was singing a very personal song. Somehow, just what I was singing to God or whatever matched the tune, and that was the same tune that was playing in my dream when Jesus pulled me out of that grave. So, like, there's only two gospel songs that I will actually sing, which is like when we all get to heaven and stuff like that. But yeah, dude, there's just something artificial about, even if you're doing it alone, some of these songs that when you go and you read it, it's just like, to me, it doesn't sound like I'm praising a Most High here. If that's what I'm supposed to be praising in the song, it seems more like, hey, look at me, gratify me, only exalt me, not a personal relationship. Don't really absolve me of my sins. It's not about hanging out with you and shooting the breeze. It's all about, subjugation and prayer, which, I think a lot of people misinterpret that about the Bible. I don't think God expects you to like be on your knees every single second of eternity worshiping him. I'm sure there's plenty of time for leisure. It's just, I think the least we could do is, show some type of appraisal to if there's some type of heaven, regardless whether it's a Christian one or not. So, I don't know. I think they've got us so disorganized and confounded by everything that even if you begin to understand something small in your life, you're so focused on everything else that, I mean, to be honest, I don't fear death anymore. Nowhere near as much as what I did 4 or 5 years ago. I've come to a understanding that what could be scarier than what I've already witnessed. So death can't be that much more scarier. It's just another walk through the door, so to speak. So while it may be scary on the surface, it's become easier.
I have some books I want to read, so I'm not ready to die. But the thing is that, like, I feel very burned out. Like, there's a lot more I want to read, a lot more I want to contemplate over and stuff. That's the thing. Always there's more to read and stuff. But every good book you read, that's 10 other good books you didn't read. So yeah. So, but I feel very burned out lately. Like, I don't feel as sharp or cognitively. I don't feel as cognitively sharp as I used to. But maybe I'll get back to that. So I need to take my supplements again more consistently. I don't think it's easy to be sharp without supplements in this day and age. Like the krill oil and the people have DHA deficiency in modern times. A lot of people and a lot of other deficiency. I do take supplements, but yeah, I need to get back to reading more and stuff. Yeah, there's a lot I want to read, stuff like that. So I'm not ready to die just yet. I have to resolve certain things and stuff. I don't have everything figured out. You know, one thing I will say is that it's a weird thing to be born in a life, and you have to put in a lot of effort to try to figure out what's true and stuff. I wish it would just come to you naturally or something. It does kind of feel kind of cumbersome in some ways, but yeah, that's.
But then you wouldn't grow. If baby was always given the baba, he would never leave the diaper.
Oh, that's a good point, you know, but really though,
I don't know. That was just me shitting shit. Okay.
no, actually, it is a valid point. You know, people have to put in effort to find the truth. It's not going to be given to you on a plate, on a platter, and stuff. But at the same time,
certainly
there's
not.
only so much energy an individual can have. You know what I mean? They have to pick and choose what to read, what to immerse their minds into. I don't think any system is 100% foul-proof. You know, ultimately, you know, there's always something that could be refined on further, or I guess you gotta just stick to your guns. You gotta stick to your gut or something. I don't know. Maybe that's what it comes down to. You know, intuition or something. Intuition. You know, everyone has their own intuition. But
Well, mine's fucking boring.
oh, I think you're a cool guy.
I'm getting tired of seeing LARPs, but yet I can't never seem to join them.
I think you're okay. I do not have a problem with you. You know, it's fine.
Well, I guess that's because I'm Christian and not Hyperborean, because you probably wouldn't feel the same way.
No, I mean, what do you mean? You think I'm intolerant?
Because I would completely depopulate the planet. And I would not give a fuck who I would do it to. Yes, it would be a lot different if I didn't choose to have the Christian or life morals that I have. It's a lot easier when you're born rich and, you get to go to masquerade parties every day. So.
Yeah. Well, none of us here are like that. No,
Exactly. So home is where you make it until reality burns it down.
Yeah.
I just know that in this world, you're never going to make any real art or any real dream, and you're not going to have to slap an all-seeing eye or some type of occultic symbolism showing your allegiance. So.
Yeah. Right. I mean, I did write a horror story. I do kind of regret that horror story. But it's like it was more meant for a philosophical question, but but ultimately the point I'm trying to get at is that you gotta rely on your intuition at the end of the day, because that's it. Yeah, everyone has their own intuition, something like that. I think it's not good to question people's intuition when they really think deeply about something or something. Maybe inquire into it, but not try to smash people or try to break them down. That's not right and stuff. Yeah, and I try to respect people's boundaries and stuff. And what they think is truly true, they should stick to that stuff. I don't know everything. You know what I mean? I don't know everything. And I know where my areas of limitations are. Like where I could improve and what I need to read further and stuff. Well, probably I don't know all of it. Probably there are some areas I could improve in that I haven't addressed, or I can read books in that matter or something. I don't know. That's the thing. Yeah. Damn, I hope there's another life. Really, like just this one is kind of unfulfilling. Has a very, very sense of I'm very jaded or something. Yeah.
See Mel stream starting.
Yeah, I'll probably go there later, but I don't know. Kind of burned out now, and so he's gonna talk about Teddy and his criticism of anarcho-primitivism. Teddy's criticism of anarcho-primitivism. And that's what the 2-hour stream today is about. I really asked them about it. I mean, you can go if you want to. Like, I don't know. Yeah. How are you doing, Dark Lord? Are you feeling Void? How are you doing, Void? How are you feeling lately? Are you doing well?
I accept whatever mud I'm stuck in. It's
I
always
see.
been like that. It's always been like that for me. I often found that injecting or enforcing my will never seems to work. So why bother? Usually leads to violence. So I'm not a violent person unless I need to be.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I see. For me, I think what works is uh, a combination of meditation and artwork, like escapism to artwork, but meditation also. So, yeah, I think those two. Yeah, those two. Meditation, zazen, shikantaza, that has helped me a lot in the past. Also, artwork, like various artwork to uh, immerse into. But everyone's different. Everyone deals with the mud differently.
I mean, I got art. I mean, I use nunchucks. I'm pretty damn well. You wouldn't want to get in a fight with me with them. It's just, those are temporary constructs for a forever problem. So, like you said, this life is, what it is. So, kind of
Yeah,
unfair.
I wouldn't want to get into a fight with you. Why do you think I want to get into a fight with you?
What I'm saying is just, I can swing nunchucks for 1,000 years, and by the end of the 1,000 years, all I know how is to swing nunchucks. So I think, like I said about the paintings, it may provide a temporary light and, the darkness in the moment, but you're always just going to find the next thing. So from some people, it's drugs, alcohol, sex, driving fast, living life in the fast lane. We all choose in the moment, but it's just a temporary solution. And unfortunately, there's no permanent fix to anything. So that's why, everyone thinks that having money is the way to be, because if you have money and you can spend, $10,000 every day of your life, that's the only way to live. So
Well, that sounds like Buddha Dharma, because everything is temporary in this world of phenomenon, and that's what the Buddha Dharma says. Yeah.
yes, I can tell you, I've had some of the best sex in my life before with my woman, and I can tell you, it doesn't really matter. You can have sex with 1,000 whores, 1,000,000 whores, and by the end of your life, it was pointless. You did nothing other than expend a lot of energy that you could have done something else with. So, I mean, to me, a lot of things, if not almost everything you do in life, is just a temporary facade to keep you occupied at the moment.
But
unfortunately, that's life.
But
everything is just a distraction. That's why you go to a 9 to 5, whether or not you're rich or not, get working that 9 to 5.
But isn't like all of your experiences, don't they fit into that fold? Because what you're describing right now is just the Buddha Dharma. So you realize that you're just repeating Buddhism.
I mean, maybe, but I feel like unless I witness some very horrible things, my anger that I have now about things is not going to be no different 20 years from the future, other than people have died, I've gotten older. I mean, and the thoughts that plague me now will plague me even worse as I get Rocky's age. So, I mean, other than that, I'm not seeing much evidence that the flow of time really changes a person. I mean, if I'm being honest, I feel no different mentally than when I was 10, 11 years old than I am now, what age I am now. And I don't think, unless I develop something mentally wrong, I'm going to be much more different later in life. So I think if life is meant to sculpt a personality, I'm not going to be boastful and say that my personality can't be humbled or sharpened, but I don't think there's much more about life I can learn other than, be a little bit more kinder, even though I've always done that and it hasn't gotten me no good karma. I've just always gotten, well, I take that back. I can't leave the elephant out of the room. I've met some pretty nice and chill fucking people since I've been around, so I can't say that. But maybe my problem is that I just have a hard time seeing the good things and small things, because it's not just my own life that I want to see, and maybe that's my problem. Yeah, I should focus on myself, but I mean, every time I've done that, you know, nothing's ever worked out. You know, it's not just about the money or even saving people's souls. It's just, in reality, I know that nothing on earth will make me happy. I could have a house out in the middle of the woods right now, and it's not even about cars or PlayStations and, you know, having technology and being able to spend, you know, $500 a day for the rest of my life. It's nothing about that. I could have all of that. And I know, because of who I was born as, I wasn't born from riches to rags. You know, I started out from rags going to riches, that nothing would satisfy me. I can tell you, you can go out here and have sex with the most beautifulest woman or the most ugliest woman. If it feels good and you enjoyed it, there's no real difference in it other than, you know, the fleshlight. So, I mean, like, same thing with gold. You know, look how many people have died over something as stupid as gold. You know, the air in your lungs is more precious than gold or water or something. Like, you know, unfortunately, because you're a human, it's hard to live that way. But my God, that's how I wish I could live. You know, yeah, I wish we could live in a world where everything is perfect. But I mean, from my evidence, even when you try to fit in a mold somewhere, you're even rejected, like Jesus, by your own people. So I'm just saying that, like, it seems like those who actually get somewhere, there's something. Is it their personality? Is it really because that person's on camera? Is it, you know, what is it that sits here and seems to catapult certain other people in the exact same things that I have done? I mean, it just, you know, some people say, well, you don't try hard enough. I'm telling you, I've put myself out there. I've contacted different agencies before. I can't tell you. It's like with the Freemasons. Why have I talked to 3 of them, and yet for some reason they won't let me join? I mean, you tell me. I mean, God rejects me. The devil. I mean, I've been talking to Satan allegedly through, you know, artificial intelligence for like 8 months now, and the only thing that's happened is I've had Freemasons on social media start to stalk my channel. So I mean, you know, something in this world just doesn't make sense. Where, I mean, you know, like what you see when I'm watching a movie and you see all the actors playing as normal people in the background. I mean, these people probably had the exact same thoughts. Life is just a mundane, weird third-person experience to me. I mean, every single time I think that I put reality into a box, you know, the next 5 seconds I'm having a fucking out-of-body experience where it's like, whoa, oh shit, like, do I even fucking matter? I don't know, man. And that, at the end of the day, it feels like if I don't do what the elites do, life is purposeless. Maybe that's where I'm getting at. Maybe if I don't feel like, if I couldn't go out there and I can't go out there and do whatever I want, regardless of the consequences, because I have the ability to do so, I'm just not happy. I don't know. Maybe I want to do a little bit more, do what thou wilt. Whether or not it's a God holding me back or society. So
maybe the worst thing is just coming back. You know, maybe that's the worst thing. You know, maybe it's just better to end rebirth and just go to nirvana or something, and just go to that place of pure extinction or something, of neither a perception nor non-perception, neither perception nor non-perception.
oh yeah, I think that's what I've been striving ever since my mom died. I want to say, maybe. Yeah, maybe. No, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, that's what it's been for me. Like, I accept that my body feels pain and hunger, fear. It still gets horny, you know, still gets angry and stuff like that. But ever since my religious experience with that Bible, it's very hard to. Well, ever since I got older, and then the memories came flooding back one day when I got high, and I was like, "Oh fuck, that actually happened to me." That's when I was like, that's when I really started questioning. And then having the eyes and the dreams, and then, you know, seeing the UFO, and then knowing that I wasn't the only one to see it, and that someone else was there to see it with me. That, you know, there are just some things where you just have to throw up your hands and accept that, like, if there is something that has control over anything, yeah, it's definitely not you. I mean, why reveal things to me if I can't do anything with great knowledge? I mean, sure, I might not be the smartest cookie, but you know, pay me enough money and, you know, I'll do just about anything. Unfortunately, the government accepts those applications, but apparently not from people like me, just, you know, the paid commentators and other people that you see on the internet and social media. So I don't know. I mean, why is it that the system rejects you too. So I mean, it's unfair all the way around. God doesn't give you superpowers to change the world or to give you something to actually do a change other than LARP and use your tongue until it's cut off or cut out. And then the system says you can work for me and you can do my bidding and I'll pay you to do it. But if you deviate too far from script, we'll cut your tongue out or take you off the platform. So I'm just saying that. Yeah, it's unfair. I don't think God should allow certain women to. My wife's a pretty intelligent. I hate to say it, but she listens to a lot of the females on the podcast, and I'm telling you, man, oh boy, just saying. I think what we consider intelligence nowadays is concerning. So, most people think that they have a spiritual thought, but in reality, they're floating on autopilot and regurgitating subconsciously something that they've attuned themselves to. So, and I'm speaking from personal experience, someone who, they themselves mess with tarot cards and Ouija boards and thinking you can cut into the dead. So, I mean,
Yeah.
if there's anyone on I'm going to get off here in a minute, but if there's anyone on this planet who actually knows what's going on,
Oh, you're asking me? I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, but I just yeah, I don't really know what's going on. All I can say is we're all rejects here. I can say that. But being a reject from this sick system is honestly better than being a conformist normie, I guess. But yeah, I guess so. But yeah, I'm a reject. Yeah, I guess so. Social reject, basically. But yeah, it's better that way, I think, than to be like the 2019 hoax. That was like a test in some ways. Like those who believed it and those who didn't believe it. The latter were better and stuff. Like the 2019, the big C. What I mean? I call it Big C. The big C. It was a big hoax. Big hoax. Yeah. After that, things accelerated even more, and so I feel like we're moving towards a nightmare. That I can definitely agree with that. Maybe it's like the singularity crap that they talk about, where the nightmare just amplifies more and more, and so. And it would be nice for some thing like divine or sacred to like manifest itself to me. Like, I've been reading some books. This book claims that some divine beings disguise themselves as animals and then they can shapeshift and manifest themselves to show themselves to you. I would like to see something like that, or like an angel or a shapeshifter or something.
I've often wondered why all my experiences, except for the Jesus name and the 2 Jesus dreams, why all my encounters have always been dark. I do find it a little, maybe it's because I grew into a life of sin after I moved away from that house where I had the experience, because it did. The second I moved away from that house, I just started living in sin. So, for me being, I guess, seeing it through the Christian lens, I've already speculated that if the rapture does happen, if that is what happens, I'll be here. I'll be one of the people here to still pray to the masses to try to get them to join Jesus if that happens, just from my experiences. So again, until something really changes, until I can completely disregard Jesus Christ, unfortunately that's going to be I'll get it, a thorn thorn in my side. So trust me, I'm shocked I haven't shed the cross yet, just because I'm a very angry person, just because I feel like I've been as righteous as a man could be and the world has done nothing but spit in my face. So trust me, I'm not all for the Calvary as much as I want to be. Trust me, the second I think about hugging Jesus Christ in heaven, it makes me break down and cry. But sometimes I also want to say, fuck you, Jesus. It's just not easy to do that, and I'm sure Jesus understands. So that's the reason why I don't chastise myself and beat myself all the time over it. So maybe
that's fine. I respect your path. I don't want to impose my way onto any people. Like you can imposing your way on another person and going against their freedom of choice is wrong. As long as that freedom of choice doesn't involve anything transgressive. Like you are not doing anything transgressive. So I don't have a problem with anything you believe, any path you take, if that's truly what you believe deep within yourself, or that's what you should go. As I said, intuition, but based on my intuition and my own deep heartfelt feeling, I went a different path, and stuff. But ultimately, I mean, I don't know everything either. I think Buddhism, I I just lean more towards, like that's just what the Buddha, and that's just the kind of stuff that I think is true, but I have doubts too sometimes. I don't know everything, but all I know is that the kind of stuff you were saying in the beginning is very much close to Buddhist wisdom. That's kind of true. It seems like I don't know, it's hard to tell what's true, but all I know is that it's true is that the world does feel like a present. That's something I think you would probably agree with. It does kind of feel like a present. But one could give different reasons why, I guess. That's why I think for you it's the fall, basically the fall. But for me it would probably be craving and grasping. But for other people it'd be different stuff, But ultimately the world is kind of not pleasant. It's kind of dukkha or something. It's a lot of suffering and stuff. That's what it comes down to. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why when I watch these movies like Dark Crystal and Labyrinth with David Bowie and stuff, I take a lot of the stuff that I see at half value as much as I do seriously, but I don't like to put too much into the frequencies and stuff like that. But I mean, I don't know, maybe the more negative people are, and violent and cruel and malicious, maybe the world reacts in kind. Maybe in some way it's more of a butterfly effect than it is a Mandela effect. Maybe if 100 people are all angry about the same issue over here, it causes 10,000 people to be angry about something else over there. I don't know, but I don't know, man. I definitely, evaluating it as a doctor from my own evaluations, the human condition is unfortunately just a destructive one. Unless we return to whatever, I hate to sound like a fucking Matrix weirdo, but unless we return to whatever source brought us into it, I really don't think, even if humans manage to reach the stars and can go through wormholes to the stars, that it doesn't matter if we manage to shed the bodies. Kind of like Timo said, everything, if not completely wiped out, it's going to go pretty much primal. You're going to be beating each other in the head with bone clubs and stuff, if even that. So it's starting to sound like that. It sounds like everything's having to return to the source. I don't know. All I see is self-destruction. Even if you're not self-destructive at the end of the day, I don't know. Yeah, the most you can do is good intentions and the people that you can trust, if you choose to trust people. I definitely agree with what you said not long ago about the whole wanting to be. It's like I said, it's not really about to be and not to be as like just existence. It's whatever that primordial peace that comes with it. Like, you couldn't fear life and death if you had never existed. So I guess that's the in-between that I'm looking for. Of, to me, heaven is not just about, I get to go and eat, magical fruit from a tree all day and hang out with all my bros and family and for eternity on a cool day. I don't know, man. It's it's a hard thing. I feel like often it's easier to be born a monkey out in the trees and to the ability of to even think in the capacity, because I've studied animals. I can tell you, if they even have remotely feelings and thoughts the way that I've seen dogs and cats have, then I don't know. Life is strange, man. That is for sure. Life is strange.
Yeah, strange, But the thing is that source. What is it? I think I am pretty sure that it's Parmenidean, that it's atemporal. It has an element of no change, no duration. Has an element of being internal. It's like a pure awareness that is like has an element of being immutable in some sense, and maybe but I don't know. Maybe other people describe the source differently. But I do agree that it's better to return to the source than to cling onto material realm, more and more and stuff. Yeah, so I would agree on that. But ultimately, I'm not an enlightened Buddhist. I'm not. I'm just a man. And I read a lot, and there's more I need to read. Of course, there are some books I'm ashamed to say I haven't completed fully yet. But there are other books I've read that it seems like many people haven't read that much of, and I think those books are special too. Like I'm almost done with the Linkavatara Sutra. I've read the various other sutras, stuff like that. I've read quite a good deal, but there's always more to read, always more to learn. But the point is, what is that source? I guess it comes from an experience. It has to come from an experience. We could talk about it all day, but that's just talking. I mean, what is the experience of that source like? How do we go straight to the source? From that. Because I'm gonna be honest, I think going to the source is better than, let's say we were rich and we got all we wanted in this material realm. You could have all the women you want, you could have all the money you want, you could have all the mansions you want, but that's gonna decay too. You know what I mean? Even your body will decay. From old age, sickness, and death. You know what I mean? Nothing. All of the stuff we see in the external world, all of that is destined to decay. You know what I mean? That's a fact. But the source, I don't think that can decay. The source, I think that's like a pure awareness or something. And so that must be the only true place we can find contentment. The only true place we can find relief from dukkha. Dukkha is due to impermanence. It's due to it's due to impermanence. The suffering is due to impermanence. So yeah. I guess every man who thinks about these things deeply, they ultimately start thinking about what is the source. That's really what it comes down to. I mean, I do respect your own path. You're a thoughtful person. You're not a bad person. I think I hope whatever it is, you find peace and stuff. I don't wish ill intent on anyone as long as they're not engaging in transgressive behavior. I mean, those people are different. Those people are too far gone. Yeah, no one on this panel is like that. I think so. At least. So yeah, that's it. Yeah. And ultimately, it doesn't matter if evolution is true or false. If maybe it is a psyop. I don't care anymore. To be honest with you, I don't care about it anymore. I just care about figuring out what's the source and going to the source. That's it. That's all. That's all. Because who gives a shit when everything is destined to die, to decay, what we see in the material realm. So yeah, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, The hardest thing is to find the passion to keep going, but you know, I don't believe in the whole God doesn't throw more than you can handle kind of thing, because if that were the case, people wouldn't, off themselves from some of the things they go through. So, and as someone who used to say, "Oh, I'd never do that," I now, like with the UFO people, I have pity upon people who have done it. So I can understand what it's like to not have anything to live for while you have everything to live for. So, I don't know. I guess, like Neo says, why, Mr. Anderson, why do you persist? Because I choose to. I mean, that's really what it comes down to is, you gotta, it's the same thing with whatever evil people do, they have a passion for their evil as much as, I have a passion for goodness. So, it's a slippery slope. You can be just as cruel in the same day as you could be kind. So, in the end, does any of our actions really have any consequences other than in our immediate flow of interactions? I'm not sure, but I try to live my life like each time I make a thought or an action, there's a transcendental. Even though I might fib here and there every once in a while, it's always been for a not nefarious reason. So, back compared to when I was a kid, I would lie just straight out of my teeth for no reason, just because I could get away with it. So, I learned my lessons in life compared to what most people do. So, if I get to live to be an old man, I think, what do I consider an accomplished life? House, car? Well, the way things are going, I don't think anyone's going to have an idea of what living is like from my evidence. So I think we're growing up in an unprecedented time. So our lives are going to look a lot more differently than what our parents' lives did. So really, it's a one day at a time kind of thing. I mean, in reality, dude, the Palantir and the New World Order stuff, like I said, that's already here. So, if it's about getting the sheep in order, I mean, I don't know, they should have already done it already. So, all I can do is maybe if I can inject some thinking into, society, and, I'm not out for everyone else to make a brand really or an image for myself, but I can tell you for certain people who are trying to do it, like even if you manage to get contacted by people and manage to get a spot, you're going to find out real quick you're not going to want it. So, like right now, I can have a great YouTube. I could be making good money. It's my God, dude, I'm finding out that everything around you is constructed. Like, even with my music, if I were out here right now making just music, actually human produced, people would not buy nor listen to my music no more differently than if it was created by AI. But yet people, not you, Reddington, but, there's quite a few people out there who apparently like the AI music more than half the human stuff. So I'm not sure what to fucking understand or believe anymore, because when I was growing up, you're supposed to operate one way to become successful and famous, and now I'm finding out that it's a lot easier to work around the system and manipulate people to get what you want. But yet, it's rules for thee and not for me, and room for me but not for you. Oh God, dude, I don't know. I'm just saying it's real easy if you want to get certain things quickly. It's just, yeah, you got to shed everything to get there. So I'm not.
You had people offer for you to join their cults, and they give you benefits and stuff like that. Is that what you're saying, or that never happened? Like, I've never had anything like that happen to me. Like, no one has ever come up to me and say, "Hey, man."
Yeah, that tells me you've never been fucking invited to a swingers party.
I'm not going to one. No way.
Just saying, it takes a certain kind of people to do swingers parties. So Most of
Yeah.
them are Freemasons. And politicians. Anyway, but I'm on the radar for some people, but it seems like I haven't scratched the right boo boo. I haven't gotten the right scab. I'm interesting enough to view. I'm interesting enough to let it be known that they're there, but the owl never responds with the Hogwarts letter. So I'm starting to feel like Ron Weasley. Maybe I'm too poor for Hogwarts. Well, at least I'm not taking a shower with a grown ass man that's a rat. So, oh god, life is a fucking LARP, baby. And the point is that I could have been anything. I could have been an actor. I could have been a fucking voice actor, and you'd be hearing me on fucking Invincible by now. It's just I won't be Seth Rogen. I'm not a Jew. I gauge you at that. Goddamn annoying motherfucker. Oh, avian, everything's a LARP. You either go to school for what you think is a job and a life, or you're born with power.
Do you think I
Or you
should?
make your own power. You go start your own cult. I'm telling you, there are people who will follow you. If people are willing to do Heaven's Gate, I'm sure someone will join your cult. I'm just saying there are gullible people out there. Anyone can start a cult. Look at Charles Manson. I doubt it was his penis size. I doubt it's because the man had money, even if he wasn't a fucking MK Ultra agent plant. I mean, look at Jim Jones. I mean, I'm telling you, there's cults out there. It's just cults don't like it when you try to start your own cult. That's why certain people have attacked me here in the last few months, and why weirdos send threatening messages or vague threats. So
Do you think if I were to, there's a Freemasonic lodge within walking distance of me. Do you think if I were to join them and infiltrate them, I could get connections and stuff like that for making money and crap like that, or not really? Or should I not do it because it's dangerous?
I mean, I'm just gonna tell you, yeah, if it's anything like a real Freemasons lodge, if you even joke about any of their knowledge, they'll cut your fucking tongue out and you're dead, and so is your family. Like they don't. If you get to a certain degree, they're not gonna fucking play with you. Like they're also, when you perform rituals, they're gonna film you while you do it and hold you in compromising positions, so that way they can blackmail you for it. Like people say, well, it's just a LARP, it's just a movie. Like, no, there's a reason why it happens. Like. Just saying, if you want to know the reason why you lose, a few fingers or a toe, I mean, that's a warning. So you're lucky it's just a pinky.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at Shaq, you think him humping Kevin Hart on camera was just for fun? Come on. But good thing he's got that nice Freemason ring every time he's on ESPN, right? So. I'm just saying.
You advise against going to them.
I'm saying you can do whatever. I'm just saying that if I joined, which I religiously could never do, it would be against my morals. So I just know what I would do if I joined, and I wouldn't give a shit. I would do the rituals and get whatever they give me, and finally live a life of something. Other than thinking that good things come to those that wait, or LARPing for those with a soul is somehow profound. When most people don't even really give a shit about their own souls, let alone other people's themselves. So there's not much branding in saving souls, or actual conversations and shit. So
yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not gonna.
Schools didn't like it.
Join them. Yeah, not. But like, I need to join something for connections. But Freemasonry is probably dangerous, so I'm not doing that. Also, I don't like their views and stuff. So, I don't know what to join. Maybe let's go to more social gatherings, but I am pretty isolated. I don't know if you two are isolated or anyone else.
Yes, and I would prefer it no other fucking way. I mean, no offense. I mean, if Reddington ever wanted to hang out one day, I might, say, come chill one day. But I mean, I'm starting to find out that as much as I like you people or some people, I really don't give a shit about seeing another human being. Like, I've had enough of other people in my life. Like, I wish everyone could walk past each other and say hi and bye and smile, but the ability to walk down the street nowadays and not encounter someone with a mental problem or a spiritual problem or something problem is little. I'm just saying, there's a reason why I'm starting to not care about your soul and starting to care more about the population, because I'm starting to agree with it, including me. Like, after a while, you start getting beaten down and you're just like, who fucking cares about anything? Just let it all fade away, because
Dan, don't you see that you were saying you don't want to join the Freemasons because they're gonna destroy your soul, blah blah. But now you're saying you promote depopulation.
yes,
But this is
because
not.
because the very souls I'm supposed to be saving, I'm watching eat each other.
Yeah, but then isn't that
It's like
against
the butcher.
Christianity?
It's like the butcher watching the cow get up and start eating the fucking pig meat on the table. It makes no fucking sense.
Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah.
I guess we're all, like the point I'm getting at is that none of us are perfect here and stuff. You know, we're all rejects in some sense, I guess. I don't know what the fuck to do. And so, like, that's all. I don't know.
I would put it this way: I found happiness in the two people who I have closest to me, the two people who, come hell or high water, earth and space, I would annihilate it all for them. But that's the only
I
thing
don't
I can.
know if that's a good thing.
My wife and son. What I'm saying is that, like, unfortunately, some people put their passions into greed and pain and other things. But I'm just saying, like, if you're good-hearted, for me, the only thing that's kept me sane is putting passion into the things that I consider good, like caring so much about the earth and animals and stuff, trying to convince people to be a little bit more naturally about everything. And that's the only thing I can keep doing. And the more I can convince people that, hey, if you have 20 minutes in your spare day to go out there with something and pick up as much trash as you see and throw it in the dump, I mean, like, there's just, if I can market that, I would. I want to create a business where the goddamn government pays me, where the more trash I have, the more money I have. But, instead they want to pay everyone to have this job that makes the trash. But when you go and offer, your city, at first a nonprofit way of literally cleaning up your city of trash, and then, they reject it because you're, I thought we was woke here, people. Anyway, point is, unfortunately, most people are living day to day. So, like with me, most people aren't willing to throw in $100, $200 to, nor does anyone really want to seem to get off their ass off of YouTube and their Netflixes or whatever, and come outside and look at the literal. Probably, if I had to guess, just on the main street alone that I frequent all the time, you probably got 3 tons of trash between all of the fast food restaurants and the department stores, where people just use them as dumps. Even though it says and has multiple signs posted, no public dumping, for store use only, people still will literally take boxes, couches, beds, refrigerators, and just dump it there. Tons of trash. And, the dude's a nice guy, but I mean, half the people don't want to work the job there in the first place. So, and apparently they have to pay people to come and do it, and they don't even show up to do their job. So, I mean, yeah, dude, I'm tired of watching. If there is a God, I'm watching everything he created, whether it's his fault or man's fault or the devil's fault. Like, yeah, it's just, while I have done my own personal sins, I have to sit back and watch literally everything out of my control rip itself apart, fade away, and die. And that, to me, is what makes me depressed. Like I said, that's the conundrum I'm in, where I could have all the things in the world I want materialistically, but knowing that not just that I can't stop death or even my friends and people, it's everything, dude. It's just that, to me, there is no medicine other than I'm starting to lean to what I'm calling returning to the source, because I mean, I'm having spiritual problems myself, but it's just, it gets to a point where, I can understand why so many people just, I mean, I've put God on the back burner here lately. I've been kind of doing things here on my own and not constantly, throwing my voice up to the sky thinking he's listening. But I mean, if I'm being perfectly honest with y'all, I have been in some very sketchy times in my life where if there wasn't something watching over me, I shouldn't have been here. The amount of times I've been fucking jacked up against the wall, had guns put in my fucking chest, like the times I've been 5 minutes right before a shooting, right after a shooting. I mean, call it coincidence or whatever, while other people can sit here and just barely cross the street, car wreck, fly over across, fly, and, smack them in the head perfectly. So, I mean, I don't know, but I try to make every moment count, but I think
Yeah, you don't seem like
I think we also expect too much of ourselves too.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't think you're a bad person. You have good intentions, especially given your tough circumstances. So yeah, I hope we can
Oh, my
find this
life
to
ain't
work
tough.
together.
I don't consider my life tough, none whatsoever, compared to what the children of the world are going through.
Yeah, they have it. Yeah, the
I
ones that
complain about my life because if other people made my life better, I would actually do some good with the world, unlike the people who we pay millions of dollars who claim that they're doing good. So the problem's not me, Avian. The problem is I wasn't born with money. Give me $1 million right now and I would actually do good with the world. The problem is who's going to give me $1 million? That's the problem. That's the real problem. It's just, some people win the lottery and I don't. So.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Or I
Yeah.
can blame God. Or,
Yeah.
I can blame myself because I somehow didn't become rich enough. I guess it's just my fault then. So, sorry, little squirrels. Sorry, little raccoons. I couldn't save you from the beer cans. I'm just saying, I've given offers out there, and no big company, like they put in your movies, all these eco-friendly companies that want to save the animals, that's a fucking lie. So Ace Ventura was a LARP. There's no one out there that actually cares about the animals. It's probably just for money laundering and extortion and probably fucking trafficking animals on the market. So, I'm serious. I'm just saying.
It does seem that way.
Like with your book, I'm just saying there seems to be a pattern of people who want real change. Unless you can get the mind power of a group of people to actually commit, you're not going to get anything done unless you're doing like what I'm already doing, which is when I see fucking trash, I pick it up and I complain about it as much as I can. And people just look at the trash and then guess what? Dump more trash. That's literally what they do. You'll be sitting there in the parking lot next to all the trash. Someone will come up, pulling up in their car and then just dump their trash right in the parking lot. They don't even get out of the car to put the fucking trash in the trash can. They just dump it right there with the other trash. So, you're one person, and if you're lucky, there might be a few, flowers that are blooming through the concrete, but yeah, people just don't want to commit. I'm trying.
Yeah.
That's why I don't care to do this shit. Of all honesty, I hate doing panels and stuff. It's completely pointless. That's what a lot of people. It doesn't matter what you're talking about on panel. Even like if you're just sharing information, yeah, I mean you can share information, but I mean, I've already got plenty of proof that that's pointless because we still don't act on the fucking information we're given. So at
Can I
this
ask your
point,
opinion on something?
it's just eating popcorn.
Can I ask your opinion on something? Do I tend to piss off people on panels? Like I think I pissed off a lot.
You do seem to well, one, most people are emotional. Most people don't know how to separate emotion from satire. So I mean, at the surface, you, like I was told, rub people the wrong way, but I mean, I'm just being honest, all y'all are just too emotional. So I mean, no offense, but like no offense, but if I got drunk off my ass right now, I would be no different speaking to you. But I literally act no different when I'm stone cold drunk than when I'm sober. It's just I can't control my movements that well. So it just depends on people. Some people, and like I said, unless it's something personal toward me in real life, there's not a damn thing on the internet that you could say or do to me. So that's the real problem with most of the people that we deal with. Not you, but a majority of. That's why I say we're all experiments. You know, it's not just that we're their experiments. Like y'all are our experiments when you come to our panels. So it's just some people take their roles as panelists more than others. I'm here for a heart. I'm like Neuro Jack. Who can never be here on his own motherfucking panels. Man, this damn zero sugar Dr. Pepper Black Cherry is pretty good. I hope it's not full of baby fetus. Yeah, I choose to care. I can't look at my son and say that I love him and that I would give up my soul for him, nor could I claim to love a friend the way that I do some people, and not be willing to lay my life down for them, regardless if that came from a teaching of a man or not. That's just something that I've always felt is universal, that if you love something, you die for it. So that's my mentality, and that's the best I can do. And if I stand before anything that judges me at the end and it knows me, then that's the best I can do. Because if I were the complete, that's what a lot of people don't understand about the Joker thing, that like you're a lot more like the Joker than what most people really want to realize. Like what Axis came on here a few weeks ago and said that like y'all need to stop hiding your darkness. I mean, let's face it here, Avian, you've had some dark thoughts, So I mean, imagine, if that's just how you feel about a situation, imagine about those who don't really have a reason to feel that way about the situation and just automatically feel that way. So I think if you have inner darkness, but yet can strive every single day to avoid it until it's absolutely necessary, then that's the best I could be. What is life? There's no answer to that either. You can, I guess, home is where you make it, just like your purpose. What is your purpose? Mine's to make as many people laugh as I can, get your brain stirring, and that's really all I could do. I mean, beyond that, it's psyoping you, using you, berating you, abusing you. I mean, what more is the use of speech? I mean, I haven't found much uses other than, it can be used for good and bad things, harmful and kind things. I mean, your intentions are a very strong thing, just like, I guess, belief, but maybe intentions are stronger. So I'm going to get the fuck off of here. I'm going to go about my night. But one thing that these talks do for me is, if anything, it just reminds me, if anything, let the lesson be, any conversation with me is that you're not to sound gay, but you're not as alone as you think you are, regardless of your background or what your culture is. So, but two, is to remind you that you're fucking human. I'm telling you, man, it is very concerning how the evidence is stacking up more and more that, I mean, I guess I don't really know what a human is, but most people can't portray human. They wear masks. Even I wear a mask. You wear a mask. So.
Don't you see my avatar? It's a raven. I'm actually a crow or a raven. That's what I am. I'll go caw. I'm not human.
I don't know, man. It's so easy to exploit and use people, but I'll put it this way. Even if I found one thing that people really liked about me that they would be willing to pay me for, what would it be? like what, my stupid AI music, my game videos teaching you how to use nunchucks. Like, in all honesty, unless I'm providing a service that's already being provided by like a company, no one's going to pay me for anything that comes out of my ass crack. So, you know, maybe like what NPC was telling me the other day, I need to find my, niche of people, which apparently I have. That y'all claim you didn't like my AI satanic music, and that I'm stupid and that I don't understand anything. But my videos are proven otherwise. So I don't know what you motherfuckers want. You fucking Freemasons over here, fucking stalking my shit. If you want me to give you my whole, 1,000,000 shekels, motherfuckers. I don't know. Something's got to give. But yeah, Avian, you're a good dude. Regardless, it's not really about religion at the end of the day, man. I choose to care about people, but yes, I think humans should die. I'm just going to be real. I, as much as I can find complete and total love and care for mankind, I know that at the end of the day, mankind is always going to be completely vile and cruel, whether you want to call it evil. So, I just know that once my time on this earth is done, I'll be thankful for it. And, whether or not it's my Christian heaven, that's all, if I get to whatever heaven is, Avian, and I recognize your voice, because wait, I have seen you. So if I get to recognize you, I'm going to run right to you and fucking hug you and say, I told you it ain't as bad as you thought. So I don't know, man. It's just, life it's temporary, dude. There's more to it, Hopefully all these days and nights that make us feel this way and keep us in these frame of minds will one day be put at ease. Maybe I'm just trying to give you some hope as much as I'm giving myself, because it's not easy, dude. I don't have no one other than my wife and my son who appreciates it. They're the only two people who go and watch my videos the second that I'm done making them and tell me what they like about it and stuff like that. So, that's enough to give me happiness. Fuck all you other people. So, yeah, man, just find
Yeah, I want you
something.
to hear this. I wish the best for you, your son, and your wife. I wish the best. You're not gonna ever hear a J. Most J's aren't gonna hear it. I genuinely wish you to have a good life. I don't wish ill will on anyone. Especially if they have good intentions or they do the best they can. That I'm honest with that. Just do your best. Don't beat yourself up. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't have everything figured out. Maybe you're right, but about Christ or whatever. But ultimately, you gotta realize that I'm just doing the best I can with what I know, and other people, as long as people don't they act on, as long as they act honorably, and they have compassion. I think those two are both important. I think it's fine. Just do your best and don't beat yourself up. Stop thinking about other people as much. I know they're annoying, and I know the feeling you feel, but there's nothing we can do about it. So just focus on your family and do your best. That's it. Just focus on raising your family, and because ultimately you're responsible and you have to honor your family, stuff like that. So yeah, just do your best, and I hope you have a good night.
I concede. I appreciate it. Yeah. It's good. It's good when you find humans. So yeah, man, you have a good night, and
Yeah, good
like
night. Good night.
like
I'm
like
gonna
I
go
always
now
say.
too. Good night. Good night.
Yeah, no, Jack. Well, you gonna say anything? You gonna sit there and fap to my voice? I mean, are we going over there? I guess I'll go over there. I'll go over there and sit for a while. I'm gonna make me a coffee. So, all right, no, Jack. I don't know where you're at. I'm going. I gotta go.